Chapter 2547. Qin Dage, have you ever thought about why Yi Shui insisted on staying on the first island? Is it really because she's not familiar with the place and is afraid of being alone? Huo Lian walked behind Qin Feiyang and asked as she looked at Yi Shui's back. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Don't you realize that Yi Shui seems to rely on you too much? Fire Lotus said. Really? Qin Feiyang scratched his head. He really didn't realize it. Your EQ is terrifyingly low. I finally understand why you and the Mermaid Princess spent so much time together. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson when I'm free. Fire Lotus shook her head. You're still single and you still want to teach me a lesson? Girl, let's talk about it after you get married. Qin Feiyang laughed. Qin Dage. Fire Lotus's cheeks flushed red as she stomped her feet angrily. If the big shots of the Ninth Heaven Palace saw this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. The Palace Lord of the Ninth Heaven Palace was stomping her feet like a little girl. Where was her dignity? All right, let's stop joking. Tell me, should I go to the Nether King's hell? Or not? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked at Fire Lotus seriously. Logically speaking, you shouldn't go. After all, this is a plot against you. But I know that you won't play by the rules. So, you don't have to ask me. Fire Lotus thought for a while and shook her head. I didn't expect you to know me so well. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. If I don't know you well, wouldn't I have wasted all these years by your side? Fire Lotus rolled her eyes and said, but you really have to think about this. Qin Feiyang nodded. He couldn't use his divine artifact or the six-word divine art. Even Fire Lotus and the others couldn't help. It would be a headache if they were to face off against the dragons. Unless, he would use the identity of Li Buer to enter the hell of the Nether King. This way, not only would he not encounter any danger, Yi Zhong and the dragons would even protect him. However, how could he convince Yi Zhong to agree to let him enter the hell of the King of Hell? Forget it. He would think about these questions after the hell of the Netherworld King opened. The most important thing right now was to quickly cultivate. After all, at that time all of his trump cards would be useless. Therefore, the most important thing now was to increase his strength. He also needed to raise the level of the various deity arts. Not to mention other things, he needed to at least have some ability to protect himself. Enjoying a battle is the fastest way to improve a divine art, Qin Feiyang muttered. He turned to look at Fire Lotus and smiled. From now on you'll be my sparring partner. Feel free to beat me up. Beat you up? Fire Lotus was taken aback. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus raised the corner of her mouth and smiled. Then I won't be polite. Qin Feiyang looked at her in a daze. He could not help but have an uneasy premonition in his heart. Whoosh! Immediately after, the two disappeared and appeared in the Black Tortoise world. In a certain restaurant, Huo sat at a table in the main hall. He was drinking wine while admiring the graceful dancers on the stage in the middle. He was extremely satisfied. Life should be like this. Play when you should, play when you should. Enjoy when you should. Unlike this Qin Feiyang who only knows how to cultivate all day. What's the point of working himself to death? He chuckled inwardly. Tap tap. Not long after, a young man wearing a golden robe entered the restaurant and walked to the opposite side of Huo. You're back so soon? Huo was taken aback. That's right. This young man was the five-clawed golden dragon. Isn't it just investigating the whereabouts of Wu Baichuan? How difficult can it be? The five-clawed golden dragon rolled his eyes at Huo. Looking at the few wine jars on the table, he frowned and said, You've been drinking here all this time? Huo grinned. Are you here to help or to eat, drink, and have fun? The five-clawed golden dragon was very dissatisfied. Huo said, Of course I'm here to help and have some fun while I'm at it. The five-clawed golden dragon looked at him with disdain. He picked up a wine jar and gulped it down. Look, the two of us are really like-minded. I don't know why you want to follow that idiot Qin Feiyang. You don't drink and don't know how to be carefree. You only know how to cultivate all day. Why don't you think about it again and follow me? I still have a lot of immortal wine here. Huo looked at the five-clawed golden dragon. Immortal wine. The five-clawed golden dragon's eyes lit up. All these years in the Black Tortoise world, he had already tasted the taste of immortal wine from Huo. It was a delightful experience. As long as you follow me, I guarantee that you'll have an endless supply of good wine. Huo continued to tempt him. Last time I heard you say that this immortal wine was obtained from a place called Heaven Immortal Tower in the Eastern Tomb? The five-clawed golden dragon asked. Yes. Huo nodded. Then why should I follow you? When the time comes, I'll go to the Heaven Immortal Tower and get a few hundred jars. The five-clawed golden dragon sneered. Then tell me, how are you going to get there? Huoyi looked at him playfully. With my current relationship with young master, would he refuse to let me borrow his space-time gate? The five-clawed golden dragon said indifferently. Huoyi's face darkened. Even if you borrow the space-time gate and go to the Heaven Immortal Tower, Miss Immortal might not give it to you. With money, are you afraid that you can't buy it? The five-clawed golden dragon had a look of disdain. You're still too naive. This is really not a problem that can be solved with money. Only when you reach a certain level of relationship will Miss Immortal sell it. Huoyi smiled proudly. The five-clawed golden dragon frowned. Think about it carefully. Only by following me will you have the chance to eat good food and drink good wine. And if you follow Qin Feiyang, sooner or later you'll become like him, a block of wood. Then how boring would your life be? Let's not talk about it anymore. Qin Feiyang has a mission. I have to return to the north. You should also prepare to make a trip to the south to investigate the background of that young lord. Huoyi transmitted his voice. In that case, young master is still worried about that young lord in the south? The five-clawed golden dragon thought. You understand Qin Feiyang's character? Everything has to be done without any mistakes. It's just that it's hard for us to run errands. Huoyi shook his head. After drinking the last mouthful of wine, he said, Remember to pay the bill. After saying that, he got up and walked outside. Why should I pay the bill while you drink? The five-clawed golden dragon glared at him angrily. We're family, why are you so calculative? At most, you can go back and ask Qin Feiyang for reimbursement in the future. Huoyi waved his hand without looking back. The five-clawed golden dragon couldn't help but feel angry. Why was he acting like a scoundrel? And these words were said through voice transmission, so no one in the restaurant heard it. North Region. Treasure Pavilion. A black-haired young man in his 20s slowly walked into the treasure pavilion. Greetings, young master. Is there anything I can do for you? A staff member greeted him with a very good attitude. Take this young master to see your steward. The black-haired young man looked at the staff member with his nose in the air and said, May I ask if young master has made an appointment in advance? The staff member asked cautiously. What the hell? A small steward needs to make an appointment in advance. The black-haired young man raised his eyebrows and his voice was particularly loud. The people around immediately looked at him. Which young master was this? How could he be so arrogant? The staff member was stunned and said, I'm sorry, I can't take you to see the steward without an appointment. Is that so? What if I insist on seeing him today? The black-haired young man said. The staff member could not help but frown and said, Are you here to pick a fight? Yes, I'm here to pick a fight. If you don't want to be implicated, quickly step aside. Damn fat pig, get out here. The black-haired young man scanned the treasure pavilion and roared. Damn fat pig? Is this person crazy? Who in Holy Dragon City doesn't know that the steward of the treasure pavilion hates people calling him a fat pig the most? Everyone looked at each other. How bold of him. The staff member was also angry and shouted, Men, throw him out. The 4 guards guarding the door immediately ran in. Get lost. The black-haired young man shouted coldly. The 4 guards immediately vomited blood and were forced to retreat. No way. They were forced to retreat with just a shout. You have to know that they are all powerhouses in the 9th heaven realm. Everyone was extremely shocked. Seeing this, the staff member also retreated in horror. Damn fat pig, if you don't get out here, I'll tear down your treasure pavilion. The black-haired young man shouted domineeringly. Tear down my treasure pavilion? I'd like to see if you have the ability to do so. Accompanied by a gloomy voice, the manager of the treasure pavilion dragged his fat body out. You're finally willing to come out. The black-haired young man chuckled. Didn't you say that you want to tear down my treasure pavilion? I'll give you the chance now. Tear it down. The treasure pavilion steward sneered. Ha! The black-haired young man laughed and said, Compared to tearing down the treasure pavilion, I have something more important to do. Ren Xiaolan. Ren Xiaolan. The treasure pavilion steward was shocked. He's here for Ren Xiaolan? In other words, he's here to seek justice for Ren Xiaolan? That's strange. I'm quite close to Ren Xiaolan. Why didn't I know that she knew such a rich young master? The surrounding staff members also began to whisper among themselves. You don't want to discuss this with me in front of so many people, do you? The black-haired young man smiled playfully. The treasure pavilion steward's pupils constricted. Looking at the whispering staff members, he shouted, "Don't you have anything else to do?" When the staff members heard this, they immediately dispersed and began to get busy. The treasure pavilion steward glanced at the curious guests again. Looking at the black-haired young man, he said in a deep voice, "Follow me." After saying that, he turned and walked toward a room in front. The black-haired young man chuckled and then swaggered after him. Chapter 25:48. Inside the room. The manager closed the door and looked at the young man in black with a gloomy expression. "Who are you to Rin Xiaolan? You don't have to know who I am to her. As the manager of the treasure pavilion, how can you be so narrow-minded? What right does someone like you have to be in charge of the treasure pavilion?" The young man in black sat on the chair and looked at the manager with a mocking expression. "Don't be presumptuous. Rin Xiaolan was expelled from the treasure pavilion because she stole from the treasure pavilion. Speaking of which, she should be thanking me. That's because our treasure pavilion can't tolerate embezzlement. If I hadn't shown mercy, do you think she would have just been expelled from the treasure pavilion? Let me tell you, according to the treasure pavilion's rules, she should be executed on the spot." The manager sneered. "Ha!" The young man in black laughed and said, "You keep saying that she stole from the treasure pavilion. Then let me ask you, did you find any stolen goods on her? Would you keep the stolen goods with you after stealing? If it were anyone else, they would have moved the stolen goods away immediately. Rin Xiaolan has already gotten a great deal this time. Not only did she keep her life, but she also swallowed a legendary artifact. Go back and tell her not to be greedy. Otherwise, the treasure pavilion won't let her off so easily," the manager said. "Haha, you can still be so righteous after framing someone. I really admire you." The young man in black laughed. "Framing someone? You need evidence to say that. Also, I have reason to suspect that you are her accomplice. You were the one who moved the lost legendary artifact away." The manager looked at the young man in black coldly. The young man in black was stunned. Not only did he frame Rin Xiaolan, but he also framed him. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? How could the chief pavilion master let such a person manage the treasure pavilion without worry? Wasn't he afraid that the treasure pavilion would be dragged into the fire pit by this person? I'll let bygones be bygones, but if you dare to continue looking for trouble, then don't blame the treasure pavilion for being rude. Please? The manager of the treasure pavilion said expressionlessly as he pointed at the door. You're still letting bygones be bygones? The black-clothed youth was truly speechless. He had finally seen what a truly despicable person was. A wisp of killing intent flashed in the manager's eyes when he saw the black-clothed young man sitting there motionlessly. He shouted, "Do you want me to make a move? Do it." The black-robed youth muttered as he sized up the manager of the treasure pavilion. This person's cultivation was not weak. Half-step imperishable realm. After all, it was the Holy Dragon City's treasure pavilion. The Holy Dragon City was one of the 3 most powerful cities in the north. If one's cultivation was weak, how could they solve their daily problems? Therefore they definitely needed a powerhouse to oversee the situation. But if he thought that a half-step imperishable could be arrogant in front of him, then he was gravely mistaken. The treasure pavilion has lost a legendary divine artifact. This is definitely true. But Rin Xiaolan didn't take it, so who has this artifact? Damn fat pig, are you interested in my analysis? The black-clothed youth looked at the manager of the treasure pavilion mockingly. You're courting death. The manager of the treasure pavilion didn't hide the killing intent in his eyes. A wisp of pressure spread out. The black-clothed youth lay on the chair and tapped his fingers on the armrest. He smiled and said, I advise you to keep your arrogance to yourself. Impudent? The manager of the treasure pavilion was furious. Who's the impudent one? The black-clothed youth's eyes turned cold. He suddenly stood up and a terrifying aura exploded. The entire treasure pavilion began to shake violently. What's going on? This aura, it seems to be an ultimate powerhouse. The people outside immediately panicked and looked at the closed door. The aura came from inside the room. Could it be that arrogant black-clothed youth from before? You, at this moment? The manager of the treasure pavilion also stared at the black-clothed youth in shock and disbelief. This seemingly unremarkable youth was actually an initial stage imperishable realm cultivator. How was this possible? Rin Xiaolan was just an ordinary person. How could she know such a terrifying ultimate powerhouse? Answer me, who's the impudent one? The black-clothed youth stared at the manager of the treasure pavilion, his eyes cold. Sorry? The manager of the treasure pavilion trembled and hurriedly spoke. He couldn't even speak clearly. The black-clothed youth said, "Can you listen to my analysis quietly now?" "Yes, yes, yes." The manager of the treasure pavilion nodded repeatedly. The black-clothed youth smiled in satisfaction and retracted his aura. He returned to his chair and said with a smile, "According to my investigation, Ren Xiaolan was framed by you, Dong." But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Lord Steward, are you all right?" A few guards stood outside the door, their faces filled with anxiety. The black-clothed youth immediately raised his eyebrows and walked toward the door unkindly. "I'm fine. Go do your own thing." Seeing this, the manager hurriedly shouted at the guards outside the door. "Yes." The guards looked at each other suspiciously. Then they respectfully responded and turned to leave. The black-clothed youth's expression eased. He looked at the manager and continued, "If Ren Xiaolan was really framed by you, then this lost legendary artifact must be in your hands." The manager's pupils shrank and he said angrily, "Don't slander me. Whether it's slander or not, we'll know later. If it was Ren Xiaolan who did it, then as you said, she would have moved this artifact away at the first opportunity. Because she has no status and no strength, she can't resist a body search. But you're different. As the manager of the treasure pavilion in Holy Dragon City, your status and power far surpass Ren Xiaolan. Other than the chief pavilion master, no one has the right and no one dares to search you. Moreover, because you're the manager of the treasure pavilion, even if the staff suspect you, they won't dare to tell the chief pavilion master. After all, they're all afraid of your revenge. Moreover, they're just ordinary staff and can't contact the chief pavilion master directly. So you don't have to worry about being exposed at all. Taking a step back, even if someone finds the chief pavilion master to report you, you have plenty of reasons to clear your name. Therefore, I'm guessing that this lost legendary artifact should still be with you." The black-clothed youth laughed. "Haha, that sounds reasonable. Unfortunately, this is only your side of the story." The manager of the treasure pavilion sneered. The black-clothed youth asked, "Then do you dare to give me your interspatial ring?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Without another word, the manager of the treasure pavilion took off his interspatial ring and threw it to the black-clothed youth. "So straightforward?" The black-clothed youth caught the interspatial ring and looked at the manager of the treasure pavilion in shock. Could he be wrong? Had the manager of the treasure pavilion hidden this artifact? "Don't waste time. Investigate." The manager of the treasure pavilion sat opposite the black-clothed youth with a cold smile. The black-clothed youth's eyes flickered. All of a sudden, a glint flashed across his eyes as he stood up abruptly and dashed to the manager of the treasure pavilion, grabbing him by the neck. "What are you doing?" The manager stared at him in shock and anger. The black-clothed youth remained silent and sent his divine will into the manager's body. At this moment, the manager of the treasure pavilion could not help but panic. The black-clothed youth also noticed this and was increasingly convinced that his guess was correct. This person had hidden the legendary divine weapon in his sea of chi or sea of consciousness. First of all, he checked the manager of the treasure pavilion's consciousness. There was nothing in it. However, the black-clothed youth's eyes lit up when he checked the manager's chi sea. Immediately after, a rectangular wooden box appeared. It was about a foot long and looked rather ordinary. "Give it to me," the manager of the treasure pavilion said angrily. The black-clothed youth grabbed the wooden box and retreated a few steps, looking at the manager mockingly. "Weren't you acting like a gentleman earlier on? What are you so nervous about now?" The manager of the treasure pavilion said in a deep voice, "There's no treasure inside. Return it to me immediately." "Won't we know if it's a treasure after we take a look?" The black-clothed youth opened the wooden box right away, but his expression froze immediately. There was a spirit tablet inside the wooden box. It was the type of spirit tablet used to consecrate the dead. There were a few words engraved on it. "Deceased Father Yongji Memorial Tablet." Why was it a spirit tablet? The black-clothed youth did not expect that to happen. The manager of the treasure pavilion seized the opportunity to snatch the wooden box and spirit tablet from the black-clothed youth and said angrily, "You're disrespecting the dead." "This." The black-clothed youth had an awkward expression. "Before my deceased father died, I was too busy and could not fulfill my filial duties. Therefore, I've been carrying my deceased father's spirit tablet with me all these years. Even the chief pavilion master knows about this. But now you're saying that there's stolen goods hidden inside. Tell me, what are your intentions?" The manager of the treasure pavilion shouted sternly. I'm sorry." The black-clothed youth smiled embarrassedly. But suddenly, He looked at the hands of the manager of the treasure pavilion. The manager of the treasure pavilion grabbed the spirit tablet with one hand and the wooden box with the other. However, compared to the spirit tablet, the manager seemed to be more concerned about the wooden box. That was because the manager seemed to be grabbing the wooden box with even more force subconsciously, as though he was afraid that it would be snatched away again. That slight abnormality caused the black-clothed youth to be suspicious. Furthermore, he recalled the scene back then. The manager of the treasure pavilion seemed to have snatched the wooden box first before the spirit tablet. Logically speaking, a wooden box containing a spirit tablet should have no value at all. That was because the value was on the spirit tablet. If it was anyone else, the first thing they would snatch would definitely be the spirit tablet and not the wooden box. Not to mention the wooden box. Something's wrong. The black-clothed youth's eyes flashed. He suddenly attacked and snatched the wooden box from the manager's hands. The manager of the treasure pavilion was stunned and pounced on the black-clothed youth instinctively. Indeed, there's something wrong. The black-clothed youth sneered and kicked the manager of the treasure pavilion while exerting force in his fingers. The wooden box cracked open immediately. The black-clothed youth discovered a small secret compartment at the bottom of the wooden box. There seemed to be a small black object in the secret compartment. The black-clothed youth took it out and saw that it was a black interspatial ring. Chapter 2549. What's this? The black-robed young man threw away the broken wooden box and smiled at the manager of the treasure pavilion with the interspatial ring. Give it back to me. The manager of the treasure pavilion roared. Don't tell me that it contains your father's belongings as well? The black-robed young man looked at him playfully. The manager of the treasure pavilion was anxious. The black-robed young man released his spirit consciousness and erased the blood contract on the interspatial ring. He then dripped his blood to claim ownership of the ring and checked it. Damn. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't seen it, but when he did, he was shocked. Not only did the interspatial ring contain a large number of soul stones, elixirs, divine weapons, divine arts and hundreds of interspatial bags. The black-robed young man released his spirit consciousness and checked them one by one. The hundreds of interspatial bags were filled with soul stones and divine crystals. Divine crystals aside, there were soul stones. There were at least hundreds of billions. This was a frightening number. At the same time, the round body of the manager collapsed powerlessly and his face was filled with fear. The spirit tablet in his hands fell to the ground as well. The black-robed young man took out dozens of long metal boxes. Each metal box was at least a meter long. The black-robed young man glanced at the manager of the treasure pavilion and opened all the metal boxes. Immediately, divine weapons appeared one after another. There were sabers, spears, clubs and rods. After checking, the black-robed young man discovered that there were 5 legendary divine weapons and the rest were peak divine weapons. Not simple. A mere manager actually hid such a large amount of treasures? The black-robed young man looked at the manager of the treasure pavilion in shock. The manager of the treasure pavilion looked up at the black-robed young man with unprecedented panic in his eyes. I don't think anyone would believe that this is your father's belongings. The black-robed young man waved his hand and put away all the metal boxes with a playful smile. The manager of the treasure pavilion was stunned. However, I have to admit that you're indeed smart to use your father's spirit tablet as a cover. I believe that even the chief pavilion master would not expect such a large amount of treasures to be hidden under the spirit tablet. However, what do you think will happen if I tell your chief pavilion master about this? The black-robed young man chuckled. Sir, please have mercy. Please? I'll do whatever you want me to do. The manager of the treasure pavilion shuddered and hurriedly knelt in front of the black-clothed young man and begged. Are you admitting it? The black-clothed youth said with a smile. Yes. I framed Rin Xiaolan. The lost legendary artifact is one of the 5 legendary artifacts. The manager of the treasure pavilion nodded. Just as Li Buer expected. As the manager of the treasure pavilion, you actually framed your subordinate for such a small matter. You're really something. The black-clothed youth sneered. What? Li Buer? The manager of the treasure pavilion was bewildered. That's right. I was asked by Li Buer to investigate this matter. Do you know why Li Buer made things difficult for you? If he knew, why would he trade with Rin Xiaolan, an ordinary staff member, but not with you, the manager of the treasure hall? The black-clothed youth said indifferently. What? The supervisor of the treasure pavilion was puzzled. Because he didn't really leave after talking to you about the pill fire. So, he heard everything you said to Rin Xiaolan. The 5-clawed golden dragon deliberately destroyed the treasure pavilion because of this. You think you're smart, but you don't know that in front of Li Buer you're just a clown. The black-clothed youth's face was full of disdain. That's right. This black-clothed youth was Hui Yi in disguise. The manager of the treasure pavilion could not help but mock himself when he heard Hui Yi's words. It turned out that Li Buer was deliberately targeting him back then. To think that he thought that everything was still under his control. What a joke. Hui Yi put away the universe ring and said with a smile, "Come, let's talk about the solution." The manager of the treasure pavilion lowered his head, not daring to say a word. Hui Yi said, "Get up first." The manager of the treasure pavilion stood up and looked at Hui Yi fearfully. Actually, Ren Xiaolan's request is very simple. She doesn't want to return to work in the treasure pavilion. She only wants you to apologize to her in public and prove her innocence. Hui Yi said indifferently. The manager of the treasure pavilion could not help but panic. Hui Yi said, "Do you need my advice? Please tell me." The manager of the treasure pavilion hurriedly said, "If you tell the truth, I believe that not only will you be reviled by the world, but your life will also be in danger. But if you don't tell the truth, Ren Xiaolan will bear the infamy of embezzlement for the rest of her life. This is unfair to her. So, I thought of a compromise. Call Ren Xiaolan over and apologize to her in public. Then tell everyone that the divine artifact was not lost. It was your mistake to wrongly accuse Ren Xiaolan. This way, not only can you give Ren Xiaolan an explanation, but you can also save your life. As for the so-called mistake, I believe that as long as you have a good attitude, the chief pavilion master and everyone else will not pursue it." Hui Yi smiled. The manager of the treasure pavilion was moved. This method was indeed the best of both worlds. But why would this person help him? There must be a condition for helping you. The alchemy fire and alchemy furnace that Li Buer asked for, you must give it to us for free. Hui Yi said. The manager of the treasure pavilion was stunned. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "This won't do. Alchemy fire and alchemy furnace are extremely precious things. You can see that I have embezzled those treasures. Even if I embezzled a legendary divine artifact, I wouldn't dare to embezzle an alchemy fire. This is your business. If you don't cooperate, I will announce your corruption and embezzlement to the public right now." Hui Yi said. The manager of the treasure pavilion paled. "Actually, this is not difficult for you. As long as you do the accounts well, even the chief pavilion master may not be able to find out. Besides, I believe the chief pavilion master won't check the accounts for no reason. Otherwise, you wouldn't dare to embezzle so many treasures." Hui Yi said indifferently. The manager of the treasure pavilion took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay, I promise you. That's right. Don't play tricks. I have recorded everything you said just now." Hui Yi took out an image crystal from his arms. The image crystal was in a state of recovery. The manager of the treasure pavilion stared at Hui Yi angrily. "What? You have a problem?" Hui Yi turned off the image crystal and looked at him unkindly. No. I will definitely cooperate with you." The manager of the treasure pavilion hurriedly waved his hand. Hui Yi laughed and opened an altar. He jumped up and said, "In 3 days I will let Li Buer come to you personally to get the alchemy fire and alchemy furnace." After saying that, his figure quickly dissipated. The manager of the treasure pavilion also collapsed on the chair. Not only did he lose such a large amount of treasures, but he also had to take the risk to get the alchemy fire and alchemy furnace. It was really a loss. Stupid, really stupid. Why did he have to act smart and target Li Buer? He sighed helplessly, got up and walked out of the room. He looked at a few staff members not far away and said, "You guys, if anyone knows Ren Xiaolan, tell her to come to the treasure pavilion immediately." They were stunned. One of the women took out an image crystal and sent a message to Ren Xiaolan. When Ren Xiaolan received the message, she was still a little confused. Why did the manager ask her to go to the treasure pavilion? Could it be that Li Buer had already helped her settle this matter? But it shouldn't be so fast. She came to the treasure pavilion with a nervous heart. When the manager of the treasure pavilion saw her, he immediately apologized to her in front of everyone. And as Hui Yi said, he publicly announced that it was his mistake. He sincerely invited Ren Xiaolan to continue working at the treasure pavilion. When Ren Xiaolan heard the manager's words, she was a little dissatisfied. He was obviously deliberately framing her, but in the end he said it was a mistake? However, she was also a smart person. If the manager of the treasure pavilion said so, it must have something to do with Qin Feiyang. And it was already very good that Qin Feiyang could help her to this extent. One must know how to be tactful. If she took an inch and wanted a mile, she was afraid that it would arouse the other party's disgust. In short, since her innocence had been cleared, there was no need to delve into the secrets hidden in it. This was not something that a small person like her should care about. At the same time, Hua Yi and Qin Feiyang were also using the image crystal to communicate. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang was extremely embarrassed. His body was covered with wounds and dripping with blood. Fire Lotus was also standing beside Qin Feiyang with a smile on her face. Qin Feiyang's injuries were naturally caused by Fire Lotus. Of course, this was also Qin Feiyang's own fault. This was because he had asked Huo Lian not to hold back when she was sparring with him. Huo Yi looked at Qin Feiyang at this moment and couldn't help but find it funny. He asked, "Is it okay for me to deal with it like this? You've already dealt with it, why are you still asking me?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. "I want to hear your opinion," Huo Yi said. "You want to hear the truth?" Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and asked. "Nonsense." Huo Yi rolled his eyes at him. This way, Qin Feiyang pretended to ponder for a while and said with a smile, "It's perfect." Huo Yi immediately laughed proudly. "You don't say, this steward is really brave. He actually coveted so much." Qin Feiyang even admired this person's courage. "Yes. I was shocked as well." Huo Yi nodded and asked, "Then what should we do with these treasures?" "Soul stones, divine crystals, pills, the Black Tortoise realm doesn't lack them. Just give them to Fan Yinzhang. Let him distribute them to everyone. As for the divine artifacts and divine arts, you keep them first. When the time comes, give them to Fire Lotus and put them in the divine treasury." Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "You're willing to part with hundreds of billions of soul stones?" Huo Yi was speechless. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "For the current us, hundreds of billions of soul stones is just a number. This is really different from when we were in the northern region. Rich and overbearing. Okay. I'll go find Fan Yunzhang now. I'll also go to Black Rock City to have fun. 3 days later, don't forget to get the pill fire and furnace," Huo Yi said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Huo Yi's gaze turned and looked at Fire Lotus next to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Continue to beat him up. Beat him up ruthlessly. Don't be polite. He's asking for it anyway." Fire Lotus looked at the miserable Qin Feiyang and covered her mouth to laugh. Scram. Qin Feiyang glared at Huo Yi and turned off the image crystal. "Qin Dage, let's continue." Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and attacked Fire Lotus with all his might. Fire Lotus was really merciless. With a slap, she sent Qin Feiyang flying, blood spurting out. Again. Qin Feiyang shouted. All kinds of divine arts appeared. Although he was covered in wounds, his aura did not lose to Fire Lotus at all. Chapter 2550. Breaking news, breaking news. News just came out that there is a heaven-defying artifact and a heaven-defying art in this hell. What? There is such a divine object? As the days passed, the news about hell spread more and more fiercely in Divine Prefecture. And the person behind all this was naturally Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong seemed to want to whet people's appetite. Every once in a while he would let people spread a little bit of news. Another piece of news came out. The heaven-defying artifact of the 10 great dragons was obtained in hell. That means the previous news is not false. This hell really has a heaven-defying art and a heaven-defying artifact. People were extremely excited. The heaven-defying artifact of the ancestral dragon was obtained in hell. One could imagine how many divine objects there were in hell. Shocking news, shocking news. It is said that there is an inheritance of the power of law in hell. No way. There is even an inheritance of the power of law. What exactly is this place? Can we go in? What are the restrictions? Releasing the news bit by bit really whetted everyone's appetite. Similarly, everyone's heart was full of yearning. For half a year, under Yi Zhong's control, the basic situation of hell was finally exposed. Everyone also finally knew that there was a dragon god hidden among the dragons. And this hell was the treasure left by the dragon god for the dragons. They didn't know how strong this dragon god was. But they knew that since hell was left by the dragon god, its strength must be far beyond that of the dragon sovereign. It was estimated that even a heaven-defying artifact was nothing in the eyes of the dragon god. So, they were more eager for this hell left by the dragon god. But there were also some people who were slightly more rational who were thinking about a question. Since it was a treasure specially left for the dragons, why did the dragons open it to the public this time? When did the dragons become so generous? Was there any conspiracy in this? The dragons have released news that they have finally confirmed the opening time of the Underworld King's Hell. When will it open? 2 years later. Located in the plains of the Dragon God Mountain Range. Furthermore, no matter who it is, no matter what their cultivation is, they can enter the Hell of the King of Hell. What about the people in the west, south, and east? You can go in too. There are no restrictions. Then hurry up and get ready. I must go in and take a look. If I'm lucky enough to get a heaven-defying divine artifact, then I'll be rich in the future. Each and every one of them was rubbing their palms, looking forward to that day. Some time passed. The rules of hell were also made public. People became even more excited, because this was a good thing for them. Take Qin Feiyang for example. If he could use the heaven-defying divine artifact and the heaven-defying divine art, who would dare to compete with him in hell? But things were different now. In the hell of the underworld, it was forbidden to use these powerful divine objects. One could only rely on one's own cultivation and ability. This way, when facing Qin Feiyang, they would have a certain degree of ability to counterattack. As such, the rules of hell of the underworld were tantamount to bad news for people like Qin Feiyang. But for ordinary people it was great news. Such a great effort to create momentum. It seems that the dragons are determined to destroy our Dragon Slayer Palace this time. Somewhere. 4 figures stood against the wind. The aura of the 4 of them was extremely powerful. Destroy our Dragon Slayer Palace? You think too much. Our Dragon Slayer Palace is not worth the dragons doing this. The dragons' plan this time is obviously aimed at Qin Feiyang. One of them said lightly. This was the voice of a man, but his entire body was shrouded in flames and it was difficult to see his face clearly. Qin Feiyang, this kid is indeed powerful. The dragons have suffered great losses in his hands over the years. But he is just a kid after all. Is it worth it for the dragons to do this? Also, from what you said, why do I feel that this Qin Feiyang is more powerful than our Dragon Slayer Palace? This time it was a woman who spoke. She was also surrounded by a layer of mist, and her entire person seemed a little hazy. Supreme Cloud, although you don't want to accept it, this is the truth. For the dragons, Qin Feiyang's threat has far surpassed our Dragon Slayer Palace. You should also stop looking at Qin Feiyang with that sort of disdainful gaze. Although he is just a junior, the foundation he has now is not much worse than ours. The Sunset Divine Bow and the other 10 heaven-defying treasures are the best proof. The man who was surrounded by flames said. The Sunset Divine Bow, the woman called Supreme Cloud muttered to herself. Suddenly she looked at the other 2 and said, Qin Badian, Lu Xingyang, both of you are Qin Feiyang's ancestors. Why don't you let Qin Feiyang give the Sunset Divine Bow and the other divine weapons to our Dragon Slayer Palace? The 2 of them looked at each other. Qin Badian said, Supreme Cloud, please answer me first. Why should we do this? Because Qin Feiyang is also a member of our Dragon Slayer Palace. He has an obligation to give the 10 heaven-defying treasures to us. Supreme Cloud said. I don't agree with that. First of all, he obtained the 10 heaven-defying treasures with his own ability and risked his life. We ignored it and forced him to hand them over. Secondly, although he has been conferred the title of Young Supreme Lord, he is still not a member of our Dragon Slayer Palace. Because he hasn't officially joined the Dragon Slayer Palace. Qin Badian said. Supreme Cloud immediately said angrily, You are obviously siding with him. Siding with him? That's a little funny. Did you help Qin Feiyang when he was fighting for the 10 heaven-defying treasures? As for the obligation you mentioned, that's even more ridiculous. He obtained the heaven-defying treasures with his own ability. What obligation does he have to give them to you? If you want to talk about siding with him, it's you guys. Wu Baichuan and Du Yuntian crossed the border to the north and tried to harm Qin Feiyang. Why didn't you guys say anything about this? Just pretend you don't know. What's the point of this? Lu Xingyang said coldly. Aren't you guys just thinking about yourselves after saying so much? Qin Feiyang is your descendant. The stronger Qin Feiyang's background is, the more advantageous it is for you guys. Supreme Cloud snorted. Du Yuntian and Wu Baichuan are indeed in the wrong, but this is just a conflict between the younger generation. There's no need to make a big fuss over nothing. The man in flames said. Making a big fuss over nothing? From what you're saying, if Qin Feiyang were to kill the 2 of them, you wouldn't interfere. Lu Xingyang said. The man in flames said, Lu Xingyang, you are being unreasonable. How can a small conflict be compared to life and death? Small conflict? So, in your eyes, killing someone is just a small conflict. It seems that I have misunderstood the term, small conflict before. Lu Xingyang smiled coldly. That's enough. I didn't call you here today to argue about this. Let's discuss whether we should go to the Nether King's hell or not. Qin Badian said. It's a rare opportunity. Of course we have to go. Not only us but everyone in the dragon-slaying temple has to go. The woman said without hesitation. I object. Although the dragons are targeting Qin Feiyang this time, they won't miss the chance to get rid of us if they can. Lu Xingyang said. The woman said, so according to you we just watch? Yes, watch. While strengthening our strength, we wait for Qin Feiyang to rise. Lu Xingyang nodded. Ha, I didn't expect that you, Lu Xingyang, would pin your hopes on a junior. What a joke. The woman laughed unscrupulously. Then take it as a joke. After Lu Xingyang finished speaking, he fell silent. The man in flames pondered for a while and said, actually, I think we should go, but not all of us, because Lu Xingyang's concerns are not wrong. After the man in flames finished speaking, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, what do you think? Qin Badian said, I agree with Lu Xingyang. The woman said in an overbearing manner, then why did you call us here? I don't have the final say in the dragon-slaying temple. I have to discuss it with you. Qin Badian said. Who doesn't know that you are in cahoots with Lu Xingyang? Do you still need to discuss it with us? The woman sneered. Then we might as well do this. Then we will do as we have decided. If you want to go, we won't stop you. If we don't want to go, don't force us. Don't quarrel. It's troublesome. Lu Xingyang said lightly. All right. The woman nodded. Lu Xingyang looked at the man in flames and asked, what about you? Since Supreme Cloud has agreed, I won't waste any more time. All right, let's do our own thing. The man in flames nodded. Qin Badian looked at the three of them and said, I don't object, but there is one thing I want to make clear. Although we do our own thing, we must not harm the interests of the dragon-slaying temple. Otherwise, don't blame me, Qin Badian, for being ruthless. Afraid of you? The woman sneered and turned to leave. Qin Badian, in terms of seniority, you are still the junior of Supreme Cloud and I. Don't be too arrogant. The man in flames looked at Qin Badian and said. Then he turned and flew into the sky. Lu Xingyang retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Badian. He sighed and said, Badian, these two people are getting more and more prejudiced against us. It's all because of Qin Feiyang. The Sunset Divine Bow and other divine artifacts have fallen into the hands of this kid, and the resources he looted from the major cities in the north, especially the power of the kill tactic. How can they not be jealous? Qin Badian smiled bitterly. Lu Xingyang's eyelids twitched. He said in surprise, then will they? Don't worry about that. Although they are jealous, they don't dare to deal with Qin Feiyang personally. They will only ask their subordinates to make things difficult for him. But do you believe that their subordinates can pose a threat to this kid? Qin Badian said with a smile. Haha, Lu Xingyang laughed. I'm just worried that this kid won't listen to our advice and sneak into the Nether King's hell. Qin Badian sighed. There's nothing we can do about it, is there? Lu Xingyang smiled. Sigh. Why is he so worrisome? Qin Badian shook his head and sighed. Why don't you talk to him personally? You can also meet him. After all, the two of you haven't really met. All right. I'll try. Lu Xingyang pondered for a moment and nodded with a smile. Chapter 2551. 3 days later. The Black Tortoise Realm. The Devil's Land at the top of the clouds. Qin Feiyang was covered in blood, but his eyes were extremely cold. With a thought, the 3 moves of the Dragon God art, the 4 moves of the Fire Phoenix art, the Bright King Golden Body, the Soul Extinguishing art, the Fire Thunder Divine art, and the Divine Armor all appeared. Streaks of destructive aura surged out like a volcanic eruption. These auras had surpassed the legendary deity arts. Opposite. Fire Lotus was also aggressive. But at this moment, there was a smile on her face. A total of half a year and 3 days had passed since Qin Feiyang came to the Black Tortoise Realm. A day outside was 100 years in the Black Tortoise Realm. In other words, 18,300 years had passed in the Black Tortoise Realm. For an entire 18,300 years, it was as if Qin Feiyang had been possessed by the devil. Every day he would drag her to spar with him, and he would bleed almost every moment. Although he paid a lot, the harvest was also very amazing. Just like now, these 6 deity arts had all been upgraded to the supreme deity arts. Girl, take this. Qin Feiyang roared. The 6 deity arts shook the sky and attacked Fire Lotus. If you were a half-step invincible realm expert like me, I might not be your opponent. But now, Huolian's red lips curled up slightly. She pointed a finger in the air and the 6 supreme-grade divine arts all disintegrated. Qin Feiyang's mouth was full of blood and he looked helpless. The gap in cultivation was indeed impossible to make up. How is it? Huolian giggled. Don't be too proud. If you have the ability, then suppress your cultivation to the same level as mine. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Fire Lotus nodded and directly suppressed her cultivation to the lesser immortal realm. Ha, girl, you look down on me too much. You really dare to suppress your cultivation. 3,000 incarnations open. Qin Feiyang roared. In an instant, 3,000 incarnations appeared behind him. That's right. Now, even the 3,000 incarnations had been upgraded to perfection, and he could summon 3,000 incarnations. Seeing this, Fire Lotus's pupils shrank. Unleash your full aura. Qin Feiyang threw his head back and roared. The various divine arts once again appeared in the world. Furthermore, he had also activated the Sinkhole art, Guiyuan sword art, and Eclipse moon. These 3 divine arts had also been raised to the legendary level. Kill. Qin Feiyang roared and took a step forward. Accompanied by a series of dragon roars, a large part of the sky collapsed. Heavenly Dragon's 9 steps. This was a legendary grade divine art that combined both killing and support. However, at this moment, the Heavenly Dragon's 9 steps had also been upgraded to the Sovereign grade. Divine Dragon Technique, Fire Phoenix Technique, Soul Extinguishing Technique, Bright King's Golden Body, Fire Lightning Divine Technique, Divine Armor, and Heavenly Dragon's 9 steps. In other words, Qin Feiyang now possessed 8 supreme-level divine arts. There was also the Qilin art. The Qilin art itself was a paragon-level deity art. In other words, currently he had mastered a total of 9 supreme-level divine arts. Qin Dage, you're cheating? Fire Lotus decisively released the suppression of her cultivation, and her divine power surged out. Boom. Crack. Accompanied by a series of earth-shaking sounds, all of Qin Feiyang's divine arts were instantly annihilated. And at the same time, Qin Feiyang was sent flying, blood spurting out non-stop. Qin Feiyang stabilized his body, his face pale. He looked at Fire Lotus helplessly and said, "You're the one who's cheating. There's nothing I can do about it. Who asked you to activate 3,000 incarnations?" Fire Lotus giggled. Qin Feiyang was speechless and shouted, "Again! Don't. Fire Lotus hurriedly waved her hand. What? Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. I've trained with you for 18,300 years. You're not tired, but I'm tired. We'll talk about it later. It's been so long, why haven't you gone to the treasure pavilion?" Fire Lotus said. "Yeah. Hui asked me to go to the treasure pavilion to get the pill fire and pill furnace. I forgot." Qin Feiyang slapped his head. The divine dragon art and other divine arts have all been upgraded to supreme level. Even the return to ruins art, Eclipse moon and Guiyuan sword art have all been upgraded to legendary level. That's about it. You should also go into seclusion to cultivate and improve your cultivation," Fire Lotus said. "It's all because of you, master. You taught me well." Qin Feiyang smiled. "How would I dare to be your master?" Fire Lotus shook her head. 18,000 years was a long time, but if it was someone else they probably wouldn't even be able to upgrade 1 supreme-level divine art. Yet, this person had managed to raise 7 deity incantations to the utmost exalted level. Such talent was no longer as simple as opening the door of potential. It was probably because he was born with extraordinary talent. Qin Feiyang said, "Then I'll go wash up. You also go and have a good rest." Okay. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang put away his 3,000 incarnations and landed in the courtyard in a flash. Treasure Pavilion. A young man in a black robe with a bruised face walked into the treasure pavilion. "Young Master Li?" Rin Xiaolan went up to greet him. When she saw the young man she was stunned. That's right. This person was Qin Feiyang. As for his bruised face, it was naturally beaten up by Fire Lotus. Although the blood on his body had been washed clean, the bruises and scars would not disappear for a while. "Long time no see." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Not long, just half a year." Rin Xiaolan smiled and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with you?" "I've been training all this time so I became like this." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "Where's your steward?" "The steward is looking at the account book. Shall I take you to him?" Rin Xiaolan asked. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. Rin Xiaolan led Qin Feiyang inside. When they walked in front of a door, Rin Xiaolan turned to Qin Feiyang and whispered, Young master, I haven't thanked you in person. It's a small matter. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. It's a small matter to you, but to me it's a lifetime of innocence, Ren Xiaolan said. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, is the steward making things difficult for you now? No. Not only did he not make things difficult for me, but he's also quite polite to me. Some time ago he even talked to me and asked me to be his assistant, Ren Xiaolan said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, that's a good thing. But I didn't agree. Ren Xiaolan shook her head. What? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. If she became the steward's assistant, Ren Xiaolan's status in the treasure pavilion would be second only to the steward. How could she refuse such a good thing? I don't like him. And I don't want to rely on connections. I want to rely on my own efforts, Ren Xiaolan said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and praised, not bad. There aren't many people in this world who are as principled as you. Young master, you're too kind. Ren Xiaolan shook her head and turned to knock on the door, saying, Steward, Li Bu, requests to see you. What? In the room. When the steward, who was sitting at the desk, heard Ren Xiaolan's words, he immediately got up and opened the door to welcome him. Brother Li, we're honored by your presence. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Please come in. That warmth was as if he had seen his ancestor. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and walked into the room. The steward looked at Qin Feiyang's back and smiled at Ren Xiaolan. Xiaolan, go to your work. Yes. Ren Xiaolan nodded and turned to leave. The steward closed the door and said with a smile, Brother Li, please take a seat. The two walked to the tea table and sat opposite each other. The steward made tea and said with a smile, we haven't seen each other for more than half a year. Brother Li, you're still so energetic. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched and said, you don't want to see me, do you? The steward's expression froze and he quickly waved his hand, saying, No, I've been looking forward to your arrival every day. But he was muttering in his heart. Did this person have discerning eyes? He could even see that. Qin Feiyang chuckled and asked, half a year ago my friend asked you to prepare the alchemy fire and alchemy furnace. How's the preparation going? What should come will come in the end. The treasure hall steward sighed secretly and said with a flattering smile, It's been prepared long ago, but I don't understand. Your friend said that he would come to pick it up in 3 days. Why did you only come after half a year? I was delayed by something. Give it to me. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. The treasure hall steward nodded and took out a long wooden box from his qi. He then took out a spirit tablet with a secret compartment hidden at the bottom. Inside the secret compartment was an interspatial ring. This is the box you hid your things in? Qin Feiyang looked at the wooden box curiously. Huiyi had told him about it at the time, and he found it hard to believe. In this world, how could someone use their late father's spirit tablet as a cover? But he didn't expect it to be true. The steward smiled and took out the interspatial ring from the secret compartment. Then he took out 6 square iron boxes and a cauldron-shaped alchemy furnace from the interspatial ring. The alchemy furnace was crimson red with 3 legs and 2 handles. It was engraved with fiery clouds, shining brightly in all directions. The steward smiled and said, This is a 6th grade divine alchemy furnace, the fire cloud furnace. Qin Feiyang looked carefully and nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed a 6th grade divine alchemy furnace. The steward pointed to the 6 iron boxes and said, Inside these iron boxes are 3 4th grade divine alchemy fires and 3 5th grade divine alchemy fires. Qin Feiyang opened them one by one, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he put them away. The steward smiled and said, Brother Li, are you satisfied? Not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked suspiciously, But why aren't there any 6th grade divine alchemy fires? This? The steward's expression stiffened and he sighed. To tell you the truth, even in the treasure hall, 6th grade divine alchemy fires are few and far between. Moreover, the chief pavilion master knows all of these alchemy fires, so I really didn't dare to take the risk and steal them. Please forgive me. Actually, a 6th grade divine alchemy furnace is the same. The chief pavilion master knows all of them. So, this fire cloud furnace doesn't belong to the treasure hall. I went out to buy it some time ago. The steward added. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you. It's no trouble at all. As long as you're satisfied. The steward hurriedly waved his hand. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and got up. All right then, I'll take my leave first. Wait. The steward hurriedly reached out to stop Qin Feiyang. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Brother Li, look, I've given you the alchemy fire and furnace for free. Then, can you destroy the video recorded by your friend? The steward looked at Qin Feiyang flatteringly. Destroy? That won't do. What if you bite me again after destroying the evidence? It's all in the past. Even if what I say is true, no one will believe me. Qin Feiyang said. How is that possible? Even if I have 100 guts, I won't dare to provoke you again. Brotherly, don't worry. I've really turned over a new leaf. The steward was burning with anxiety and looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully. Chapter 2552. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I won't do anything risky before I gain your trust, so there's no room for discussion. The Treasure Pavilion manager slumped on the chair, his heart full of bitterness. You have no reason to blame me for this because you caused it. Think about it, how polite was I to you when we first met? But what about you? You played me like a fool. My life motto is that you have to pay the price for doing wrong. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. The Treasure Pavilion manager lowered his head and said, I'm sorry. In his heart it was too late for regrets. Why did he think he was smart and self-righteous? Qin Feiyang glanced at the manager, pondered for a moment and said, Wait for me. After that, he disappeared without a trace. The manager looked up at the place where Qin Feiyang disappeared, then lowered his head again, his fat face full of regret. In the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang took out the 6 clusters of alchemy fire and merged them with the nether devil flame. Boom. In less than 10 breaths, the nether devil flame soared to the 6th grade alchemy fire. How many dragon-shaped divine pills could be refined with a 6th grade alchemy fire and a 6th grade alchemy furnace? Qin Feiyang was looking forward to it. About a few hundred breaths later, 10 divine life pills came out. Qin Feiyang looked at the 10 divine life pills with an extremely excited expression. There were 3 dragon-shaped alchemy fires on the pills. Majestic life energy filled every corner of the ancient castle. The bruises and scars on Qin Feiyang's body disappeared in the blink of an eye. It seems that before entering the Nether King's Hell, I have to refine more divine life pills. Qin Feiyang murmured. Although there were only 2 more dragon-shaped alchemy fires, the effect was worlds apart. Swish. Then. He appeared in the room again. This is life energy? Sensing the sudden emergence of a majestic vitality, the steward immediately looked up at Qin Feiyang. However, when he saw the 10 divine elixirs floating in front of Qin Feiyang, his eyes lit up. Among the elixirs I saw on the 10th floor, the highest one had 2 dragon-shaped elixirs. Therefore, this life elixir with 3 dragon-shaped elixirs should be quite valuable. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. It's more than a little valuable. This pill is definitely a priceless treasure. The steward ran over to Qin Feiyang and stared at the 10 life divine pellets in front of him. Then consider this a reward for your hard work. After all, you've worked hard to find the fire cloud cauldron for me. Qin Feiyang smiled. Reward me? The manager was taken aback. Although the divine life pill with 3 dragon-shaped core energies was indeed rare, it was still not as good as the fire cloud cauldron. Don't want it? Qin Feiyang frowned. No. The steward quickly waved his hand and put it away. It would be a waste if he didn't want it. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. You're not thinking clearly. The manager looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. What did he mean by that? Qin Feiyang said, Haven't you noticed that there's a huge business opportunity in front of you? Business opportunity? The manager was even more confused. Qin Feiyang asked, Is the Nether King's Hell about to open? Yes. There's still 2 years left. The manager nodded. 2 years? Qin Feiyang was stunned. So soon? Although the news had spread outside, Qin Feiyang, who had been cultivating in the Black Tortoise world, only knew about it now. The manager urged, Brotherly, tell me quickly, what kind of business opportunity is it? Qin Feiyang said, It's said that the Nether King's Hell has a slim chance of survival. What do you need the most to enter such a place? The manager said without hesitation, What you need the most is courage and strength. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then nodded. That's true. What else? What else? The manager pondered for a moment and shook his head at Qin Feiyang. Are you stupid? Of course what you need is pills. Pills are the most commonly used means to save your life. Especially these divine life pills. Qin Feiyang said. I understand now. The manager slapped his head and said, You mean you want me to sell a lot of divine life pills at this time? That's right. Look, the divine elixir of life is very helpful for healing injuries. Especially these 3 divine life pills with dragon-shaped pill chi. If you put them up for auction now, won't it cause a frenzy? Isn't this a business opportunity to make money? Qin Feiyang said. That's right, that's right. The manager nodded and said in admiration, "Brotherly, I didn't know you had such a business mind. I just don't like doing business. Otherwise, you wouldn't be the manager of the treasure pavilion in Holy Dragon City." Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes, yes, yes. The steward nodded with a flattering smile on his face. However, the 10 divine life pills you've given me are still too few. Qin Feiyang said, "It's none of my business. I'm only responsible for giving you ideas. Brotherly, how about this? Let's continue working together. The treasure pavilion will provide the ingredients, and you'll be responsible for refining the pills. We'll split the profits according to the ratio." The steward rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Not interested." Qin Feiyang shook his head. He didn't lack soul stones or divine crystals. What was the point of doing this? "Brotherly, as you said, this is a big business. The profits are frighteningly high. Why aren't you interested?" The manager was a little helpless. It doesn't necessarily have to be the divine life elixir with 3 dragon-shaped elixirs. 1 or 2 divine life elixir can also increase the price by several times. "All right, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Do as you see fit." After saying that, Qin Feiyang opened an altar and left. How can 1 or 2 divine life pills compare to 3 divine life pills with dragon core chi? The manager rubbed his forehead. Wait, could it be that opening an altar and leaving was just a pretense like the last time? The manager hurriedly released his divine will and didn't find any spatial divine items in the room. He was relieved. Then he sat by the tea table and pondered. How could he persuade this person to cooperate with the treasure pavilion? If he could do this and bring great benefits to the treasure pavilion, the chief pavilion lord would definitely look at him in a new light. In the future, his status in the treasure school would also instantly rise. Right. Didn't he want the alchemy fire and cauldron? Then I'll give them to him. Okay, it's decided. I'll ask the chief pavilion lord first. The manager immediately took out an image crystal and sent a message to the chief pavilion lord. Back to Qin Feiyang. At this moment, he landed at the bottom of the stone stairs outside the Dragon God Palace and scanned the surroundings. In the past, every time he went in and out, he would meet many disciples of the Dragon God Palace here. They were either there to train or to eat, drink and have fun. But this time there was no one here. It seemed that everyone was preparing to enter the Nether King's hell. There are only 2 years left. I have to hurry up and cultivate. Qin Feiyang whispered and was about to call Frenzy out. But suddenly, a deadly sense of danger came from behind him. Qin Feiyang shuddered and turned around abruptly. He saw a beam of divine light shooting out from the distant mountains and charging towards him at lightning speed. "Who is it?" Qin Feiyang shouted. The aura of this divine light didn't seem very strong. He blasted it, and the divine light was immediately shattered. However, he was also forced back a few steps. And from this, he could tell that the person who ambushed him was at least a greater god. Swish! Qin Feiyang rushed into the sky and looked toward the mountains. He immediately saw a figure fleeing into the distance. "You want to leave after ambushing me?" Qin Feiyang smiled sinisterly. Using the walk formula, he chased after him like a flash of lightning. That person's speed seemed to be slower than Qin Feiyang's. The distance between the two kept getting closer. From the back, it was a middle-aged man about 1.8 meters tall. He was thin and wore a snow-white robe. The aura he exuded was indeed that of a greater god. The two of them rushed into the depths of the Dragon God mountain range one after another. "Who are you? Why did you ambush me?" Qin Feiyang shouted. Dozens of sword shadows appeared out of nowhere, and the sharpness was earth-shattering as they slashed toward the middle-aged man. The Guiyuan sword technique. The Guiyuan sword technique was now a legendary divine technique, and its power was several times stronger than before. The void collapsed one after another. The earth was also shaking. A legendary divine technique? The middle-aged man was stunned. Then he slapped out with his palm. A fiery red divine power appeared and turned into a huge flaming sword. It slashed toward the Guiyuan sword technique as if it could split heaven and earth. There was a loud rumble. Under Qin Feiyang's incredulous gaze, the dozens of sword shadows formed by the Guiyuan sword technique shattered like withered wood. It was a complete suppression. The flaming sword didn't stop at all. It carried a destructive aura as it slashed toward Qin Feiyang. Umph! Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. He took a step forward and a monstrous aura erupted from the bottom of his feet. The second step was even stronger. He took 9 steps in a row. Accompanied by a loud dragon's roar, a 10,000-meter-long heavenly dragon roared out. Heavenly dragon 9 steps. With the 9th step he could summon a heavenly dragon. The heavenly dragon roared in the sky and rushed toward the flaming sword. The two immediately dissipated in the void. The destructive aura surged in all directions. So strong? Qin Feiyang was shocked. This flaming sword was definitely formed by a divine technique, and it was at least a legendary divine technique. At the same time, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and the crazy battle fluctuations instantly calmed down. Then he slowly turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang. Oh? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This person's face was actually wearing a mask. But inexplicably, this person gave him a sense of familiarity. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Not bad, you actually mastered a supreme divine technique. Who exactly are you?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "If you want to know who I am, then it depends on your ability." Okay. Then just wait for your despair. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and 3,000 clones appeared. You have already cultivated 3,000 clones to perfection? The middle-aged man was surprised. Qin Feiyang was also surprised and shouted, "How do you know 3,000 clones?" "I know far more than you think." The middle-aged man waved his hand, and a wave of flame divine power rolled out. The next moment, a palm-sized divine seal appeared. The divine seal was fiery red, and at the bottom, there was a fire phoenix clinging to it. This is... Qin Feiyang looked at the divine seal in a daze. It was actually the first style of the Fire Phoenix art, Fire Phoenix Seal. Chapter 2553. Fire Phoenix Technique. As far as Qin Feiyang knew, other than the Lu family, he was the only one who knew the Fire Phoenix technique in this world. And this person actually knew about the 3,000 incarnations? A figure suddenly appeared in Qin Feiyang's mind. Could it be him? The Fire Phoenix Seal had already arrived. That aura had reached the level of the supreme divine technique. Qin Feiyang looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he shouted to the 3,000 incarnations, "Kill him!" Boom. Immediately, flames soared into the sky. In the sky above, 3,001 Fire Phoenix seals instantly appeared. This aura, the middle-aged man was startled. It had actually reached the level of the supreme divine technique. Kill. Qin Feiyang and the 3,000 incarnations roared in unison. The Fire Phoenix seal immediately collided with the Fire Phoenix technique on the opposite side like a meteor. Boom. Crack. Accompanied by a series of earth-shaking loud noises, after losing hundreds of Fire Phoenix seals, the opposite Fire Phoenix seal finally collapsed. "Don't stop. How dare you sneak attack me, directly cripple him!" Qin Feiyang shouted. The remaining 2,000 or so Fire Phoenix seals bombarded the middle-aged man. "Cripple me?" The middle-aged man's mouth twitched. What an arrogant brat. It seemed that if he didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Boom. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's aura soared, and he slammed his palm into the air. A wave of divine power surged out, crushing the 2,000 or so Fire Phoenix seals as easily as crushing dry weeds. "Still hiding your strength?" Qin Feiyang was furious, and he decisively activated the kill technique, and a blood-red flash instantly appeared in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and still slapped with his bare hands. Boom. The blood-red flash immediately dissipated. What? Qin Feiyang looked shocked, and suddenly a monstrous murderous intent emerged. As the blood-red light burst out, a blood-red long sword appeared. The middle-aged man's expression changed and he said angrily, "Bastard brat, are you serious? Do you think I'm playing house with you?" Qin Feiyang sneered. The middle-aged man was speechless. But suddenly, he looked in the direction of the Dragon God Palace, and his pupils shrank as he hurriedly said, "Yi Zhong is here, stop." As he spoke, the middle-aged man waved his hand and quickly erased the battle fluctuations here. What? Qin Feiyang's expression changed, and he hurriedly led the middle-aged man into the castle. A white-haired old man flew over. He stopped in midair and scanned his surroundings. Where is he? He then released his inner sight but found nothing in the void of space. After looking at him suspiciously for a while, Yi Zhong turned around and left. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yi Zhong leaving. The middle-aged man let out a long breath and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He snorted coldly and said, "Boy, you've got guts. You even want to kill me? Who are you? Do I know you?" Qin Feiyang looked at him coldly. "Playing dumb?" The middle-aged man's face darkened as he said angrily, "If you didn't recognize me, how dare you bring me to the castle?" "I really didn't recognize you. Who are you? Why did you sneak attack me?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The middle-aged man couldn't help but be angry and took off his mask. Immediately, a weather-beaten face appeared in Qin Feiyang's line of sight. It was indeed a middle-aged face. His facial features were as if they were carved by a knife. His two eyebrows were as neat as a knife. There were wisps of white hair at his temples, emitting an aura of vicissitudes. It's really him. Qin Feiyang muttered in his heart. That's right. This person was Lu Xingyang. Although he had never seen Lu Xingyang's original body, he had seen Lu Xingyang's statue and could recognize him at a glance. And when he saw the Fire Phoenix technique before, he had indeed guessed that it was Lu Xingyang. He pretended not to know because he wanted to cooperate with Lu Xingyang to finish this show. If his identity was exposed, wouldn't Lu Xingyang lose face? Qin Feiyang's eyes turned and he looked at Lu Xingyang in surprise and said, "You are still pretending?" Lu Xingyang's veins were bulging. He didn't believe that Qin Feiyang couldn't recognize him. You aren't you? Ancestor Lu Xingyang? So it's you. I'm sorry, I really didn't recognize you before. Qin Feiyang hurriedly apologized, full of fear. You're not done, are you? Lu Xingyang glared at him angrily. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Don't you like to act? Then I'll definitely cooperate with you. Respect the old and love the young. Lu Xingyang rolled his eyes, then began to look at the castle. Why did you suddenly come to see me? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Can't I come to see you? Lu Xingyang said lightly, walked out of the castle and shook his head as he glanced outside. Qin Feiyang followed him out and said with a smile, Look at what you're saying. It's my honor that you can come. Did you eat honey? Lu Xingyang was speechless. Qin Feiyang scratched his head and laughed dryly. Lu Xingyang? Suddenly, Fire Lotus came from afar and looked at Lu Xingyang in surprise. Palace Master, long time no see. Lu Xingyang cupped his hands and smiled. You know each other? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them in surprise. I had the honor of meeting you once. Fire Lotus smiled and walked closer. Looking at Lu Xingyang, she said with emotion, It's been many years. How have you been these years? Pretty good. Lu Xingyang nodded and said with a smile, Thank you for taking care of this kid all these years. You're being too polite. Besides, it's Qin who has always been taking care of me. Fire Lotus shook her head. Qin? Lu Xingyang was stunned and turned to look at Qin Feiyang with a strange look in his eyes. Ancestor, is there a problem? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Do you know how old she is? According to age and seniority, I have to address her as a junior. Lu Xingyang transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang said secretly, You still have to address yourself as a junior in front of Fire Lotus? Then I'm her brother and sister. Don't you have to address me as? Get lost. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to finish, Lu Xingyang glared at him fiercely. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Fire Lotus smiled and said, Let's go to the courtyard over there and sit and talk. Okay. Lu Xingyang nodded. Although his cultivation was now stronger than Fire Lotus, he was still very polite to Fire Lotus. The three of them entered the courtyard and sat in the pavilion. Fire Lotus began to make tea. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, Ancestor, what do you think of my black tortoise world? Lu Xingyang looked around and said with a smile, It's very good. How did you get the black tortoise world? I heard from Zhao Tailai and the others. It's rare. Yes. When I got the black tortoise world, I was really fighting to survive. Qin Feiyang nodded. For a moment he was filled with emotions. At that time, no one would have thought that only mortals could enter the Great Hall. Feiyang, have you ever thought that the small beast might be helping you? Lu Xingyang said. Helping me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Think about it. At that time, it killed everyone in the depths of the desert. Then, you opened the gate of rebirth to save everyone and lost your cultivation. And that great hall can only be entered by mortals. Could it be that the small beast wanted you to enter that great hall and get the black tortoise world, so it used this method to destroy your cultivation? Lu Xingyang analyzed. Qin Feiyang fell silent. Suddenly, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Whether it's helping me or not, I won't let it go. Lu Xingyang asked, Is it because of your cousin and the inner demons? Yes. And Uncle Yuan. In order to protect the Qin clan, Uncle Yuan became the guardian of the great Qin Empire. And as a price, his cultivation will forever stop at the half-step Divine Lord realm. I don't know how to help Uncle Yuan. But I think that if the small beast dies, the curse will definitely disappear. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingyang comforted him. Actually, you don't have to blame yourself because I believe that neither your cousin nor the inner demons will blame you. It'll be good if they blame me because at least it means that they're still alive. Qin Feiyang said dejectedly. Sigh. Lu Xingyang sighed inwardly and didn't know how to continue comforting him. He patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder, indicating that he should be more open-minded. After Fire Lotus brewed tea, she looked at the two of them and smiled. Let's not talk about these things. Have some tea. Yes, let's not talk about it. Lu Xingyang waved his hand. He picked up the teacup and sniffed it. His eyes immediately lit up and he started tasting it. His face was filled with reminiscence. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was still a little dejected, she smiled. This is heavenly immortal dew, right? Qin Feiyang started and asked in astonishment, You know about it? Of course. I once stayed in the Eastern Tomb for a long period of time. And the Heavenly Immortal Tower is the place I frequented the most. Lu Xingyang smiled and asked, Oh right, who is the current Tower Lord of the Heavenly Immortal Tower? It's useless to ask Qin Dage because he doesn't even know Miss Heavenly Immortal's name. But I can answer you. The current Tower Lord of the Heavenly Immortal Tower is Old Pang's granddaughter. Fire Lotus smiled. His granddaughter? Lu Xingyang was stunned. Emicham. Fire Lotus nodded. I didn't expect his granddaughter to be able to hold her own. Time really flies. Lu Xingyang shook his head and sighed. Since you've stayed in the Eastern Tomb, why haven't I heard any rumors about you? Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingyang suspiciously. One has to keep a low profile. Lu Xingyang smiled. How can one become one of the 4 sovereigns of the Dragon Slayer Palace by keeping a low profile? Qin Feiyang was speechless. You don't say. I'm really not interested in the sovereigns of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Back then, I founded the Dragon Slayer Palace with Qin Badian because he tricked me. Now, I can't wait for someone to replace me. Feiyang, you're quite capable. Why don't you do it? Lu Xingyang said. Me? Forget it. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. He wasn't interested in such a tedious task. After all, I'm considered half your ancestor. Aren't you going to help me with such a small matter? Lu Xingyang was dissatisfied. It's not like you don't know me. I'm more afraid of trouble than you are. Let's talk about it later. It's related to the sovereigns of the Dragon Slayer Palace. This is just a small matter? You really treat me like a 3-year-old child. Qin Feiyang shook his head speechlessly. Lu Xingyang smiled embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea and said indifferently, You didn't come here just to chat with me, right? Chapter 2554. Look at what you're saying. Can't I come to see you? Lu Xingyang said discontentedly. I've been in the Divine Prefecture for so long, but you haven't come to see me. Now that the Hell of the Nether King has opened, you come to see me. Don't tell me that this is a coincidence. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Ahem. Lu Xingyang coughed and said with a smile, Of course, when I came to see you, I also wanted to tell you something. Something? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He said speechlessly, I think you have something to tell me, so you came to see me on the way. You brat, can't you save me some face? Lu Xingyang glared at him angrily. See through but don't say it. Haven't you heard of this saying? Qin Feiyang nodded and said, Okay. Tell me. This unfilial descendant will listen to your teachings. Ahem. Lu Xingyang coughed and said, How much do you know about the Hell of the Nether King? Almost everything. And Yi Zhong personally told me that this is a conspiracy against me. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingyang said in surprise, Yi Zhong personally told you that? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Xingyang frowned, then patted his head and said with a smile, Look at my brain. As soon as I saw you, I was so excited that I forgot that you are Li Bu, or now Yi Zhong's disciple. I really couldn't tell that you were so excited. Qin Feiyang said lightly. What's with your belly full of complaints? Lu Xingyang looked at Qin Feiyang angrily. Qin Feiyang said, You know very well. Know what? Lu Xingyang frowned. Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea and said, There are some things that I really have to say. To be honest, I have a great prejudice against you and the ancestors. Lu Xingyang couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He smiled and said, What prejudice? First, you've taken all the people around me to the dragon-slaying palace. You've even sent people to take the demon ancestor and Dong Xingyang away. But you've left me alone. What's the meaning of this? Secondly, I've been in the divine land all these years. Have any of you come to see me? What I'm talking about is simply visiting me. The ancestor did appear, but that was because he had something to do. If there was nothing else, I probably wouldn't have shown up until now. Then there's no need to talk about you, old ancestor. If it weren't for the underworld king, would you have come here? Qin Feiyang snorted. This. Lu Xingyang looked embarrassed. I think in your eyes, I'm not even as good as outsiders like Mu Tianyang. Qin Feiyang said. It's true that we neglected and didn't consider your feelings. Lu Xingyang smiled sheepishly. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and asked, do you know why I've caused such a big commotion in the divine land time and time again? What? Lu Xingyang looked at him suspiciously. I just want to attract your attention. For example, the fierce battle with Long Zun and the 6 ancestral dragons in the Eternal Sea last time. Although it was to buy time for Fire Lotus and the others, it was also to attract your attention. In short, I'm just trying to make my presence known in front of you. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingyang couldn't help but fall silent when he heard this. He never expected Qin Feiyang to have such a side to him. After hearing these words, do you think I'm very pitiful? Do I have to deliberately make my presence known in front of my family? In fact, even I feel quite pitiful. No, that's humble. Qin Feiyang laughed self-deprecatingly. Lu Xingyang said apologetically, Feiyang, I'm sorry. We didn't think of this. We all thought I was very strong? Yes. I usually have an indifferent attitude, but no matter what, I'm still a person of flesh and blood, right? I can also taste the fickleness of human nature. I also know what loneliness and loss are. I'm not made of iron. I'm immune to all poisons. Even if I'm made of iron, there will be a day when I rust. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Lu Xingyang nodded repeatedly. That's enough. Let's not talk about this. Otherwise you'll sound like a resentful wife. I've already decided on the matter of the Nether King's hell. No matter how much you say, it's useless. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Do you really want to go in? What's the reason? Lu Xingyang frowned. Qin Feiyang said, I want to become stronger. Is this reason enough? There are many ways to become stronger. There's no need to go to the Nether King's hell. Lu Xingyang said. This is a shortcut. Although every step is dangerous, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Also, although I accepted the task you gave me, I did it for your sake, not for the sake of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Don't force anything on me. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Force anything? Lu Xingyang was taken aback. For example, you want me to hand over the heaven-defying divine artifact? Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingyang's heart skipped a beat. This kid was really disgusted by these things. He couldn't help but worry. He and Qin Badian would definitely not do this, but it was hard to say what the other 2 sovereigns would do. If this matter wasn't handled properly with this kid's character, he would probably wash his hands of it. He might even point his finger at the Dragon Slayer Palace. It seemed that he had to find another time to have a good talk with the other 2 sovereigns. Don't worry, they won't. Lu Xingyang said with a smile. It's best that they won't. Qin Feiyang had a smile on his face and asked, Then I'll take you around the Black Tortoise world? Sure. Lu Xingyang nodded. Now he couldn't continue to persuade Qin Feiyang. Because of Qin Feiyang's words, it was he who felt guilty in his heart. He was thinking about how he could make up for what he owed this little fellow. In the next few days, Qin Feiyang took Lu Xingyang to various places in the Black Tortoise world. Looking at everything in the Black Tortoise world, Lu Xingyang was also amazed. The Black Tortoise world is what it is today because of the Fire Lotus. On the peak of a mountain, Qin Feiyang glanced at the surrounding mountains and rivers and said with a smile. Lu Xingyang said, It seems that you have deep feelings for the Fire Lotus. From knowing each other to knowing each other until now, we've been through too much. Tell me the truth. My feelings for the Fire Lotus far exceed yours and ancestors. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingyang said unhappily, Aren't you afraid that we'll be jealous? This is the truth. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Lu Xingyang felt helpless in his heart. He really didn't care about their feelings. By the way, ancestor, let Xiao Tailai and the others return to my side. Qin Feiyang said. What? Lu Xingyang was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, There's no future if I follow you. What the hell? Say that again? Lu Xingyang raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said, There's no future if I follow you. Lu Xingyang immediately said angrily, Boy, are you arrogant? Are you angry? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Lu Xingyang said, Of course, if it were you, wouldn't you be angry? But I'm telling the truth. First, the time array. The time array of the dragon-slaying palace is 50 years a day, But the time array of the Black Tortoise world and the ancient castle is 100 years a day. The difference is double. Next, the divine techniques and artifacts. There may be more divine techniques and artifacts in the dragon-slaying palace's treasury, but can you guarantee that you'll give them the best? You can't guarantee it, but I can. Finally, cultivation. The dragon-slaying palace must have many spirit veins and crystal veins, but I guess that they may not be comparable to what I have now, Qin Feiyang said with a confident smile. Hearing this, Lu Xingyang was speechless for a moment. You might say that you can also teach them the experience of entering the imperishable realm. But now, I have many imperishable realm cultivators with me. And I have 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Although they are divine artifacts, they should have more experience than us. So, in my opinion, if old Zhao and the others continue to stay in the dragon-slaying palace, they will only destroy their own future, Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, Lu Xingyang smiled bitterly. Of course. I'm also very grateful to you and the ancestor for taking care of them during this period, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. You little brat, Lu Xingyang scolded with a smile and nodded. Okay, when I go back, I'll ask them to come to you. Thank you, ancestor. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. Lu Xingyang sized up Qin Feiyang, shook his head and said, That's not right. Your goal shouldn't be that simple, right? Purpose? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said, They are all my companions. What purpose can I have for them? That's not what I mean. What I mean is, you're doing it because of the mermaid princess, Lu Xingyang said. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly. I guessed right. If you want the mermaid princess to stay by your side, just say it. Lu Xingyang teased. That's one thing. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly. I say, since you like her, why don't you just marry her? Lu Xingyang was suspicious. Isn't it because I want to come to the ancient world to look for you and the ancestor? Otherwise, we would have been married long ago. Maybe we would have a lot of children by now. Qin Feiyang said. A lot of children? You're really not afraid of blushing when you talk. Lu Xingyang's face twitched and he said, Do you mean that we're holding you back? Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. Okay. I'll go back and discuss with your ancestor and the mermaid emperor to arrange your marriage, Lu Xingyang said. Don't. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. What do you mean? Lu Xingyang looked at him in confusion. I don't care how others get married, but when I get married, father, mother, grandfather, Uncle Yuan, and great-grandfather must be present, Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingyang said in surprise, I didn't know that you were so filial. You still can't tell? If I'm not filial, why would I come all the way to look for you and the ancestor? I finally realize now that I'm really stupid. Okay. Tomorrow, when Zhao Tailai and the others come back, I'll take them back to the Great Qin, Qin Feiyang said sadly. Lu Xingyang rolled his eyes and said, Okay, don't talk nonsense. Send me out, but I hope you'll think about the matter of the Nether King's hell. Since I've decided, what's there to think about? Men should be more decisive and be more ruthless to themselves, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Bastard. Lu Xingyang glared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grinned and sent Lu Xingyang out. Although a few days had passed in the Black Tortoise realm, only a short while had passed outside. Worried that Yi Zhong would discover him, Lu Xingyang immediately opened a teleportation altar and left as soon as he appeared in the sky above the Dragon God Mountain range. Chapter 2555. Qin Feiyang also returned to the Devil's Land. Has he left? Seeing that only Qin Feiyang came back, Fire Lotus asked with a smile. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus thought for a while and asked curiously, Qin Dage, what you've done all these years, are you really trying to find a sense of existence? Don't touch on my sore spot, okay? Qin Feiyang was helpless. He already felt embarrassed to say these words that were hidden in his heart. Now you're asking? Aren't you embarrassing me even more? But then again, after saying these words, he felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. But at this moment, the image crystal rang. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal and looked at Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus understood and walked to the side. When the image crystal was turned on, a shadow immediately emerged. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Why was it Ren Xiaolan? Ren Xiaolan looked at Qin Feiyang and asked with a smile, Young Master Li, I hope I didn't disturb you. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, What's the matter? Ren Xiaolan said, The steward is looking for you. Steward? Qin Feiyang was stunned and waved his hand, Just say that I'm not free. After saying that, he was about to turn off the image crystal. But at this moment, A figure jumped to Ren Xiaolan's side and looked at Qin Feiyang aggrievedly. Brotherly, do you dislike me so much? This person was the Treasure Pavilion steward. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and said, if it's about the divine pill, let's talk face to face. Don't. I've just asked the Chief Pavilion Master. The Chief Pavilion Master said that as long as Brotherly cooperates with our Treasure Pavilion, we are willing to give you 3 clusters of 6th grade Divine Pill Fire and a 7th grade Divine Pill Furnace for free. The Treasure Pavilion steward hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, really? Absolutely. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was somewhat tempted, the supervisor quickly nodded. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He looked at the supervisor and said, I'm a little confused. Is there no one in the Treasure Pavilion who can refine a divine pellet with 3 dragon-shaped core energies? No. Even the best alchemist in my Treasure Pavilion can only refine divine pills with 2 dragon-shaped core chi. The Treasure Pavilion manager shook his head. In his heart he couldn't help but grumble. If the Treasure Pavilion had such an alchemist, would we even need to look for you? What about other places? The Divine Land is so big, there must be a few who can make it. Qin Feiyang said. There is. But we can't invite these people. The manager of the Treasure Pavilion was helpless. Even your Treasure Pavilion can't move? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's not strange, right? After all, alchemists at your level basically don't lack anything. So ordinary things can't move them at all. Then there's someone like your master Yi Zhong. Even if he's tempted by a treasure, he won't refine it for us. The manager of the Treasure Pavilion smiled bitterly. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. However, he suddenly looked stunned and said, what did you just say? My master Yi Zhong is also an alchemist? The manager of the Treasure Pavilion was also stunned and asked in return, you don't know? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The manager of the Treasure Pavilion looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and shook his head. Brotherly, you don't even know that Yi Zhong is an alchemist. You're not qualified to be a disciple. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. He really didn't know much about Yi Zhong. Your master not only has a high cultivation level, but he's also recognized as the best in the Divine Land in alchemy. Do you know? He can refine divine pills with 4 dragon-shaped elixir auras. The manager of the Treasure Pavilion said. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. And he's also the only person in the Divine Land who has a 9th grade Divine Elixir Fire and a 9th grade Divine Elixir Furnace. The manager of the Treasure Pavilion said again. 9th grade Divine Elixir Fire. 9th grade Divine Elixir Furnace. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He didn't expect the master he picked up to be so terrifying. How is it? Is it an eye-opener? The manager of the Treasure Pavilion said with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, you said that he's the only person in the Divine Land who has a 9th grade Divine Elixir Fire and an Elixir Furnace. Does that mean that even the Treasure Pavilion doesn't have a 9th grade Divine Elixir Fire and an Elixir Furnace? No. As far as I know, the best Divine Elixir Fire and Elixir Furnace in the Treasure Pavilion are 8th grade. The manager of the Treasure Pavilion said. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, what about Qin Badian? Since his ancestor could refine divine elixirs, his elixir fire and elixir furnace must be of high level. Qin Badian? The manager of the Treasure Pavilion was stunned and said, I heard that he also has an 8th grade divine elixir fire and an elixir furnace. Heard? Qin Feiyang frowned. Qin Badian is the sovereign of the dragon-slaying palace. He's always been elusive. Even the Treasure Pavilion doesn't know much about him. The manager of the Treasure Pavilion shook his head. Qin Feiyang nodded and pondered for a moment. Okay, as long as you give me an elixir fire and an elixir furnace, I agree to cooperate with you. The manager of the Treasure Pavilion was overjoyed and said, then come to the Treasure Pavilion now. No, I wouldn't dare to trouble you to come here in person. Where are you now? I'll go find you now. You're busy with work. Just ask Ren Xiaolan to come find me. Remember to bring an elixir fire, an elixir furnace, and the herbs you need to refine. I'll wait on the plains outside the Dragon God Mountain. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal. Fire Lotus walked to Qin Feiyang and said, it seems that we still underestimated Yi Zhong. Yes. He has both strength and brains. Even his alchemy is so terrifying. I finally understand why our ancestor wanted him to join the dragon-slaying palace. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a person? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Fire Lotus asked, you're tempted too? He's my master. So what? We can't let outsiders benefit. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Outsiders? Fire Lotus was taken aback and said speechlessly, it seems that Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang are not outsiders either. They're definitely not outsiders, but the other two emperors are. So, no matter what, we can't let Yi Zhong join the dragon-slaying palace. If he's going to stay, he'll stay by our side. Qin Feiyang laughed. You're really evil. But then again, if Yi Zhong is really willing to help you, it'll be like adding wings to a tiger. I'm afraid that not only the dragons, but even the dragon-slaying palace will be afraid of you. Fire Lotus said. That's right. However, dreams are beautiful, reality is cruel. It's harder than ascending to heaven to get him to help us. I'm wondering why he wants to help the dragons. Qin Feiyang frowned. Yi Qing doesn't know, and Yi Xue definitely doesn't know either. I'm afraid only Yi Zhong himself knows the answer. After Fire Lotus finished speaking, she added, there's also the dragon sovereign. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, only by figuring out the answer can we deal with the right problem. It'll be difficult. After all, even Yi Qing can't find out, let alone you. Fire Lotus sighed. Where there's a will, there's a way. Qin Feiyang smiled and controlled the Black Tortoise Realm to fly towards the plains. A moment later, the Black Tortoise Realm descended above the plains, but Ren Xiaolan hadn't arrived yet. Qin Feiyang stood in the courtyard with his head lowered, thinking about how to pry open Yi Zhong's mouth. Outside. About half an hour passed. A figure appeared. It was Ren Xiaolan. Ren Xiaolan glanced at the plains and saw that there was no one, so she waited quietly. Swish. But soon, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. Greetings, young master. Ren Xiaolan hurriedly went up to greet him. Qin Feiyang asked, did you bring everything? Yes. Ren Xiaolan nodded and took out a Chengquan bag, handing it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the Chengquan bag and released his spirit sense. When he saw the herbs in the Chengquan bag, the corner of his mouth twitched. The Chengquan bag was filled to the brim with herbs. Ren Xiaolan smiled and said, the steward said that although there are many herbs, there's no rush. You can refine them slowly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and took out 3 iron boxes from the Chengquan bag, opening them immediately. 3 clusters of elixir flames appeared in front of him. After confirming they were indeed grade 6 divine elixir flames, Qin Feiyang took out another elixir furnace from the Chengquan bag. Like the fire cloud cauldron, it was also a cauldron-shaped elixir furnace. It was scarlet red like a scorching sun, emitting a dazzling treasure light. This cauldron is called the Heaven Flames Divine Cauldron. It's one of the best elixir furnaces in the treasure pavilion. Ren Xiaolan said. All right. Wait for me here. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he entered the castle with the elixir flames, elixir furnace, and Chengquan bag. This. Ren Xiaolan wanted to ask if he should come back another day. After all, with so many herbs, it would definitely take a long time to refine. But before she could say anything, Qin Feiyang had already disappeared. And Qin Feiyang had a reason for asking Ren Xiaolan to deliver the herbs. Because Ren Xiaolan's cultivation hadn't reached the 9 heavens realm yet, her spirit sense couldn't capture spatial divine items. But the treasure pavilion steward was different. With his half-step eternal realm cultivation, no spatial divine item could escape his spirit sense. When the time came, if the treasure pavilion steward released his spirit sense on a whim and found that he couldn't find the castle, he would definitely suspect that he had a heavenly domain divine stone. A heavenly domain divine stone was a treasure of heaven and earth. Once the treasure pavilion steward found out, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. In the castle, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, Fire Lotus, come in and help me. Not long after, Fire Lotus entered the cultivation room. Looking at the Chengquan bag full of herbs, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Next, Fire Lotus was responsible for helping to organize the herbs. Qin Feiyang focused on refining pills. In the castle, time passed day by day. About half a year later, a whole bag of herbs was finally refined. They were all life divine pills. Qin Feiyang also didn't know how many medicinal pills there were. In any case, he was exhausted. And after refining these herbs, Qin Feiyang took out the 3 6th grade pill fires and let the Nether Devil Flame fuse with them. Boom. Without any suspense, the Nether Devil Flame directly soared to the 7th grade divine level pill fire level. Qin Dage, why didn't you fuse them earlier? Fire Lotus was suspicious. Qin Feiyang didn't answer, just smiled faintly. Then he took out the 7th grade divine level pill furnace Heaven Flame Divine Furnace and tried to refine a life divine pill. In the end, 4 dragon-shaped pill chi were born. See, if I had fused the 3 pill fires earlier, wouldn't the treasure pavilion have benefited? Besides, I don't want people to know that I can refine pills with 4 dragon-shaped pill chi. Qin Feiyang smiled. Fire Lotus nodded in realization and said, you can refine 4 dragon-shaped pill chi with a 7th grade divine level pill fire and pill furnace. And Yi Zhong used a 9th grade divine level pill furnace and pill fire to refine 4 dragon-shaped pill chi. Does this mean that you don't lose to him in alchemy? In the end, Fire Lotus couldn't help laughing. Keep a low profile. Qin Feiyang smiled, put all the pills into the Chengkuan bag, and then left the castle with the Chengkuan ring. Chapter 2556. So fast. Outside. Ren Xiaolan took the Chengkuan pouch from Qin Feiyang's hands. Looking at the medicinal pills inside, she was immediately stunned. How long had it been? He had actually refined all of them. A day outside was equivalent to 100 years in the castle. Qin Feiyang had been refining pills in the castle for half a year, but only a short time had passed outside. So for Ren Xiaolan it was unbelievable. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed and smiled. I refined these pills before and prepared them for my own use. Since the treasure pavilion needs them, I'll give them to you first. So that's how it is. Ren Xiaolan nodded in realization. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, go back and report. Okay. Ren Xiaolan nodded, opened the altar and left. After Qin Feiyang watched Ren Xiaolan leave, he entered the castle again and prepared to cultivate. Fire Lotus asked suspiciously, you're not going back to the Dragon God Palace? Old Zhao and the others are coming back. Why should I go back now? It'll be troublesome if I have to run out again. I'll wait for them here. When they come back, we'll go back to the Dragon God Palace together. After Qin Feiyang said that, he took out the soul stone and sat cross-legged on the ground to refine it. Fire Lotus also walked out and closed the door. She stood in the castle hall and looked around at the cultivation rooms with a smile in her eyes. Fortunately, the time rules of the Black Tortoise world and the castle were the same. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough cultivation rooms for a large group of people. However, to be honest, after so many years, not only Qin Feiyang but even she missed everyone. So, outside night fell. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, an image appeared in the void. It was the plains outside in the night. What's the situation? It's already dark. Why haven't they contacted me yet? Qin Feiyang had a trace of suspicion on his face. Lu Xingyang said that he would make arrangements when he returned. There was no need to take so long for such a small matter. Qin Dage, Fire Lotus's voice came from outside. Come in. Qin Feiyang came to his senses and said. Fire Lotus pushed the door open and entered. She looked at the night sky outside and asked suspiciously, they're not here yet? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What happened? I've already prepared accommodations for them. Why don't you ask them? Fire Lotus said. Residents? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yeah. So many people can't possibly squeeze into the castle's cultivation room, right? So, I built a dozen more courtyards around the courtyard outside. Fire Lotus smiled. You're really thoughtful. Qin Feiyang smiled and took out an image crystal to send a message to Zhao Tai. However, after waiting for a long time, Zhao Tailai did not respond. Qin Feiyang frowned and sent a message to Tang Hai. But in the end there was still no response. Fire Lotus was also a little dazed. Qin Feiyang then sent a message to the Mermaid Princess, Qin Rushuang, Dan Wangkai, Willow Tree, Yu Huang, Blood Kirin and the other beasts. But none of them responded to him. This made Qin Feiyang's brows furrow even tighter. Fire Lotus asked, Qin Dage, did something happen? I don't think so. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Everyone followed the ancestor, what accident could there be? Maybe they were delayed by something. Wait a little longer. Outside. Another day passed. And in the castle 100 years had passed. However, no one sent a message. Qin Feiyang finally couldn't sit still anymore. He got up and walked out of the cultivation room. Standing in the castle hall, he said, Jiang Dafei, come out for a moment. So, Jiang Dafei ran out of a cultivation room and asked, Young master, what's the matter? Qin Feiyang said, send a message to the Divine General, I have something to ask him. Okay. Jiang Dafei looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and took out the image crystal. At this time, Fire Lotus also walked in from outside. But, a moment later, the Divine General's shadow appeared. Greetings, young master. The Divine General bowed. Qin Feiyang said, help me ask. Before Qin Feiyang could finish, the Divine General smiled and said, Young master, Do you want to know about the mermaid princess and the others? How do you know? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. I was going to contact you and report this to you. Emperor Qin just sent me a message saying that the mermaid princess and the others won't look for you for the time being. The divine general smiled. What? Qin Feiyang frowned. They are now at a critical juncture of their seclusion, so it's not good to disturb them. The divine general said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a faint smile, I thought something happened. How is that possible? Where else is safer than staying with the two sovereigns? The divine general was speechless. Okay then. Tell them for me that I'll wait for them on the plains outside the Dragon God Mountain. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The divine general nodded. When Jiang Dafei turned off the image crystal, the divine general's face suddenly darkened and he activated the image crystal again. Boss. Qin Baishan's shadow appeared. Emperor Qin. The divine general bowed respectfully. What's wrong? Qin Badian looked at him suspiciously. The divine general said in a low voice, Qin Feiyang sent this subordinate a message earlier, asking about the mermaid princess and the others. What did you say? Qin Badian was shocked and asked hurriedly. This subordinate told him that everyone is in seclusion and he believed me. However, he's still waiting outside the Dragon God Mountain. The divine general said. Qin Badian could not help but frown. My lord, we can only delay for a while. We have to think of a way quickly. You know Qin Feiyang's temper. If he knows about this, I'm afraid he won't let it go. The divine general said. I know. Try to delay it. I'll think of a way as soon as possible. Qin Badian nodded. Okay. My lord Qin, what do you think Supreme Cloud and the others are thinking? Don't they know Qin Feiyang's temperament? He's amenable to persuasion but not coercion. This will only anger him. The divine general frowned. Actually, they really don't know Feiyang. With Lu Xingyang and I around, there's no need to worry about the mermaid princess and the others' safety. I'm just worried that this matter will affect the future of the dragon-slaying palace. Qin Badian sighed. The divine general was also worried when he heard this. Let's leave it at that for now. I hope that Feiyang will enter the Nether King's hell. At least it will give me enough time to resolve this matter. Qin Badian shook his head, and the projection quickly dissipated. Sigh. The divine general put away the image crystal and sighed. He really did not expect that these two sovereigns had their eyes on the mermaid princess and the others for a long time. Inside the ancient castle. Out of trust for Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang, Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus did not suspect anything. Jiang Dafei also went into seclusion in the cultivation room again. Qin Feiyang said a few words to Fire Lotus, then returned to the cultivation room and focused on cultivation. To break through to the great divinity stage, one needed to refine 40 billion soul stones. After breaking through to the great divinity stage, Qin Feiyang's refining speed increased again. He had calculated carefully. Currently, he could refine about 2,050 soul stones a day. According to the time outside, Qin Feiyang would need to cultivate in seclusion for more than 53,000 years. However, if one day in the ancient castle was 100 years, he would only need about 530 days. 530 days was less than a year and a half. Therefore, he had enough time to break through to the great divinity stage before the Nether King's Hell opened. When he entered the Nether King's Hell, he would spend some time to break through to the consummate divinity stage. Then he would be able to take the Yin-Yang Chaos Pill. Now that he could refine the Yin-Yang Chaos Pill with 4 dragon-shaped core energies, his chances of breaking through 2 minor realms had greatly increased. If he was lucky, he would be able to break through to the half-step 9th Heavens realm from the perfect divinity stage. As long as he reached the half-step 9th Heavens realm, he would be able to protect himself with the various autark divine arts he possessed, even if he couldn't use any heaven-defying divine artifacts or divine arts. Of course, if his luck was as bad as last time and he only broke through 1 minor realm after taking the Yin-Yang Chaos Pill, he could only blame himself for his bad luck. Time passed quietly just like that. Suddenly, one day, Yizhong appeared on the first island. Grandpa. Yishui walked out of the cave and hugged Yizhong's arm. She giggled. Grandpa, how have I been recently? Barely. Yizhong nodded. Yishui paused, then said unhappily, I've been cultivating all day and you call that barely? Yizhong said calmly, you want Grandpa to praise you but Grandpa won't. Yishui pouted and snorted unhappily. Where's Li Bu? That kid is too disrespectful. I came here personally so he should at least come out. Li Zhong lowered his head and looked at Qin Feiyang's cave and raised his eyebrows. He's not in the cave. Yishui shook her head. Not in? Yi Zhong was stunned. Yes. I don't know where he went, but I saw him sneaking away with frenzy a while ago. Yi Shue said. Sneaking? Yi Zhong frowned. They must be up to something. Yi Shue looked at Yi Zhong suspiciously. Grandpa, what are you doing here? The Nether King's hell is about to open, so I'm here to see if you're honest. You're not bad. But Li Bu, no. Shue, when he comes back, you must keep an eye on him for me in case he sneaks to the Nether King's hell. Yi Zhong reminded. Yi Shue was stunned and smiled. Grandpa, it seems that you're still quite concerned about him. Concerned about him? You're thinking too much. I just don't want him to embarrass me in the Nether King's hell. More importantly, he doesn't know his place at all. He likes to mess around all day long. Yi Zhong snorted coldly. Yes. You're right. Anyway, I know that you have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Yi Shue smiled. Yi Zhong smiled awkwardly and said, all right then, continue to be conscientious. Don't be led astray by Li Bu. Can you stop saying that? I'm not a child. Yi Shue complained unhappily. In my eyes you'll always be a child. Yi Zhong rubbed Yi Shue's head with a loving expression. Yi Shue smiled and lowered her head, her face full of bliss. Chapter 2557. One day, Qin Feiyang's cultivation finally broke through and stepped into the great success stage, one step closer to the Nine Heavens realm. But he didn't come out of seclusion. He looked for fire lotus and brought all kinds of medicinal herbs to refine pills. Especially Spirit Sea Pill, Divine Power Pill, Divine Soul Pill, Heavenly Dust Divine Pill, Divine Life Pill, and so on. Spirit Sea Pill repair Qi Si. Divine Power Pill restore Divine Power. Divine Soul Pill restore Divine Soul. Divine Life Pill heal injuries. Heavenly Dust Divine Pill increase cultivation. In the Nether King's hell, these pills were definitely needed the most. Qin Feiyang had refined a lot of them in case of emergencies. For example, he had refined more than 100,000 Divine Life pills, all of which had 4 dragon-shaped pill chi. Phew. After refining the pills, Qin Feiyang walked out of the castle, looked at the medicinal field outside and let out a long breath. Alchemy was truly an exhausting task. Right now he especially missed Dan Wangkai. If Dan Wangkai was by his side, he wouldn't need to refine pills himself. But after all these years, how much had Dan Wangkai's mental strength grown? And what level of pills could he refine? Strange. Why haven't they come to find me yet? Qin Feiyang gradually frowned. What were these guys doing? Qin Dage. At this time, Fire Lotus walked over from afar with a faint smile on her face. Where did you come from? Qin Feiyang looked up and asked with a smile. Divine Treasury. Fire Lotus laughed. Divine Treasury? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, why don't we change the time of the Divine Treasury's opening and open it once every 1,000 years, so that you don't have to run around and cause trouble? What's so troublesome about that? Fire Lotus shook her head and said, Qin Dage, I've been thinking about a problem during this time. What problem? Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. In the Nether King's hell, the moment you use a heaven-defying divine weapon, you will be killed by the power of the natural order. Although that ancient castle is sealed, it's still a heaven-defying divine artifact. If you enter the castle and the castle is exposed, will you be killed by the power of laws? Fire Lotus frowned. This. Qin Feiyang lowered his head. He had never thought about this question before. Fire Lotus asked, why don't you consult Yi Zhong again? Yi Zhong is against me entering the Infernal King's hell. If I ask him now, he will definitely suspect that I have other thoughts. Do you think he will still tell me? Qin Feiyang felt helpless. Then let Yi Ching send him a message. Yi Ching is his younger brother. He can't possibly hide it from him. Fire Lotus said. Yeah. Qin Feiyang patted his head, turned around and entered the castle hall. He shouted, Yi Ching, come out. Boom. Very soon. The stone door of a cultivation room opened. Yi Ching walked out in large strides. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. Hearing this, Yi Ching nodded in realization and took out an image crystal. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus retreated to the side. But, not long later, the shadow of a white-haired old man appeared. Was Yi Zhong. Big brother. Yi Ching smiled. Yi Zhong looked at the wall behind Yi Ching and asked suspiciously, where are you? Yi Ching said, I'm cultivating in seclusion outside. Yi Zhong was slightly taken aback and asked in puzzlement, if you're in closed-door cultivation, then go into closed-door cultivation. Why did you run outside? I'm afraid of being disturbed. Yi Ching smiled. You're the deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall. Who dares to disturb your cultivation? Yi Zhong shook his head speechlessly and asked, "Why did you send me a message?" Yi Qing said, "I want to inquire about the situation in the Infernal King's Hell." "Why are you asking about the Infernal King's Hell? Do you want to go in too?" Yi Zhong frowned. "How would I dare to go in? I'm just a little curious." Yi Qing was helpless. "Really? Don't tell me Li Bu sent you to inquire about it?" Yi Zhong said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really couldn't hide anything from this old man. "Li Bu Yi Qing pretended to be stunned and asked suspiciously, "Is he going to the Infernal King's Hell too?" "He definitely wants to. But I won't allow him to go because no one knows better than me how dangerous the Infernal King's Hell is. With his cultivation level, he'll definitely die if he goes in," Yi Zhong said. Yi Qing smiled and said, "It seems that you're quite concerned about him. So, after all, he saved the old master's life. And he's my disciple. Of course I have to fulfill my duty as a master." Yi Zhong shook his head and said, "Tell me, what do you want to know?" "I heard that Qin Feiyang seems to have a spatial divine item?" Yi Qing asked. "Yes. His spatial divine item is an ancient castle, and it's a heaven-defying divine weapon." Yi Zhong nodded. "If he enters the Infernal King's Hell and meets you and hides in the castle, won't you be at your wit's end?" Yi Qing was surprised. "If he hides in the castle outside, I won't be able to do anything. But if he dares to enter the Infernal King's Hell, he'll be digging his own grave." Yi Zhong sneered. Yi Qing was stunned and asked curiously, "Brother, what do you mean?" "There's something you don't know. In the Infernal King's Hell, even a spatial divine item can't be activated, let alone a heaven-defying divine weapon like the castle," Yi Zhong said. "What? A spatial divine item can't be activated?" Yi Qing was shocked. Qin Feiyang and Huolian couldn't help but be moved. "That's right. A spatial divine item can't be used in the Infernal King's Hell. In other words, the people outside can't enter and the people inside can't come out. This includes his independent small world," Yi Zhong said. "There's actually such a thing." Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Yi Qing was also shocked. He looked at Yi Zhong and said, "I didn't expect the Infernal King's Hell to be so terrifying." "Of course it's terrifying. Otherwise, why would it be called the Infernal King's Hell? This is a hellish existence," Yi Zhong said. Yi Qing asked suspiciously, "Then why didn't you announce this news to the public?" "Of course it's to deal with Qin Feiyang." Yi Zhong smiled. "Deal with him?" Yi Qing was stunned. "That's right. Think about it. If he enters the Infernal King's Hell unprepared and suddenly realizes that he can't enter the spatial divine item, what will he do? He will definitely panic. Once a person panics, they will reveal many flaws. The most important thing is, without knowing, he will definitely put a lot of important things in the castle for the time being. For example, pills, soul stones, divine crystals, etc. And in the Infernal King's Hell, these things are crucial. It can even be said that without these things, it will be difficult for him to survive in the Infernal King's Hell. When he enters and realizes that he can't take these things out of the castle, won't he be desperate?" Yi Zhong smiled. "I see." Yi Qing suddenly understood and smiled. "Big brother, forgive me for being blunt, but this seems a little despicable. There's no other way. If you want to deal with this kid, you have to be a little despicable." Yi Zhong shook his head, his face full of helplessness. If there was a way, he wouldn't choose to use such a dirty trick. "All right then. I wish you success in your mission. I'll continue to cultivate." Yi Qing smiled. "Okay." Yi Zhong nodded. Yi Qing turned off the image crystal and looked helplessly at Qin Feiyang, saying, "It seems that Big Brother is determined to get rid of you this time. Then let's see if his virtue is 1 foot higher or if my devil is 10 feet higher." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yi Qing sighed. "No matter what, I still hope that you can show mercy." "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded. To be honest, he really couldn't bear to kill Yi Zhong. Because this old man, no matter what, was amazing. Take this time for example. If Fire Lotus hadn't thought of this, he would have really entered the Infernal King's Hell without any preparation. And as Yi Zhong said, he would also put those pills that he prepared in advance in the castle. Then when he entered the Infernal King's Hell, he would really be in a helpless situation. Fortunately, he had checked this point in advance. This allowed him to be sufficiently prepared. Qin Dage, not being able to enter the castle and the Black Tortoise world is not a small matter, you have to make arrangements in advance. Fire Lotus asked. "There's nothing to arrange." You all cultivate well in the castle and the Black Tortoise world. I will go to the Infernal King's hell alone. Qin Feiyang said. What? You're going alone? Fire Lotus was shocked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. I don't agree. Fire Lotus shook her head. I don't agree either. Yi Qing also spoke. If he went to the Infernal King's hell alone, then Qin Feiyang would have to face the dragons alone. Wasn't this courting death? Qin Feiyang looked at the attitude of the two and smiled. This matter is not urgent. Wait until the Infernal King's hell opens. This was just a delaying tactic to appease the two. At that time, when the Infernal King's hell opened and he went in alone, Fire Lotus and the others would be helpless. Because without his permission, no one would be able to leave the Black Tortoise world and the castle. Actually, there was a reason for his decision. Although everyone followed him and could take care of each other because of the power of the rules of the Infernal King's hell, Fire Lotus, Feng Daji Hui, and the five-clawed golden dragon all had to suppress their cultivation to the nine-heaven realm. To be honest, if Fire Lotus and the others suppressed their cultivation to the nine-heaven realm, they wouldn't be able to help at all. Not to mention people like Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan. So, since everyone was in danger, he might as well go in alone without any worries and fight with the dragons. However, Fire Lotus and Yi Qing weren't stupid either. They didn't believe Qin Feiyang's nonsense at all. When Qin Feiyang returned to the cultivation room, the two of them gathered everyone. There was Frenzy, Wang Daoyuan, Li Changhe, Feng Daji, Jiang Dafei, Lei Bing and Wang Qi. There was also the White-Eyed Wolf, the Big Black Wolf and the Black Panther brothers. What's wrong? Frenzy looked at Fire Lotus and Yi Qing in confusion. Sigh. Fire Lotus sighed and explained the situation in detail. After hearing it, except for Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf, everyone was unanimously against it. Going to the Infernal King's hell alone? What a joke. Brother Wolf, you have the best relationship with Qin Dage, why don't you talk to him? Fire Lotus turned to look at the silent White-Eyed Wolf and said, Don't you know little Qin Zi's stubborn temper? Once he makes a decision, even 10 cows can't pull him back. White-Eyed Wolf pinched his nose and said indifferently. Big Black Wolf frowned and said, Boss Wolf, why don't you look worried at all? Worried about what? He's not a child. Don't worry about it. Don't disturb my cultivation. That's it. White-Eyed Wolf waved his paws and returned to the cultivation room. I thought it was something big, but it turned out to be this trivial matter. What a waste of time. Frenzy said indifferently and returned to the cultivation room without looking back. What do these two guys mean? Everyone couldn't help but frown. Looking at the indifferent attitude of Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf, they couldn't help but feel angry. Only Fire Lotus looked at the backs of Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf thoughtfully. Chapter 2558. In the blink of an eye. There were only 2 days left before the opening of the Nether King's hell. Ever since returning to the cultivation room, Qin Feiyang had been cultivating. Although there was still a long way to go before he could break through to the perfected Paragon God realm, he could improve as much as he could. Everyone came to find him more than once. But every time, Qin Feiyang would send them away with, we'll talk about it later. At this moment, although there were still 2 days before the opening of the Nether King's hell, there was already a sea of people outside the plain. Everyone was looking forward to it. These people's cultivation bases were not low, at least above the Paragon God realm. Only a few people were divine lords. As for war gods, none of them were seen. Because in a place like the Nether King's hell, not to mention war gods and divine lords, even Paragon gods would find it difficult to protect themselves. Although treasures were important, their lives were more important. Therefore, although many people were eager to enter the Nether King's hell, they knew their limits and were unwilling to take the risk. Dong. This morning, there was a knock on the door. Persuading me again? Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, full of helplessness. He looked at the stone door and said, Come in. The stone door opened. A man and a wolf swaggered into the cultivation room. It was the White-Eyed Wolf and the Madman. The White-Eyed Wolf's cultivation had already broken through to the perfected Paragon God realm. Because it had been in seclusion all this time. The Madman's aura was also close to the perfected Paragon God realm. Rare guests. Qin Feiyang stood up and looked at them. During this time, only the Madman and the White-Eyed Wolf hadn't come to persuade him. The Madman closed the stone door and said, Don't misunderstand, we're not here to persuade you. Then why are you here? Qin Feiyang looked at them suspiciously. The White-Eyed Wolf chuckled. The Madman also smiled but didn't say anything. Looking at the expressions of the man and the wolf, Qin Feiyang seemed to understand what they meant. He shook his head and said, No. The White-Eyed Wolf said, We're not here to discuss it with you. That's right. We're here to officially inform you. Madman nodded. Qin Feiyang could not help feeling a headache as he said, "What the hell are you guys thinking? Isn't it good to stay here and cultivate quietly?" Of course it's good to stay here and cultivate. 100 years in a day. When you come out of hell we might have already stepped into the imperishable realm. The white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang frowned. Then why did you go to hell? I'm here to join in the fun. The white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Cough cough. Let's be serious. I have to go to the hell of the underworld king. Madman said. What? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Madman said, actually, I have heard of the underworld king's hell before. How did you hear about it? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. One had to know. This hell of the underworld king's hell was the secret of the dragons. An old man who once taught me the heaven-defying technique told me. He also said that if there is a chance I must go in, saying that there is some great opportunity. Madman said. It can't be. Don't lie to me. Qin Feiyang frowned. Why would I lie to you? That old man said that the heaven-defying technique that he taught me was obtained from the hell of the underworld king. Madman said unhappily. What old man? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Secret? Madman smiled mysteriously. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, then looked at the white-eyed wolf and frowned. Then what's your reason? Didn't I just say that I want to join in the fun? The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Get lost. Qin Feiyang immediately glared at him. Why would he join in the fun in such a place? The white-eyed wolf said proudly, if you don't let me go, I won't let you go either. Are you threatening me? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and joked, I'm really curious, what are you going to use to stop me? The white-eyed wolf grinned. Qin Feiyang immediately had an ominous premonition. Don't be nervous. I won't do anything to you. At most I'll just let Fire Lotus keep an eye on you. The white-eyed wolf smiled sinisterly. Can you be more shameless? Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he said angrily. Don't use shameless to describe me, I've already turned over a new leaf. Now I'm as innocent as a newborn baby. The white-eyed wolf said. Where's your shame? Qin Feiyang sneered. Madman also looked at the white-eyed wolf with disdain. I'm not joking with you. The white-eyed wolf waved his paws and said, in fact, I entered the hell for a reason. Qin Feiyang said, don't tell me you already know about the hell. You don't say I really know. The white-eyed wolf said. Do I look like a fool to you? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Who knew the white-eyed wolf's background better than him? How dare he say that he knew about the hell? Was he kidding him? The white-eyed wolf chuckled and said, Little Qin Zi, think about it carefully. Do you really know me? Nonsense. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. They had been together since childhood. How could he not know him? The white-eyed wolf said with a smile, Brother, do you really know me now? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Before becoming a god I did know you well, but what about after becoming a god? The white-eyed wolf teased. After becoming a god? Qin Feiyang frowned. Thinking about it carefully, this wolf cub seemed to be hiding a lot of secrets after becoming a god. Just like the white-eyed wolf's current appearance. It had golden fur all over its body. His eyeballs seemed to be cast in gold foil. And on his back there were two small golden wings. What puzzled him the most was the pattern between the white-eyed wolf's eyebrows. The pattern was blood-red in color, resembling the wings of a fiery phoenix. It gave off a mysterious feeling. Qin Feiyang had asked about these changes before, but the white-eyed wolf had always been mysterious. In short, I'm like a madman. I have to go to the hell. The white-eyed wolf said. Okay. You are all my masters. You can do whatever you want. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Then let's discuss what should we prepare. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. I've already prepared the pills. Even if the two of you go together it's enough. Now we only lack the soul stones and divine crystals. But the Fire Lotus is guarding the medicine field every day. These soul stones and divine crystals are really not easy to deal with. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head. The white-eyed wolf said, Isn't that simple? Brother and madman will send her away. Bang. But at this moment, the stone door was kicked open. The two men and one wolf hurriedly looked over and saw Fire Lotus walking in angrily, saying angrily, You guys are really something, joining hands to scheme against me. The two men and one wolf were a little embarrassed. Enough. I know your temper. It's useless even if I keep an eye on you. I'll go prepare the soul stones and divine crystals for you later, but you have to promise that you must survive. Fire Lotus said helplessly. Of course. Qin Feiyang laughed. Fire Lotus rolled her eyes and asked, then what about Jiang Dafei, Lei Bing and Wang Qi? They are all city lords now, so they can't stay in the Black Tortoise realm forever. Qin Feiyang was startled and said, then have their cultivations broken through? Jiang Dafei has already broken through a long time ago. As for Lei Bing and Wang Qi, they are still a little short. It should only be a few decades. Fire Lotus said. A few decades doesn't matter. Anyway, there are still 2 days. 2 days outside is 200 years in the ancient castle. It's enough for them to break through. When they break through, remember to help them open the door to their potential. Qin Feiyang said. I know. Fire Lotus nodded and said, there's also Hui and the 5-clawed golden dragon. Call them back as well. I'll send a message to them later. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right then. Fire Lotus looked helplessly at the 2 men and the wolf, then turned and walked out. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman and the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile, fortunately, this girl is easy to talk to, otherwise I really don't know how to persuade her. After saying that, he took out the image crystal. Not long later, Hui's shadow appeared. Qin Feiyang asked, where? In the south with Xiaojin. Hui said. What are you doing in the south? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You don't know, the identity of the young lord in the south is too mysterious. We still haven't investigated his identity. Hui said. It can't be. Qin Feiyang was stunned. I'm not joking with you. Even now, I haven't seen him. It's as if this person doesn't exist at all. Hui said. So mysterious? Qin Feiyang frowned. However, we have investigated Du Yuntian and Wu Baichuan very clearly. This time, they will also use the identity of a disciple of the Dragon God Palace to enter the Underworld King's Hell. Hui said. They are also disciples of the Dragon God Palace? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. The 2 of them have already entered the Dragon God Palace in the east and west. Hui nodded. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said, then you guys come back first and meet at Black Tortoise Mountain. Okay. Hui responded and turned off the image crystal. Even Hui and the 5-clawed golden dragon can't find out the identity of this person? Why do I feel that he is even more mysterious than us? The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman in disbelief. This person is the representative of the old ancestor. You don't have to worry too much about him. As for Du Yuntian and Wu Baichuan, I was worried that I wouldn't have a chance to deal with them. I didn't expect that they would take the initiative to come to me. Qin Feiyang sneered. Ah, at that time you don't even need to do anything. This brother will help you deal with them. The white-eyed wolf laughed wildly. You. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What? Looking down on this brother? Let me tell you, little Qinzi. If I don't open the slaughter domain, you may not be my opponent. The white-eyed wolf said proudly. Really? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Nonsense. When has this brother ever lied to you? The white-eyed wolf glared at him. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf with a face full of surprise. With such confidence, it seemed that when this fellow became a god, he might have really obtained some kind of great fortune. The white-eyed wolf urged, hurry up, refine a yin and yang chaos pill. This brother wants to break through to the half-step 9th heaven realm. Break through to the half-step 9th heaven realm? Qin Feiyang was stunned, but then he thought of the white-eyed wolf's current cultivation and understood. This fellow had already broken through to the perfection stage and could indeed break through to the half-step 9th heaven realm. However, whether or not he could successfully break through to the half-step 9th heaven realm would depend on his luck. Don't worry. Brother's luck is definitely not a problem. The white-eyed wolf clamored. Arrogant? If you don't succeed later, I'll see how you cry. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly, then left the castle and entered the medicinal field. Chapter 2559. After finding a set of herbs for the yin-yang chaos pill, Qin Feiyang prepared to return to the castle. But he suddenly stopped. After entering the Nether King's Hell, he could no longer enter the castle and the Black Tortoise world. Then he and Frenzied would have to prepare the yin-yang chaos pill and supreme nirvana pill in advance. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang entered the medicinal field again and found a dozen sets of herbs before returning to the castle. He and Frenzied naturally didn't need so much. But it was better to be prepared. Whoosh. A moment later, a yin-yang chaos pill was produced. The white-eyed wolf anxiously ran up, grabbed the pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Qin Feiyang retreated to the side and glanced at Frenzied. Do you think it will be as lucky as last time? Last time? Frenzied was taken aback and rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. I wasn't there last time, okay? But I heard Big Black Wolf and the others talk about that matter. Maybe the White-Eyed Wolf's character is really better than yours. Not necessarily, Qin Feiyang said. Besides, there are 4 dragon-shaped core chi now. With a 40% success rate, as long as it isn't too unlucky, it shouldn't be a problem. Frenzied said. Boom. While they were talking, the White-Eyed Wolf's aura soared. In less than 10 breaths, it forcefully broke through to the Perfection Paragon. But it didn't stop. Its aura was still soaring. Boom. Suddenly, a muffled sound exploded in the White-Eyed Wolf's body. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. This guy was really lucky, successfully breaking through 2 small realms again. Sometimes you really have to believe in a person's character. The White-Eyed Wolf withdrew his aura. He looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed complacently. Then he rushed out of the cultivation room like a wisp of smoke and shouted, Huolian, quickly come and help this brother open the door of potential. Not bad. Before entering the Nether King's Hell, break through to the half-step 9th Heaven realm. In the future we have to curry favor with it, lest it abandons us in the Nether King's Hell. Frenzied said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Indeed. If the Nether King's Hell couldn't activate the heaven-defying divine arts, then the heaven-defying divine arts he and the mad scientist had were useless. Even a half-step 9 Heavens realm cultivator was enough to take their lives. Therefore, the fact that the White-Eyed Wolf had broken through to the half-step 9th Heavens realm was a timely help to them. However, with the White-Eyed Wolf's shameless personality, he would definitely torment them on purpose once they entered Hades' Hell. While there's still time, I'll go into seclusion and cultivate for a while. Remember to call me when the time comes. Madman said. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. After the madman left, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and an image appeared in the air. The screen showed the scene of the plains outside. Looking at the endless sea of people, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head. So many people rushed in one after another, but in the end, how many people would be able to come out alive? After dispelling the image, Qin Feiyang drove the ancient castle away from the plains and appeared in a secluded place. He then activated the altar and rushed towards Black Tortoise Mountain. Black Tortoise Mountain. It was incomparably quiet. When Qin Feiyang rushed over, Hui and the 5-clawed golden dragon were already waiting. Hui asked, Are you really going to Hades' Hell? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and laughed. You guys don't have to join in the fun. I hope that when I come out of Hades' Hell, you guys will have already broken through to the small success stage of the immortal realm. What do you mean? Hui was suspicious. To tell you the truth, after entering Hades' Hell, I won't be able to enter the ancient castle and Black Tortoise World, and you guys won't be able to come out of the ancient castle and Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang said. So it's like that. Hui nodded in realization and then hurriedly said, Wait, then aren't you alone? Qin Feiyang laughed. I'm not alone, there's still the madman and the White-Eyed Wolf. Madman? Hui muttered and sent a sound transmission. Madman can indeed make a trip to Hades' Hell. This child's talent is extraordinary. If he is tempered, he will definitely become a great person. Qin Feiyang nodded. When the 5-clawed golden dragon heard this, he gave Hui a look and said, Then let's not go to Black Tortoise World and the ancient castle. Hui was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood and nodded with a smile. Yes, it's boring to cultivate all day that. Qin Feiyang, lend us your space-time gate. What for? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them suspiciously. Don't worry about it. Hui said. Are you sure you don't want to go to Black Tortoise World and the ancient castle? You have to know that Feng Daji and Fire Lotus will be staying there. When they come out of Hades' Hell, their cultivation will definitely surpass yours. Qin Feiyang said. When the two of them heard this, they began to hesitate. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and asked tentatively, Do you want to go to Eastern Tomb's Heaven Immortal Tower? Cough cough. The two of them immediately coughed, and their expressions were a little awkward. You guys. Qin Feiyang shook his head speechlessly, took out the space-time gate and said, Take it, but you have to come back after midnight. I don't object to drinking, but you can't neglect your cultivation. All right. The 5-clawed golden dragon nodded repeatedly. Hui also chuckled, grabbed the space-time gate and quickly opened it, then ran in with the 5-clawed golden dragon. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. These two fellows were really a match made in heaven. Then, Qin Feiyang also entered the ancient castle and continued to cultivate. But suddenly, he frowned. What was going on with Zhao Tailai and the others? Why hadn't they come looking for him yet? He took out the image crystal again and sent a message to everyone. But just like last time, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Qin Feiyang was not in the mood to cultivate for a moment. Sitting in front of the desk, he couldn't help but feel upset. Qin Dage, these are the soul stones and divine crystals I prepared for you. There are tens of trillions of soul stones. As for divine crystals, I have also prepared trillions. It should be enough for you. After a while, Fire Lotus came in with dozens of interspatial rings. Qin Feiyang nodded. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was absent-minded, Fire Lotus put the interspatial rings on the table and asked suspiciously, "What's the matter? What do you think is going on with old Zhao and the others? Even if they are in closed-door cultivation, it shouldn't take so long, right? Let's talk about it later." With so many people, it's impossible that they are all at the critical moment of closed-door cultivation. Qin Feiyang frowned. Fire Lotus was stunned and nodded. After hearing what you said, it's a little strange. It's too much of a coincidence that they are all at the critical moment of closed-door cultivation. Fire Lotus, do you think this divine general is hiding something from me? Qin Feiyang looked up at Fire Lotus and asked. I don't know. Fire Lotus shook her head and said, do you want me to call Jiang Dafei and ask him again? Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus turned and walked out. After a while she came back with Jiang Dafei. Did you break through? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yes. Jiang Dafei nodded and said with a smile, it's all thanks to this time formation. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take for me to break through. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, send another message to the Divine General. I want to ask him something. Okay. Jiang Dafei took out an image crystal. Bus. The Divine General's image soon appeared and said with a smile, young lord, what can I do for you? Don't play dumb with me. Mermaid Princess and the others are still in closed-door cultivation? Qin Feiyang asked. Why are you in such a hurry? They will come to you when they are out. The Divine General said. Qin Feiyang stared at the Divine General and asked, are you sure you have nothing to hide from me? The Divine General panicked, but he immediately calmed down and said with a wry smile, if it were someone else, I might have the guts, but I don't dare to do that to you, young lord. You better not. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Help me hurry them up. The Hell of the Underworld King is about to open. They have to come here before the Hell of the Underworld King opens. Qin Feiyang said. The Divine General's expression stiffened and he said with a smile, young lord, forgive me for being blunt. If you are determined to go to the Nether King's Hell, I personally think that the Mermaid Princess and the others should stay in the Dragon Slayer Palace for the time being. What? Qin Feiyang frowned. Because it's safe. If you go to the Nether King's Hell, what if something happens to you? Won't they be implicated? The Divine General said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Fire Lotus and said, that makes sense. Fire Lotus nodded. Don't worry. They will stay in the Dragon Slayer Palace with the protection of 2 sovereigns. It's safer than anywhere else. The Divine General smiled. All right then. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Divine General said, I still have something to do. That's all for now? Okay. Qin Feiyang said. After the Divine General turned off the image crystal, he couldn't help but heave a long sigh of relief. He had finally fooled them. However, this wasn't a long-term solution, because paper couldn't be kept secret. Sooner or later, Qin Feiyang would find out. In the ancient castle. Ancestor definitely wouldn't lie to me. Jiang Dafei, continue to cultivate. When the Nether King's Hell opens, you, Lei Bing and Wang Qi will return to your posts. During my absence, you must control the situation in the north. Qin Feiyang instructed. Understood. Jiang Dafei replied respectfully. All right. There's one more thing. Du Yuntian and Wu Baichuan will also enter the Nether King's Hell. At that time, you should secretly contact the people from the east and west regions. I want all of these people to be my subordinates. Qin Feiyang said. What? Jiang Dafei was shocked and hurriedly said, young master, you're crossing the line. The first ones to cross the line are Du Yuntian and Wu Baichuan. As for the list of people from the east and west regions, you should go to the Divine General. Qin Feiyang said. Jiang Dafei couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that what Du Yuntian and Wu Baichuan had done had angered the young master. Okay. We'll definitely complete the task. Jiang Dafei replied respectfully. Complete the task and I'll reward you handsomely. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Thank you, young master. Jiang Dafei wasn't afraid of other things. He was only afraid that this would anger the sovereigns behind Du Yuntian and Wu Baichuan. The anger of 2 sovereigns was no joke. However, the young master didn't seem to care. Go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. This subordinate will take his leave. Jiang Dafei bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Qin Feiyang also stood up and looked at Fire Lotus with a smile. Girl, I'll have to trouble you with the Black Tortoise world in the future. You can go and explore in peace. You don't have to worry about the Black Tortoise world. Fire Lotus said. It's good to have you. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Fire Lotus's cheeks reddened. Buzz. At this time, Qin Feiyang's image crystal rang. Qin Feiyang was stunned and then took out the image crystal. Immediately, 4 familiar silhouettes appeared. Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 people in shock. Surprised. We actually took the initiative to send you a message. One of them laughed. It's quite surprising. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked, How's it going? Are you doing well in the Dragon Slayer Palace? These 4 people were the demon ancestor Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, and Dong Xingyang. Chapter 2560. Of course it's not bad. You don't have to care about anything. Just focus on cultivation and endless resources. Are you envious of us? As a descendant of Qin Badian, you still have to fight for yourself? Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang proudly. I'm sorry. I'm a person who doesn't like to reap without sowing. You can only have a clear conscience if you work hard to get it. If you sent me a message to show off to me, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Ha, Mu Tianyang laughed and said, After so many years, you're still so arrogant. After so many years, aren't you still the same? Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Do you have to be stubborn to the end? Mu Tianyang's face darkened. Am I? Qin Feiyang was a little innocent and said with a smile, I'm just telling the truth. Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes. The demon ancestor looked at the 2 of them and said helplessly, After so many years, can't you 2 talk calmly? Is there any meaning in this? Not interested. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I'm not interested either. Mu Tianyang pursed his lips and said with a teasing smile, But there's something you'll definitely be interested in. Is that so? Qin Feiyang didn't think much of it. The demon ancestor said, On this matter Mu Tianyang really didn't lie to you. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a frown, Don't tell me you guys want to go to hell too? No. We're not interested in hell. Dong Xingyang waved his hand. Then what is it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. It's about the mermaid princess and the others' current situation. The demon ancestor said. Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang told us not to tell you about this matter. But we thought about it and felt that it was unfair to you, so we decided to send you a message. Said the fiend ancestor. What's going on? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He didn't expect that the ancestors and old ancestor were really hiding something from him. The last time Lu Xingyang came to see you, didn't you agree to let the mermaid princess and the others return to your side? Ancestor Fiend asked. That's right. I believe that all of you should already know that the Black Tortoise world and the ancient castle's current time rules. Staying in the dragon-slaying palace will only delay their future. Qin Feiyang said. 100 years in a day. We really want to go too. How about it? Can you give us a chance? Mu Tianyang smiled. Qin Feiyang coldly looked at him. He continued to look at Demon Alpha. This matter started from the time when it happened in the plains. At that time, the dragon's princess and the black dragons pretended to be Lin Yi and her disciple to lure you there. But in the end, they suffered a great loss in the hands of you and Hui Yi. Not only were the bodies of the black dragons and the other 3 destroyed, but even the Sunset Divine Bow and the other 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts fell into your hands. This is naturally a great joy for Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang. But for the other 2 sovereigns, this is undoubtedly a wake-up call. Your rise can no longer be stopped. You should already know the situation of the dragon-slaying palace. The 4 sovereigns are divided into 2 factions. The 2 factions have always been in a state of balance. However, your rise has undoubtedly broken this balance. Therefore, not only do the dragons regard you as their confidant, but the other 2 sovereigns also feel a strong threat from you. Ancestor Fiend sighed. I already expected this to happen. Qin Feiyang nodded. We also know that with your brain you must have expected it. But there are some things that you can't stop. After the other 2 sovereigns felt the threat from you, they began to plan how to get rid of you. However, with Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang, they won't really do anything to you. So, they thought of a compromise to weaken your strength. Ancestor Fiend said. Weaken my strength? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yes. What really scared them was the kill formula, the Sunset Divine Bow and the other 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts. But the kill formula is your own divine art. It's inconvenient for them to snatch it. So, they targeted the Sunset Divine Bow and the other 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts. As long as they can get these 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts from you, your strength will be greatly weakened. Ancestor Fiend said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang vaguely had an answer in his heart. He said, they want to use the Mermaid Princess and the others to get me to hand over the 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts? That's right. They had this plan a long time ago, so they have been secretly monitoring the Mermaid Princess and the others. Because they all know that you care about them. Only they can make you hesitate, so the two sovereigns will definitely not let them return to you easily. Just when Lu Xingyang returned to the dragon-slaying palace and found them, these people finally took action. Ancestor Fiend sighed. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and asked, what happened to them? Don't worry about that. With Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang, even if they took action they wouldn't dare to really hurt the Mermaid Princess and the others. They just imprisoned them and negotiated with Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang. Give them the 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts in exchange for the freedom of the Mermaid Princess and the others. Otherwise they will be imprisoned forever. Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang have been negotiating with the other two sovereigns for the past 2 years. But these two sovereigns have never relented. It seems that they are determined to drag this out with us. Ancestor Fiend said. These damn things. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands tightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Don't blame Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang for this. They only knew about it when the two sovereigns took action. You know Qin Baishan's character. He always looks at the big picture, so he didn't tell you. And he also knows your temper. Once you know about this, you will definitely make a scene. Ancestor Fiend said. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, where is the dragon-slaying palace? Ancestor Fiend and the others looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Sure enough, this matter couldn't be known to Qin Feiyang. Tell me the location of the dragon-slaying palace, and I will let you enter the castle to cultivate. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang's heart skipped a beat. He turned to look at Ancestor Fiend and Dong Xingyang. Your offer is really tempting, but we can't tell you the location of the dragon-slaying palace. Because once you break into the dragon-slaying palace and have a falling out with the two sovereigns, you will definitely alarm the dragons. In this way, Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang's efforts over the years may be destroyed. Ancestor Fiend shook his head. You have really become a nice guy. Mu Tianyang stared at Ancestor Fiend with dissatisfaction. We can't ruin the big picture. Ancestor Fiend smiled faintly. After pondering for a while, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, however, I can tell you the identities of the other two sovereigns. Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing and Dong Xingyang looked at Ancestor Fiend in shock. Didn't he just say that they couldn't ruin the big picture? Why did he tell Qin Feiyang the identities of the other two sovereigns in the blink of an eye? One had to know. The identities of these two sovereigns were more important than the location of the dragon-slaying palace. Tell me. Qin Feiyang stared at Ancestor Fiend. Ancestor Fiend smiled and said, then, does your offer still count? Yes. As long as you tell me, I will immediately give you my current coordinates. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ancestor Fiend said, you have already met one of these two sovereigns. Met him? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Ancestor Fiend nodded. Qin Feiyang frowned. He had actually met him? The strength of the 4 sovereigns of the dragon-slaying palace was about the same as Ancestor Dragon. In his impression, there seemed to be no one else other than Yi Zhong. Could it be Yi Zhong? Qin Feiyang was surprised. But as soon as he said that, he began to regret it. If it was really Yi Zhong, then why did the ancestor give him the task to persuade Yi Zhong to join the dragon-slaying palace? Obviously, this person was not Yi Zhong. How could it be Yi Zhong? Ancestor Fiend smiled. Qin Feiyang frowned. If it was not Yi Zhong, then who else could be compared to Ancestor Dragon? Wait, could it be him? The figure of a young man in a fiery robe appeared in Qin Feiyang's mind. The Beast Emperor of the Internal Sea. This person's cultivation was similar to Yi Zhong's, similar to Ancestor Dragon's. Moreover, the task given to him by the ancestor was only to persuade Yi Zhong to join the dragon-slaying palace, but not to persuade the Beast Emperor to join the dragon-slaying palace. From this, it could be seen. One of the 4 sovereigns of the dragon-slaying palace should be this Beast Emperor. It seems that you have already thought of it. That's right. This sovereign hidden in the dark is the Beast Emperor who rules the Internal Sea. Ancestor Fiend said. Qin Feiyang asked, what about the other one? Ancestor Fiend smiled faintly. You may be unfamiliar with the other one, the chief pavilion master of the treasure pavilion. So it's him. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Ancestor Fiend said, don't underestimate her, she is still a woman. Whether she is a man or a woman, if she provokes me she will become a dead person. Qin Feiyang sneered. Haha, domineering. Ancestor Fiend laughed loudly. I mean what I say. Right now, I am at the Black Tortoise Mountain outside the Holy Dragon City, come and meet me. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he gave the four of them the coordinates. Ancestor Fiend smiled and said, all right, we will go right away. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and asked, so fast, aren't you going to tell the ancestors? Is there a need for that? Ancestor Fiend smiled slightly, and the shadows of the four people dissipated. Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal, looked up at Fire Lotus and asked, what do you think of this? Fire Lotus shook her head and said, Ancestor Fiend has no need to lie to you about this. That's what I think too. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then what do you plan to do? Fire Lotus asked. Since they have done something wrong, they naturally have to pay the price. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Fire Lotus smiled. No matter what Qin Feiyang did, she would support him unconditionally. Qin Feiyang said, go clear a few courtyards and settle them down later. Okay. Speaking of which, it is also a great thing for us that these people have come to our side. Fire Lotus smiled. Indeed. Not to mention the Ancestor Fiend and Mu Qianyang's heaven-defying artifacts, even Mu Qing's all-seeing eye will be of great help to us. If Dong Xingyang's Eye of Destiny can be opened, he will be invincible. Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus nodded. Chapter 2561. Qin Feiyang left the castle. After waiting for a while, the demon ancestor and the others arrived at Black Tortoise Mountain. You're here to welcome us personally? Mu Tianyang laughed. Are you trying to make your presence known all the time? Are you afraid that others won't notice you? Qin Feiyang frowned. Mu Qianyang's expression froze. What's wrong with this person? Did he eat gunpowder? He's insulting me the moment he sees me. Let me tell you, I can send you to the Black Tortoise world. But remember, if anyone dares to act recklessly, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Feiyang looked at the four of them and said. The demon ancestor smiled faintly. Don't worry about that. We're here purely to cultivate. That's good. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked suspiciously, did you bring the heaven-defying artifacts? Of course. How can we be at ease letting them stay in the dragon-slaying palace? The demon ancestor said. All right then. Qin Feiyang nodded and prepared to send the four of them to the Black Tortoise world. Wait a moment. The demon ancestor waved his hand and asked, how do you plan to solve this matter? Although I don't advocate violence, sometimes violence is the best way to solve a problem. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. The four of them looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. It was indeed this guy's style. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the four of them to the Black Tortoise world. Then he flew to the top of a mountain and looked in the direction of the inland sea. Time passed by breath. After dawn. Clang. In the sky. With a loud sound, a stone door opened. Two silhouettes walked out cheerfully. It was Hui Yi and the five-clawed golden dragon. When they saw Qin Feiyang standing at the top of the mountain, the two of them couldn't help but be startled. Hui Yi kept the spatial gate and landed beside Qin Feiyang. He asked suspiciously, why are you standing here alone? You're back. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and looked at the two of them. What's the situation? The opening of the spacetime gate caused such a huge commotion, yet you didn't notice it. Hui Yi and the five-clawed golden dragon looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Why did it feel like this person had a lot on his mind? How much celestial immortal wine did you make? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Almost emptied the wine cellar of the Heaven Immortal Tower. Hui Yi chuckled. Qin Feiyang shook his head speechlessly. These two were really drunkards. You look so absent-minded. Did something happen? Hui Yi looked at him suspiciously. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. She briefly described the situation of the mermaid princess and the others. Bastard. He had heard of it. Hui Yi was also furious. He was a famous emperor of the dragon-slaying palace, yet he had done such a shameless thing. The five-clawed golden dragon also shook his head. He was quite familiar with the Beast Emperor. However, he never expected that the Beast Emperor was one of the four emperors of the dragon-slaying palace. Qin Feiyang took the face-restoring pill and recovered his true appearance. He smiled and said, let's go to the inland sea. Don't be impulsive. Although the Beast Emperor is the Emperor of the Dragon-Slaying Palace, the dragons don't know that. If you attack the Beast Emperor, the dragons will definitely not sit back and watch. But if you reveal the Beast Emperor's identity, it will definitely affect the Dragon-Slaying Palace. The Dragon-Slaying Palace was founded by Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang. I don't know how much effort they have put in. You can't destroy their efforts. Wei Yi hurriedly said. I know. But if I don't vent my anger, I will feel uncomfortable. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands, opened an altar and directly stepped on it. Wei Yi smiled helplessly and recovered his true appearance. As for the five-clawed golden dragon, he changed his appearance slightly and put on a mask. The Inland Sea. In the battle back then, the Inland Sea was destroyed. Not even a drop of seawater was left. But now, the dry Inland Sea was filled with seawater again. There were also countless sea beasts. These seawater and sea beasts were all transferred from the North Sea and the other four seas. The sovereign divine realm had also disappeared. Qin Feiyang and the other two stood on the shore. The waves surged one after another, hitting the shore with deafening sounds. Have you really thought about it? Wei Yi asked. There's nothing to think about? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. With a wave of his hand, the Sunset Divine Bow and the other 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts appeared. Why did you come to the Inland Sea again? The Sunset Divine Bow's artifact spirit was shocked. Qin Feiyang didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Are there any restrictions when the Sovereign Divine Realm opens? There are restrictions. It can only be opened once every 10 years. Each time it can last for half a year. The artifact spirit said. It hasn't been 10 years since the last time. In other words, we just have to be careful of the Sovereign Divine Weapon. Qin Feiyang whispered. What are you trying to do? The artifact spirit was suspicious. The 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts didn't know what had happened in the dragon-slaying palace. Kill the Beast Emperor. Qin Feiyang said word by word. The five-clawed golden dragon sighed and said, I know where the Beast Emperor lives. Come with me. Whoosh. Immediately. Qin Feiyang, Wei Yi, and the 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts followed the five-clawed golden dragon and flew toward the depths of the Inland Sea. Is Qin Feiyang, Wei Yi, and the 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts. What are they doing in the Inland Sea? When the sea beasts in the Inland Sea saw Qin Feiyang and the others, their expressions changed drastically. Although they had migrated here from the four seas, they had long been aware of everything that had happened in the Inland Sea. These people were demons that couldn't be provoked. The Beast Emperor is not far from the Divine Dragon Island. We have to end this quickly. The five-clawed golden dragon warned. About half an hour later. A palace surrounded by flames was suspended in the air above the sea. One could feel a terrifying divine power from afar. That palace was a legendary divine artifact. That's the Beast Emperor's palace. The five-clawed golden dragon pointed at the palace and said. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he shouted, Sunset Divine Bow, destroy it. Boom. The Sunset Divine Bow immediately released a world-destroying aura, followed by the appearance of an arrow, which rushed madly toward the palace. Inside the palace. A young man in a fiery robe was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed to recuperate. Just as the Sunset Divine Bow was released, the young man in a fiery robe suddenly opened his eyes and rushed out of the palace without hesitation. Boom. Just as the young man in a fiery robe left, the arrow bombarded the palace. Accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion, the palace was reduced to ashes on the spot. The young man in a fiery robe looked at the shattered palace and his face sank. He then looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and frowned. What are you doing? Don't you know what I want to do? Before the dragons come, I'll kindly advise you to keep a low profile and don't do anything that brings about your own destruction. Kill him. Qin Feiyang shouted. The young man in a fiery robe's pupils contracted. What did that mean? Could it be that this kid already knew his identity? Clang. But he didn't have time to think about it. The Sunset Divine Bow and the other divine artifacts were already rushing toward him. The young man in a fiery robe looked rather flustered. You have to know. These were the 10 great divine artifacts. Even with his cultivation he would only lose his life. Stop it for this sovereign. But suddenly, a cold shout sounded. Then, a terrifying dragon aura surged toward them. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look and saw a hazy silhouette flying towards him at lightning speed. It was none other than Long Zun. But Qin Feiyang didn't stop him. The 10 great divine artifacts didn't stop and attacked the young man in a fiery robe. Ah! With a painful scream, the body of the young man in a fiery robe was immediately shattered in the void. Even his divine soul had been torn apart. That divine soul turned out to be a Qilin. In other words, the true body of the young man in a fiery robe was a fire Qilin. And next to the divine soul, there was a black ancient mirror suspended in the air. Fire Qilin? Hui was stunned. His aura is very unfamiliar to me. It should have nothing to do with the fire Qilin that I know. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at the black ancient mirror. That's his supreme artifact. The five-clawed golden dragon transmitted its voice. Supreme artifact. Hui Yi's spirit shook and instantly rushed to the front of the divine soul, grabbing the black ancient mirror and the fiery robe young man's divine soul. I know you must be like the other great ancestral dragons, splitting your divine soul in advance. I can't kill you. But it's good to collect some interest. Hui chuckled and suddenly clenched his 5 fingers. The divine soul was immediately annihilated. But the black ancient mirror in his hand was still struggling. Obviously, as Hui expected, the Beast Emperor didn't die. At this moment, it was activating the black ancient mirror, trying to break free from Hui Yi's clutches. But Hui Yi held it firmly and turned to the side of the Sunset God Bao. Without waiting for Hui Yi to speak, the Sunset God Bao released a wisp of divine sense and directly erased the blood contract of the black ancient mirror. Damn it! A roar suddenly sounded from the depths of Divine Dragon Island. The owner of this voice was the young man in a fiery robe. Let's go. Qin Feiyang glanced at Long Zun, then took Hui Yi, the 5-clawed golden dragon, and the 10 heaven-defying artifacts and turned to leave. Swish. Long Zun's speed was extremely fast, and in a few flashes he was in front of them. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, "This time I'm not targeting you dragons. I'm here for the Internal Seas Beast Emperor, please step aside. The Beast Emperor belongs to us dragons. If you target him, isn't that the same as targeting us dragons?" Long Zun shouted. "Then what do you want?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "The Internal Sea is not a place where you can come and go as you please." After Long Zun finished speaking, a terrifying aura slowly spread out. The sovereign divine domain can only be opened once every 10 years. Are you sure you want to start a war with me now? Qin Feiyang sneered. Long Zun's eyes sank and he couldn't help but hesitate. Indeed, starting a war at this time wouldn't benefit the dragons. Because if the Sunset God Bao and the other heaven-defying artifacts were unsealed and fully awakened, Divine Dragon Island would be the first to bear the brunt. Just as Long Zun was hesitating, Qin Feiyang's group of 3 and the 10 heaven-defying artifacts walked past Long Zun. Actually, you don't have to be so conflicted. Isn't the Nether King's hell about to open? Don't worry, I will definitely go. At that time, we will settle this once and for all in the Nether King's hell. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. You? Long Zun looked at Qin Feiyang's back in bewilderment. Are you wondering how I found out about your scheme? This kind of thing, it's easy to figure it out. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he quickly disappeared at the end of the sea. All right. As you wish, we will settle this once and for all in the Nether King's hell. Long Zun whispered, then turned and left. Chapter 2563. Dragon God Mountain Range. Under the night sky, the mountains and rivers were dead silent. Qin Feiyang and the others flew out of the inland sea and stood above a mountain ridge. What's next? The 5-clawed golden dragon asked. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Feng Daji appeared. After all these years, Feng Daji's body had already been rebuilt. And he was still trying to reach the initial imperishable realm. Because he knew that Qin Feiyang's enemies would become more and more terrifying. A half-step imperishable realm cultivator would not be able to stand out in the near future. So if he didn't want to be eliminated, he had to work hard to become stronger. But this was only his one-sided thought. In fact, for Qin Feiyang, strength was not important. What was important was loyalty. As long as one was loyal, no matter who it was, he would not abandon them. Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Daji and said, "You take 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts to the west. Hui Yi, you and Little Gold go to the south and east respectively. Just in case, each of you take a heaven-defying divine artifact. Your target is the treasure pavilions in the south, west, and east. Destroy as many as you can as quickly as possible." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. Haha, interesting. Hui Yi and the 5-clawed golden dragon suddenly laughed. Qin Feiyang said, "Before dawn, come to the treasure pavilion in Holy Dragon City and find me." No problem. The 5-clawed golden dragon nodded and looked at Feng Daji. "Do you know the coordinates of the west?" "Of course." Feng Daji smiled. As a half-step imperishable realm expert, what place in the divine land had he not been to? He did not know the 4 major divisions like the back of his hand, but he also knew the distribution of the major cities. Let's go, Qin Feiyang said. Then do you want to take some treasures back? Hui smiled. Up to you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Haha. Hui laughed, grabbed the golden sword and opened the altar to leave. The 5-clawed golden dragon glanced at the remaining 9 divine weapons. Finally, his eyes locked onto the blood-red dagger. He smiled sinisterly and said, I like you better. I also admire you. The artifact spirit grinned ferociously. The 5-clawed golden dragon grabbed the crimson dagger and started to leave the altar. Feng Daji looked at the bronze halberd and the black iron fan. He cupped his hands and said, Please take care of me. With a clanging sound, the 2 heaven-defying divine weapons disappeared into Feng Daji's chi-si. Young master, let's go. Feng Daji looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang said, Do you know why I gave you 2 heaven-defying divine tools? I know. It's because my cultivation is weaker than Hui and the 5-clawed golden dragon. Feng Daji said. Not bad. So you have to be careful. It's best if the treasure pavilion can be destroyed, but if not, don't force it. Your own life is the most important thing. If it reaches a point of no return, there's no harm in unlocking the seal on the heaven-defying divine artifact. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Feng Daji respectfully replied, This subordinate will definitely not disappoint young master's expectations. With that, Feng Daji also opened an altar and disappeared from Qin Feiyang's sight. What about us? The Sunset Divine Bow's artifact spirit asked. Don't be idle. Go to the treasure pavilions of the major cities in the north. As for me, I'll go to the treasure pavilion of the Holy Dragon City and have some tea. Qin Feiyang smiled. Understood. The Sunset Divine Bow's artifact spirit smiled and said, Brothers, let's go. Clang. The 6 divine artifacts immediately turned into streams of light and disappeared into the horizon. Beast Emperor, Chief Pavilion Master. Although I can't expose your identities, I have 10,000 ways to make you regret it. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, opened an altar and disappeared without a trace. Divine Dragon Island. Somewhere. The ancestral dragons surrounded the fire-clothed youth. But at this moment, the fire-clothed youth was just a wisp of divine consciousness. Why did he want to kill you? The ancestral dragons looked at the fire-clothed youth in puzzlement. How would I know why he went crazy? The fire-clothed youth said angrily. But in his heart he was very clear. It was just that he couldn't figure out how Qin Feiyang knew. Could it be that Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang leaked the secret? But that couldn't be right. For the safety of the Dragon Slayer Palace, Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang couldn't have told Qin Feiyang. What was going on? Whoosh. At this moment, Longzuan came through the air and landed in front of the group. Sir, how's the situation? The ancestral dragons quickly surrounded him. He's already gone. But there's a problem that I don't understand. Qin Feiyang said frankly that this time, he's not targeting us dragons but the Beast Emperor. Beast Emperor, can you give me an explanation? Longzuan looked at the fire-clothed youth and asked. I don't know either. The fire-clothed youth looked aggrieved. The ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan asked, Did you offend him in any way? Offend him? Speaking of offending him, I haven't offended him. Maybe it's because I'm in the same group as you. The fire-clothed youth was helpless. Longzuan said unhappily, From your tone, it's us who implicated you? Isn't that the case? He came to kill me all of a sudden. He must have been implicated by you. Maybe. He knows our plan, so he wants to get rid of 1 or 2 of us before the Nether King's Hell opens. In this way, when he enters the Nether King's Hell, he will have 1 or 2 fewer opponents. The fire-clothed youth said. He knows our plan? That's impossible. The ancestral dragons shook their heads. No. He does know. He also said that he wants to settle things with us in the Nether King's Hell. Longzuan said. How did he know? Could it be Yi Zhong who leaked the secret? The ancestral dragons were bewildered. You guys are too imaginative. In order to deal with Qin Feiyang, Yi Zhong put in a lot of effort. You guys actually suspect him. If he hears this, won't he be bitterly disappointed? This kind of thing, if you think about it a little, you will know that it must have been deduced by Qin Feiyang. It's not like you guys haven't experienced Qin Feiyang's cleverness. Let's talk about it later. Isn't there still Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang secretly helping him? The fire-clothed youth rolled his eyes. What a bunch of pigs. They actually suspected Yi Zhong. This plan was originally planned by Yi Zhong. How could he do something that would harm himself and benefit others? Longzuan also stared at the ancestral dragons and said indifferently, "All right, go and get ready." Yes. The ancestral dragons retreated respectfully. Longzuan looked at the fire-clothed youth and said, "Can you enter the Nether King's hell tomorrow?" "Aye." The fire-clothed youth hesitated. He had always planned to enter. But now, his physical body was destroyed, and only a wisp of his divine soul was left. With his cultivation, it would be difficult to condense a complete divine soul without tens of thousands of years. Not to mention, it would take a long time to reconstruct his physical body. In his current state, if he entered the Nether King's hell, he would simply be courting death. Longzuan said, "Don't force yourself if you can't go. I want to go in. This Qin Feiyang, I must kill him," the fire-clothed youth said in a deep voice. "But you," Longzuan frowned. If he could use a spatial divine item, the fire-clothed youth could still go into seclusion to reconstruct his divine soul and physical body. But there were rules in the Nether King's hell, and there was no way to use spatial divine items. When the fire-clothed youth's divine soul entered the Nether King's hell, not to mention killing Qin Feiyang, he would not even be able to protect himself. "I have an idea," the fire-clothed youth said. "What idea?" Longzuan was suspicious. The fire-clothed youth moved closer to Longzuan's ear and whispered a few words. When Longzuan heard this, he said in surprise, "This is too risky." "It's a little risky. But as long as I can kill Qin Feiyang, it's worth it. Besides, don't I have you guys to protect me? It's not a big problem." The fire-clothed youth waved his hand. "I won't go." Longzuan shook his head. "You won't go?" The fire-clothed youth was stunned. "Someone has to guard the divine land. What if we all go to the Nether King's hell and Qin Badian and the others take the opportunity to stir up trouble?" Longzuan was worried. The fire-clothed youth frowned and said, "Qin Badian and the others might also enter the Nether King's hell." "He won't. Because I know him. He won't take the risk." Longzuan shook his head. The fire-clothed youth said, "But if you don't go, I'm worried." "What's there to worry about? Although your cultivation will be suppressed to the 9 heavens realm in the Nether King's hell, Qin Feiyang will also be greatly restricted. Qin Feiyang's biggest reliance is the heaven-defying divine artifact and the kill formula. And these can't be used in the Nether King's hell. Don't tell me you can't kill him with your strength?" Longzuan said lightly. "That's true." The fire-clothed youth nodded. Longzuan said, "All right, hurry up and prepare. It's best if the target you choose is at the peak 9 heavens realm. This will give you some protection." "I know." The fire-clothed youth nodded and turned into a stream of light, sweeping out of Divine Dragon Island like lightning and disappearing. Holy Dragon City? The moonlight shone. The huge city was extremely quiet. The treasure pavilion, which was closed for the day, was dead silent. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white figure descended in the sky above the treasure pavilion. It was Qin Feiyang. Glancing at the empty streets and the quiet treasure pavilion, Qin Feiyang took out a tea table and a recliner and placed it in the air. Sitting on the recliner, he took out a tea set and leisurely made tea. But this time, he didn't use the tea leaves brewed by Fire Lotus. Because Yi Zhong also knew about this tea. If he made this tea now, once Yi Zhong found out, he would definitely suspect his identity. He had only chosen a relatively ordinary type of tea. Next, he lay on the recliner, drinking tea while admiring the moonlight. "Look, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why is there a person sitting in the sky above the treasure pavilion?" A few passers-by noticed Qin Feiyang when they passed by the street beside the treasure pavilion. "I'm not playing tricks on me. It's indeed a person. What is he doing? He's actually drinking tea in the sky above the treasure pavilion? No. Why do I feel that he looks familiar? It seems to be, it's Qin Feiyang." A few people stopped on the street with a suspicious look and looked up. When they saw Qin Feiyang's face, they couldn't help but change their expressions. "That's right. It's him." Qin Feiyang, who snatched the 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts of the dragons, severely injured the ancestral dragons, and was not even afraid of Longzuan. Chapter 2564. I heard that he is the young lord of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Why is he sitting here so brazenly? What does he want to do? Isn't he afraid that the dragons will find trouble with him? The few of them were bewildered. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at them. He smiled and said, "Do you want to come up? I'll treat you to some tea." "No need, no need." The few of them hurriedly waved their hands and like frightened rabbits, they ran away like a wisp of smoke. Am I that scary? Qin Feiyang felt very helpless. Compared to the dragons, he was much kinder. What? Qin Feiyang has appeared. Where is he? It can't be. Has he eaten the guts of a leopard? He is actually sitting above the treasure pavilion and drinking tea openly? Hell is about to open. There must be something fishy about him appearing at this time. Let's go and take a look. Very soon, the quiet holy dragon city was in an uproar. Everyone walked out one after another, their hearts filled with curiosity as they rushed towards the treasure pavilion. In less than an hour, the streets near the treasure pavilion were crowded with people. The surrounding void was also packed with people, making it extremely crowded. It's really him. People mumbled. They could not help but admire him. In terms of courage, this man was really unparalleled in the world. This was because since ancient times, no one had dared to appear openly after offending the dragons. Not to mention sitting there and drinking tea leisurely. After the people arrived, no one left. This was because they wanted to know what Qin Feiyang wanted to do. Sitting above the treasure pavilion, could it be that his target this time was the treasure pavilion? This lawless guy, it was not enough that he had looted the city lord's mansions of the major cities. He also wanted to target the treasure pavilion? Whoosh. Suddenly, a white-haired old man descended above the treasure pavilion. It's him. Yi Zhong. He came really quickly. Everyone's pupils constricted. Qin Feiyang also sat up straight and turned to look at Yi Zhong with a faint smile on his face. Not long ago, you barged into the inner sea and destroyed the Beast Emperor's body and soul. Now, you're brazenly coming to the treasure pavilion to sit here and drink tea. You've got guts. Yi Zhong said angrily. What? Not long ago, he broke into the inland sea again? He even destroyed the Beast Emperor's body and divine soul? Oh my god, what is he trying to do? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, Yi Zhong, Grand Hall Master of the Dragon God Palace, I've heard a lot about you. Boom. Yi Zhong directly released his aura. Qin Feiyang picked up the teacup and took a sip. He smiled and said, Chief Palace Master Yi, are you sure you want to make a move? There are a lot of people here right now. He's indeed a madman. He's facing Yi Zhong, Grand Hall Master, without batting an eyelid. People murmured. Yi Zhong raised his eyebrows. I've never had a chat with Grand Hall Master over tea. Why don't we sit down and chat for a while? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and another recliner appeared. Yi Zhong looked at the recliner and frowned. What's this kid up to? Don't worry. The purpose of my appearance this time has nothing to do with the Dragon God Palace and the dragons. I'm not here to fight with you either. I'm just here to drink tea and enjoy the moonlight. Well, the moonlight in the Divine Land is pretty good. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Yi Zhong was silent as if he wanted to see through Qin Feiyang. However, in his eyes, Qin Feiyang was always covered with a veil, appearing mysterious and unfathomable. Alright then. Grand Hall Master, you can just stand there. However, you have to stand steadily. After all, you're already so old. Don't sprain your back. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, took out a teacup, brewed tea and placed it opposite him. He had to be polite to others. As for Yi Zhong, it was Yi Zhong's business whether he wanted to sit down and drink this cup of tea. I'm not so old that I'll sprain my back. However, this old man really wants to see what kind of tricks you can play. Yi Zhong snorted coldly, restrained his aura, took a step forward, sat opposite Qin Feiyang, picked up the teacup and took a sip. How's this tea? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Low-grade tea is not qualified for me to judge. Yi Zhong said lightly. In that case, Grand Hall Master, you have good tea? Why don't you let me try it? Qin Feiyang was curious. You're not qualified. Yi Zhong smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh and said lightly, I think it's Grand Hall Master who can't afford it. What a joke. Alright, since you insist on humiliating yourself, I'll fulfill your wish and let you see what a real top-grade tea is. Yi Zhong took out a teapot. As soon as he opened it, a strong tea fragrance immediately wafted out. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wasn't this the tea that he gave to Yi Xuer's great-grandfather? Why would it be with Yi Zhong? Wait a minute. He looked at the tea leaves in the teapot. It turned out that there was only a small pot. Obviously, this was what Yi Zhong had received from the old man. He didn't expect that Yi Zhong was also a tea lover. How is it? Yi Zhong personally brewed a pot of tea and looked at Qin Feiyang proudly. Qin Feiyang picked up the teacup, tasted it gently and said with a smile, Not bad, not bad. It's indeed a top-grade tea. This kid is really good at pretending. Yi Zhong is the Grand Hall Master of the Dragon God Palace. His status is comparable to the various ancestral dragons. How can someone with such a status not have good tea on him? Everyone shook their heads. However, they didn't know that although Yi Zhong's tea was good, it was also a gift from Qin Feiyang. Yi Zhong said, "If you like it, I'll definitely give you some." "That's not necessary. Anyway, drinking tea is just a hobby. I don't like it that much." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Indeed. In terms of tea, you're too far behind my disciple," Yi Zhong said proudly. "Your disciple?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Suddenly, he patted his head and said, "Are you talking about Li Bu'er? You know him too?" Yi Zhong was surprised. "Of course I know him. This disciple of yours is quite famous in the Divine Land. Speaking of which, I kind of admire him. Because he's the only person I've seen in the Dragon God Palace who dares to challenge the dragons. I think it's a waste for someone like him to stay in the Dragon God Palace," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Yi Zhong's pupils shrank and he said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think about him." Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a smile, "I didn't expect the Grand Hall Master to care so much about Li Bu'er. Seems that this is a good breakthrough." "Breakthrough?" Yi Zhong's eyes darkened and he said, "What do you want to do?" Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "To tell you the truth, I'm very interested in you." "What do you mean?" Yi Zhong frowned. Qin Feiyang said to himself, "I mean, I want you to betray the dragons and come to my side." "Ha!" Yi Zhong suddenly looked up and laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "What are they talking about?" The crowd looked at Yi Zhong, who suddenly laughed, and their faces were full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "Does the Grand Hall Master think it's funny?" "It's more than funny. It's a joke. Let's not talk about my status in the Divine Land. Let's talk about my cultivation. Great achievement, immortality. I've even comprehended the power of law." This old man is really puzzled. "Where did you find the courage to say such words that overestimate yourself?" Yi Zhong's face was full of sarcasm. "It's precisely because your cultivation is strong that I'm interested in you. If it were a peerless god or a ninth heaven realm cultivator, do you think I would take a second look at him?" Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Yi Zhong didn't say anything and sneered. "As for the power of law you mentioned, there's really nothing to show off." Qin Feiyang shook his head again. "You." Yi Zhong wanted to scold him immediately. But he suddenly remembered that this man seemed to have comprehended the power of law of light. He was only a peerless god, but he had already comprehended the power of law. Thinking about it, he really had nothing to show off. "You've been with the dragons for so many years. You know the character of the dragons better than anyone. Is it worth it to protect these beasts? Of course you're not afraid. After all, you have status and strength. No one dares to say anything in front of you. But have you ever thought about your descendants? What kind of infamy will they bear? I guess there'll probably be some lackeys, scum, hawks and dogs, the shame of mankind. Others want to go down in history in their lives. But what about you, Grand Hall Master? To be honest, I really don't understand. You clearly have the ability to choose, but why do you choose the path of infamy?" Qin Feiyang thought to himself. Yi Zhong pondered for a moment and said, "In this world, no one has the right to judge others." "You're right. No one has the right to judge others. But if they want to judge, can you control their mouths? Go down in history in infamy for 10,000 years? You have to choose carefully between these two paths." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Yi Zhong didn't think much of it and sneered. "I know you must have your own reasons for doing this. But you have to think more about Yi Xue and your old father. You're the one who's wrong, not them. It doesn't seem fair to let them suffer the disdain of the world," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "You?" Yi Zhong stared at Qin Feiyang in surprise. "He knows about my father and Xue? During the years I was in the Divine Land, I wasn't always cultivating in seclusion. Sometimes I would investigate some things that interested me. For example, your family situation," Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Yi Zhong couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This guy has been secretly investigating me all this time. And judging from his tone, he already knows my family situation like the back of his hand. "Why have you always let Yi Xue and your father live in seclusion in the mountains? It's actually very simple. You also know that the world will curse them, so you don't want them to show their faces in public. But do you think that by doing this they won't feel pressured? They actually feel pressured too. It's because of their concern, trust, and respect for you that they silently bear this pressure. If you really think about them, if you really want them to live a comfortable and carefree life, then there's only one way. Leave the dragons and do what you should do. Qin Feiyang said with a voice transmission. Chapter 2565. As Qin Feiyang said these words, Yi Zhong couldn't help but retract his hands into his sleeves and clenched them tightly. No matter how hard-hearted a person was, it was impossible to remain indifferent after hearing these words. Not to mention, Yi Zhong still cared about his family very much. These words made him fall into a dilemma. In his heart there was also a sense of guilt and self-blame. Although everything you do can bring them a better life, in fact, you are increasing their burden. And this burden is not just a little bit. Think about yourself. You are not only Yi Xuer's grandfather, but also the son of the old master and Yi Cheng's elder brother. You are holding multiple positions. I want to ask, can you bear to do this? Qin Feiyang also noticed Yi Zhong's abnormality and continued to persuade him. Enough. Yi Zhong suddenly shouted and stood up, glaring at Qin Feiyang. What? Did I say something wrong? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked straight at him. You're right. But since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety can't be combined, Yi Zhong said secretly. Then do you think loyalty to the dragons is really loyalty? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. Whether it is or not, I have my own judgment in my heart. Yi Zhong snorted coldly. Yes. In your opinion, loyalty to the dragons is also loyalty. But you don't know that in the eyes of the world, you are helping the evildoers. Are you worthy of the word loyalty? In my opinion, you are simply a disloyal, unfilial, heartless, and unrighteous person. Qin Feiyang shouted secretly. Every word was like a gem. What did you say? Yi Zhong stared at him fiercely. Because of you, your father has to bear the infamy. This is unfilial. You help the dragons and harm your own kind. This is heartless. You don't care about Yi Cheng and let him become the dragon's lackey with you. This is unrighteous. You have the power to save the world, but you don't know how to repent. You insist on being an accomplice to a villain. This is disloyalty. So disloyal, unfilial, heartless, and unjust. How can you still have the face to say that loyalty and filial piety cannot be fulfilled at the same time since ancient times? Have you asked your family if they really need the superior life that you've exchanged for with your pride and dignity? Qin Feiyang bellowed. Yi Zhong's eyes trembled, and his heart sank into an unprecedented panic. Think about it. What should a person do in life? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. What should a person do in life? Yi Zhong mumbled. He was confused, hesitant, and at a loss. But suddenly, he took a deep breath and returned to his seat. He shook his head and said, You're really powerful. You almost destroyed my mental state. Wrong. I'm not trying to destroy your state of mind. I'm trying to reason with you. Take your time to think about it. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Yi Zhong smiled coldly and then fell silent. Qin Feiyang did not say anything else. He lay on the chair and sipped his tea leisurely. This kind of thing could not be rushed, because if he was too anxious, it would only backfire. And now, although Yi Zhong did not admit it, a seed had been planted in his heart. This seed would slowly germinate with the passage of time. After the germination, it would be the best time to persuade Yi Zhong. In other words, he was waiting for an opportunity now, an opportunity to completely change Yi Zhong. Qin Feiyang sat above the treasure pavilion in Holy Dragon City and drank tea. Now, almost everyone in the major cities in the north knew about it. A chubby fatso in luxurious clothes appeared. This person was the supervisor of the treasure pavilion. It's really Qin Feiyang. Looking at Qin Feiyang in the sky, the supervisor of the treasure pavilion trembled and hurriedly flew up. He frowned and said, Qin Feiyang, why are you doing this? Holy Dragon City was so big and there were so many places to drink tea. Why did he come to the treasure pavilion to drink tea? Those who did not know would think that the treasure pavilion had some relationship with Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, The air here is good, and it happens to be in the center of Holy Dragon City. Drinking tea here, you can see the whole Holy Dragon City. The City Lord Mansion is the center of Holy Dragon City. The supervisor of the treasure pavilion said helplessly. There are too many people in the City Lord Mansion. I don't like it. And I'm afraid that once I reach the City Lord Mansion, I won't be able to resist taking action on their treasure vault and herb farm. Qin Feiyang laughed. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Was there anyone more arrogant than this? It was as if the City Lord Mansion's herb farm and treasure vault were his back garden that he could take whenever he wanted. Brother Qin, look, our treasure pavilion still needs to do business. Can you drink tea somewhere else? I have 10 billion divine crystals here. Take it as a treat. The supervisor of the treasure pavilion took out a cosmos bag and ran to Qin Feiyang with a flattering smile. 10 billion divine crystals for tea? This fatso is really generous. What do you know? This is called taking money to avoid disaster. As long as we can send this plague away, not to mention 10 billion divine crystals, even if it's 100 billion, the treasure pavilion will definitely pay. It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. We can't even earn 1 billion divine crystals after working hard, but this guy just sits here and has 10 billion divine crystals delivered to him. When will I be as lucky as him? Everyone looked at the cosmos bag in the supervisor's hand with envy. However, Qin Feiyang did not even look at it and said indifferently, "Do you think I'm a beggar?" "Not enough. I have more." "As long as you are magnanimous and leave the treasure pavilion," the supervisor hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang said, "I heard that you've been auctioning 3 divine life pills with dragon-shaped core chi recently?" Yes. Everyone in the north knows about this." The supervisor nodded repeatedly. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Then your treasure pavilion must have made a lot of money." Not bad. The supervisor smiled flatteringly, but his expression suddenly changed and he asked, "Do you want the divine life pills? You should have said so earlier. Wait a moment, I'll go get them for you." Not interested. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Not interested? The supervisor was stunned. He didn't want divine crystals or divine pills. What did he want? What a joke. Those divine pills were refined by Qin Feiyang. Why would he want them? "Sorry, I'm not interested no matter how many divine crystals or divine pills there are. If you really want to treat me to tea, then give me a few trillion divine crystals." Qin Feiyang chuckled. What? Divine crystals? A few trillion? This guy's appetite is too big. Everyone was dumbfounded. That was a few trillion soul stones. Even the steward couldn't take out that much. The treasure pavilion must have some. But with so many divine crystals, how could the supervisor dare to make the decision? The supervisor couldn't help but be stunned and said with a wry smile, "Brother Qin, you're making things difficult for me." "I won't make things difficult for you. But don't continue to be long-winded here," Qin Feiyang said lightly. The supervisor nodded repeatedly and said, "I won't be long-winded, but you have to tell me what you want, right?" "I'm just sitting here and drinking tea. Why do you have so many questions?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "Is this just a cup of tea?" The supervisor wanted to cry but had no tears. Go and ask the divine land if they don't know Qin Feiyang. Why would he come here to drink tea? What should he do? If this god of plagues didn't leave, something big would happen sooner or later. Buzz. All of a sudden, the sound of the image crystal sounded. The supervisor glanced at Qin Feiyang and Yi Zhong and took out the image crystal. A shadow appeared. "Supervisor Wang, bad news." It was an old man in black. As soon as he saw the supervisor, he shouted. The supervisor's eyelids twitched and he hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" The old man in black said, "The treasure pavilion of Snow Dragon City has been destroyed." "What did you say?" The supervisor was stunned and shouted, "Say it again?" "The treasure pavilion of Snow Dragon City has been destroyed. The treasures in the treasure pavilion have also been taken away," the old man in black said. "It can't be. Who destroyed the treasure pavilion of Snow Dragon City and took away all the treasures? Who is so bold? Wait. It can't be him, can it?" Everyone was shocked and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Damn it, who did it?" The supervisor was furious. Yes. It's a heaven-defying divine artifact. It seems to be the sunset bow." The old man in black said in horror. "The sunset bow." Everyone's heart trembled, and they immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. Everyone in the divine land knew that the sunset bow and other heaven-defying divine artifacts had submitted to Qin Feiyang. It was really him. Why did he do this? Did the treasure pavilion offend him? The manager was also dumbstruck as he looked at Qin Feiyang. The old man in black asked anxiously, "Supervisor Wang, what should we do? I don't dare to report it to the chief pavilion master." "How do I know what to do?" The supervisor roared at the old man in black and turned off the image crystal. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Brother Qin, I don't think the treasure pavilion has offended you. Why did you do this?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said nothing. But at this time, the supervisor's image crystal vibrated again. Everyone looked at the supervisor again. The supervisor felt more and more uneasy. He activated the image crystal. A woman in black appeared. The woman in black immediately shouted, "Supervisor Wang, bad news." The treasure pavilion of the Serpent City was destroyed by a heaven-defying divine artifact and all the treasures were taken away. The treasure pavilion of the Serpent City was also visited by a heaven-defying divine artifact? Everyone was shocked. The supervisor also came to his senses after a long while. He looked at the woman in black and asked, "Is it the heaven-defying divine artifact of the dragons?" "Yes." "A black iron fan. But I remember that this divine artifact has fallen into the hands of Qin Feiyang?" The woman in black said. "I know. Snow Dragon City was also destroyed by the Sunset Bow," informed the Chief Pavilion Master. "It's not up to us to solve this problem. Tell the Chief Pavilion Master that Qin Feiyang is in the treasure pavilion of the Holy Dragon City." The supervisor said helplessly. "Qin Feiyang." The woman in black was shocked and immediately turned off the image crystal. But it was not over yet. The supervisors of the treasure pavilions in other cities also sent messages one after another, saying that they had also been visited by a heaven-defying divine artifact. What is he going to do? Is he going to destroy all the treasure pavilions in the north? I don't remember him having a grudge against the treasure pavilion. The onlookers were discussing. They could not calm down. First, he looted the medicine fields and treasure vaults of the cities. Now he attacked the treasure pavilion. How could there be such a crazy person in the world? Chapter 2566. Yi Zhong sat calmly opposite Qin Feiyang. However, if one looked closely, one would find that there was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. In his memory, Qin Feiyang and the treasure pavilion did not have any grudges. They did not even have any interactions. But why would Qin Feiyang suddenly make such a big fuss? And it just so happened to be the day before the opening of hell. Was there something hidden in it? But as the person involved, Qin Feiyang remained calm. He drank tea and looked at the moon, feeling extremely comfortable. It was as if everything that happened had nothing to do with him. Let everyone speculate and talk. Boom. A terrifying divine aura descended upon the treasure pavilion. As soon as the divine power appeared, it rushed toward Qin Feiyang. But this. Qin Feiyang still acted as if he had nothing to do with it. However, everyone else was shocked, because this divine power was no weaker than Yi Zhong's. Who is it? Everyone was bewildered. Greetings, Chief Pavilion Master. Just as everyone was bewildered, a respectful and loud voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who spoke was the supervisor of the treasure pavilion. Chief Pavilion Master. It turns out that the owner of this divine power is the Chief Pavilion Master of the treasure pavilion. This mysterious existence has always been elusive and elusive. Everyone thought that the Chief Pavilion Master of the treasure pavilion's status in Divine Prefecture was quite terrifying. And his strength was also extremely strong. What was Qin Feiyang trying to do? First, he offended the dragons and now the treasure pavilion. Was he trying to make the world his enemy? Was he really not afraid of death? No matter how powerful he was, he could not offend the dragons and the treasure pavilion. Qin Feiyang, do you want to die? Accompanied by a bone-chilling cold shout, a woman descended in front of Qin Feiyang. She was shrouded in a mist, and it was difficult to see her face clearly. One could only see that she was wearing a light purple long dress. She had an excellent figure. However, his temperament gave off the feeling of an iceberg. The surging divine power also drowned Qin Feiyang. Even Yi Zhong, who was beside him, felt a great sense of danger. However, Qin Feiyang's expression did not change. He looked up at the Chief Pavilion Master and said with a smile, "Please sit." As he spoke, he waved his hand and another chair appeared. Immediately after, he picked up the teapot and said with a faint smile, "This tea belongs to Chief Palace Master Yi. I shall present it to Buddha with borrowed flowers and invite Chief Palace Master to try it." After saying that, he poured a cup and placed it on the coffee table in front of the chair. The Chief Pavilion Master slowly walked over and sat on the chair. He glanced at the teacup and then directly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What do you want to do?" His tone was rather gloomy. "I'm not planning to do anything. Even though I've been in the Divine Land for so long, I haven't seen you yet, Chief Pavilion Master, so I wanted to ask you out." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Let's meet?" Everyone was helpless. Even Yi Zhong could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. How could he ask someone out like that? "Aren't you treating me like a fool?" "Speak human language." The Chief Pavilion Master said word by word, a little exasperated. "I'm speaking human language." "What? Chief Pavilion Master, you don't understand? You can't even understand human language. Are you still human?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "How dare you? The chief pavilion master was furious. He actually humiliated her in public. Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's just a joke. Drink some tea first. I've tasted this tea. It's not only the best tea but also has the effect of smoothing the qi. How about you? Drink some first. I don't want to hurt my body when I get angry later, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What do you mean? Everyone was stunned. Why did they feel that this person was still holding back a big move? The chief pavilion master glanced at Qin Feiyang gloomily, then looked at the teacup on the table again. He turned to Yi Zhong and said, Why are you here? Yi Zhong said, Such a big thing has happened. How can I not come to take a look? Then you should do something. After all, you were ordered to guard the north. Are you going to watch him do whatever he wants? The chief pavilion master said angrily. Back then, when he looted the major city lord mansions, didn't your treasure pavilion also watch the fun from the side? Yi Zhong said lightly. You, the chief pavilion master glared at him. But at this moment, buzz, there was a buzzing sound. The chief pavilion master raised his eyebrows and took out an image crystal. An old man in white appeared. What's the matter? The chief pavilion master shouted. The old man in white was already trembling with fear. When he saw the chief pavilion master so angry, his body suddenly trembled and he shouted, Lord, something bad has happened. Everyone was surprised. Yi Zhong also frowned. Wasn't this person the supervisor of a treasure pavilion in the east? Looking at him, could it be that the same thing was happening to the treasure pavilion in the east? The chief pavilion master said angrily. The white-haired old man quickly said, Our treasure pavilion in the east has been destroyed by evil people. Sure enough, Yi Zhong's heart trembled and he glanced at Qin Feiyang. There was no suspense. It must be this guy behind the scenes. Who is it? How much did we lose? The chief pavilion master was also furious. At present, more than a dozen treasure pavilions have been destroyed. The perpetrator is Hui Yi, the white-haired old man said. Hui? Isn't he Qin Feiyang's accomplice? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in unison. This guy was indeed holding back a big move. But why? Not only did he attack the treasure pavilion in the north, but he also attacked the treasure pavilion in the east. How much hatred did he have? Wait a minute. The treasure pavilions in the east and north were facing destruction at the same time. What about the west and south? Buzz. At this time, the buzzing of the image crystal sounded again. This time it was the treasure pavilion's manager. The treasure pavilion's manager quickly activated the image crystal, and a black-haired old woman appeared. The black-haired old woman hurriedly asked, Manager Wang, do you know where the chief pavilion master is? Why can't I contact him? Lord is right next to me. The treasure pavilion's manager turned the image crystal in his hand and pointed it at the chief pavilion master. Lord, something bad has happened. Feng Daji came to our south with a heaven-defying artifact and destroyed several of our treasure pavilions. We need support. The black-haired old woman looked at the chief pavilion master and said anxiously. The chief pavilion master's hands suddenly clenched tightly. Terrible, really terrible. Even the treasure pavilion in the south has been destroyed. It seems that the treasure pavilion in the west will not be spared. People muttered. Sure enough, the people of the treasure pavilion in the west also sent a message. All the major treasure pavilions were destroyed by a masked man one after another. This masked man was naturally the five-clawed golden dragon. Moreover, in the time it took to send the message, more than a dozen treasure pavilions in the north were destroyed by the sunset bow and other 6 heaven-defying artifacts. Qin Feiyang. The chief pavilion master suddenly stood up and murderous aura surged out. Clang. But at the same time, the rusty axe appeared. Pieces of rust fell off as 5-colored divine lights bloomed. They were like colorful butterflies that revolved around Qin Feiyang's body. The chief pavilion master's aura and murderous aura were immediately blocked. A heaven-defying artifact. The sunset bow and the other 6 heaven-defying artifacts, plus this heaven-defying artifact, he has 11 heaven-defying artifacts. No wonder even Yi Zhong didn't dare to take action. Qin Feiyang is now strong enough to compete with the dragons with his own ability. Not to mention that there is the mysterious Dragon Slayer Palace behind him. Everyone was shocked. They never expected that in just these years, Qin Feiyang had developed to such a terrifying extent in the Divine Land. Do you think a heaven-defying artifact can protect you? The chief pavilion master said gloomily. I may not be able to protect a heaven-defying artifact. But what about 10? As long as I give the order, the 10 heaven-defying artifacts of the Sunset Bow will immediately come to the Holy Dragon City. Do you think you will be a match for me then? Besides, isn't Chief Pavilion Master Yi still here? With him here, he won't allow us to unlock the seals of the heaven-defying artifacts. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. The Chief Pavilion Master said angrily, "What do you want?" Qin Feiyang picked up the teacup, moistened his throat and said with a smile, "Don't you know what I want?" A trace of surprise appeared in the Chief Pavilion Master's eyes. Qin Feiyang turned his gaze to Yi Zhong and asked with a smile, "Chief Pavilion Master Yi, how is the Beast Emperor now? Aren't you asking the obvious?" Yi Zhong snorted. The Beast Emperor? The Chief Pavilion Master was suspicious. She really didn't receive any news about the Beast Emperor. "Master, I heard from Yi Zhong that before Qin Feiyang came to the Treasure Pavilion, he went to the Inland Sea and destroyed the Beast Emperor's body and divine soul." The steward walked to the Chief Pavilion Master's ear and whispered. The Chief Pavilion Master's pupils suddenly shrank. Yi Zhong didn't know, but she immediately understood. Qin Feiyang was here for revenge. But how did Qin Feiyang know about the Mermaid Princess and the others? Did Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang tell him? But that couldn't be right. Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang were the most concerned about the overall situation, so they shouldn't have told Qin Feiyang. Damn it. Who was the one who told him? You should have guessed my purpose of destroying your treasure pavilion by now. I won't talk nonsense with you. I'll give you an hour. If I don't see what I want in an hour, then I promise you that your treasure pavilion will disappear from the divine land today. Qin Feiyang looked at the Chief Pavilion Master and said with a faint smile. How arrogant. How domineering. In this world, except for the dragons and the dragon-slaying palace, I'm afraid only this person dares to say such words in front of the Chief Pavilion Master. Everyone's eyes trembled. This person was indeed a descendant of Qin Badian. His style of doing things was unscrupulous. You want my treasure pavilion to disappear? The Chief Pavilion Master was also stunned and shouted angrily, You think too highly of yourself, don't you? Our treasure pavilion has been standing in the ancient world for so many years, and it's not just for show. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Anyway, I have plenty of time. I can even play with you slowly without going to the Nether King's hell. Qin Feiyang chuckled. The Chief Pavilion Master's face darkened. It was already very obvious. This person would not give up until he achieved his goal today. What he wants? What does he want from the treasure pavilion? Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang and the Chief Pavilion Master with a trace of suspicion in his old eyes. Also, why did Qin Feiyang deliberately mention the Beast Emperor? Could it be that the Beast Emperor had something to do with this? First, he tried to kill the Beast Emperor, then he attacked the treasure pavilion. What kind of unknown secret was hidden in this? Chapter 2567. Qin Feiyang looked at the silent Chief Pavilion Master and said with a faint smile, Hurry up and decide. Time waits for no one. If you're late for even a second, a pavilion will be destroyed. Do you have the heart to do that? You, the Chief Pavilion Master trembled with anger. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Drink a cup of tea and calm down. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Everyone was speechless. Drinking tea could calm down? He was simply toying with the Chief Pavilion Master like a monkey. However, this person's courage and boldness were truly admirable. In fact, the student might even surpass the master. If Qin Badian were to compare with him, there was no comparison at all. Although Qin Badian founded the dragon-slaying palace, he had never brazenly sat here in front of Yi Zhong and the Chief Pavilion Master. Not to mention toying with the Chief Pavilion Master. The Chief Pavilion Master said, Aren't you afraid that I'll kill them? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? If you really dare to kill them, why did you imprison them? Believe it or not, if you dare to touch a single hair on them, not only me, but even the two ancestors won't let you go. Don't you have this bit of awareness? Qin Feiyang snickered. The Chief Pavilion Master was extremely angry, but there was nothing he could do. Although Qin Feiyang was the young master of the dragon-slaying palace and could be considered a member of the dragon-slaying palace, she, a dignified sovereign, seemed to be worthless in front of Qin Feiyang. The most hateful thing was, he actually sent people to destroy her treasure pavilion. Not to mention anything else, they were in the same camp after all. Couldn't they discuss things? Take your time to think about it. I'm not in a hurry. Qin Feiyang held the teacup and tasted the tea by himself. His face was full of enjoyment as he said with a smile, Chief Pavilion Master, the taste of this tea is really amazing. I suddenly want some. Can you give it to me? If Yi Zhong was willing to give him some, Qin Feiyang wouldn't have to worry so much about it in the future. When Yi Zhong asked, he would say that he gave it to him. In your dreams. Yi Zhong snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and said, Is your prejudice against me that big? This old man doesn't seem to be that close to you. Yi Zhong snorted through his nose. That's sad. Looks like I really need to have a good chat with that disciple of yours. Not for anything else but for this tea. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What do you mean? Yi Zhong's gaze darkened. Wasn't this tea given to you by your disciple? Something's not right. He gave it to your father and he even gave him a whole jar. You got these tea leaves from your father. Am I right? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You're spying on me? Yi Zhong stood up and glared at Qin Feiyang. No. Spying on me doesn't sound good. You should understand that I'm concerned about you. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Concerned? Yi Zhong was burning with anger. The chief pavilion master rolled his eyes and looked at Yi Zhong. Why don't we join forces and call Long Zun and the others over to kill him? Join forces? Qin Feiyang laughed and said sarcastically, Hell is about to open. Do you think Chief Pavilion Master Yi will do such a risky thing now? Yi Zhong also looked at the Chief Pavilion Master coldly and pretended not to hear anything. The Chief Pavilion Master couldn't help but frown. Qin Feiyang said again, But you're really ridiculous. You're the Supreme Sovereign of the Dragon Slayer Palace, but you actually want to join forces with the dragons. Kid, don't be too arrogant. The Chief Pavilion Master was so angry that he was about to go crazy. You need to have the ability to be arrogant. I do. But what about you? I'm afraid you don't even have a brain. You clearly know that the Mermaid Princess and the others are very important to me, but you still use them to threaten me. Aren't you touching my reverse scale? Do you know the price of angering me? I'm not even afraid of the dragons, let alone a little pavilion master like you. Give me an answer within 3 breaths. Otherwise, even if you invite the 2 ancestors, you won't be able to change my mind. Qin Feiyang shouted secretly. The chief pavilion master gnashed his teeth. He was getting more and more arrogant. He didn't take her, as supreme sovereign, seriously at all. 3. Qin Feiyang drank his tea and slowly transmitted his voice. 2. 1. When he said 1, Qin Feiyang slowly put down his teacup, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. The chief pavilion master's eyelids twitched. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Fu Tu and said with a smile, Let the sunset divine bow and the others kill. Boom. As soon as these words came out, the chief pavilion master felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her face couldn't help but turn pale. She originally thought that Qin Feiyang was just scaring her and didn't take it seriously. But she didn't expect that. He really wanted to completely destroy the treasure pavilion. Then again, she didn't know Qin Feiyang at all. He didn't cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of trouble either. If he was provoked, he would follow even the heavens. Okay. The artifact spirit laughed. The chief pavilion master shivered and quickly said secretly, Stop, I promise you. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted slightly, and he waved his hand to stop Fu Tu. He looked at the chief pavilion master and transmitted his voice with a smile. I thought you had more backbone, but it turns out that you're just like this. Being humiliated again and again, the chief pavilion master couldn't help but have a trace of resentment in her eyes. Although these words were secretly transmitted and were not known to others, one must know that with her status and strength, she had never been in such a difficult position before. I'll go to the Dragon Slayer Palace and release them. You also immediately tell Hui Yi and the Sunset Divine Bow to stop. The chief pavilion master said secretly. Of course. Tell them that I'll be waiting for them at Black Tortoise Mountain outside the city. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Okay. The chief pavilion master took a deep look at Qin Feiyang, turned around, opened an altar and left. She left? What's going on? Could it be that the chief pavilion master doesn't care about the life and death of the treasure pavilion? How is that possible? The treasure pavilion is the work of the chief pavilion master. I think they must have made some secret deal. Everyone whispered. Qin Feiyang also got up and looked at Yi Zhong with a smile. I still have something to do, so I won't accompany the chief pavilion master. See you later. Yi Zhong also got up and transmitted his voice. This old man will wait for you in the Nether King's hell. I definitely won't let you down. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and put away the tea table and reclining chair. He turned to look at Fu Tu and said to himself, Go and inform Sunset Godly Bow and the others to meet me at Black Tortoise Mountain. Okay. The weapon spirit of Fu Tu responded secretly and disappeared like a flash of lightning. Qin Feiyang also opened an altar and swaggered away. Until then. The steward let out a sigh of relief. He found that his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. Although Qin Feiyang didn't make a move from the beginning to the end, the invisible pressure emitted by his calmness made even him, a half-step invincible realm expert, a little overwhelmed. The rise of this man was unstoppable. Not even the dragons. He could even predict that the future of the ancient world would change greatly because of this man. After Qin Feiyang disappeared, Yi Zhong also left without saying a word. This little guy is really scary. Yeah. It's the first time I've seen such a terrifying young man. He didn't make a move nor did he get angry. He just sat there calmly and planned his strategy. Who can compete with him? He's a rare talent. People muttered. Even though a world-shocking battle hadn't occurred, Qin Feiyang's godlike figure had already been imprinted in their hearts, and it was impossible to forget. Black Tortoise Mountain. Qin Feiyang took out an image crystal and notified Hui, the five-clawed golden dragon, and Feng Daji. Then he closed his eyes and waited silently. Hui, Feng Daji, and the five-clawed golden dragon returned. How was it? The three of them asked with a smile. If the chief pavilion master didn't compromise, would I have called you back? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Then what does she look like? Hui was curious. What do you mean? You asked about her appearance as soon as you arrived? Qin Feiyang was stunned. I'm just curious. If she's a peerless beauty, then we have to be gentle. After all, we have to be gentle with her. Hui chuckled. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He turned to look at the five-clawed golden dragon and asked, Little Gold, did you see Shangguan Fenglan when you went to the northern region with him? Yes. He didn't let me go at first. But am I that obedient? Follow him stealthily. The five-clawed golden dragon glanced at Hui and laughed. Then the next time you have the chance to see Shangguan Fenglan, tell her that someone is flirting with women in the divine land and is very dishonest. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. The five-clawed golden dragon laughed. Bastard. Hui glared at the two of them. Feng Daji snickered. It turned out that Hui also had a nemesis. After waiting for a while, the axe, the sunset bow, and the other 6 divine artifacts also returned. Next to the 6 divine artifacts, there were a large pile of interspatial rings and interspatial rings floating in the air, like a small hill. This is your harvest? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. The sunset bow's artifact spirit said proudly. Qin Feiyang quickly asked, Is there a 7th grade divine elixir fire? 7th grade divine elixir fire? I really didn't pay attention to this matter. The artifact spirit said. Qin Feiyang looked at Hui and the other two. We didn't pay attention to it either. After we caught them all, we rushed to the next city. But I don't think there is a 7th grade elixir fire. Even if there is, it's with the chief pavilion master. Feng Daji said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Last time, the treasure pavilion's manager said that the highest grade of elixir fire and elixir furnace was 8th grade divine elixir fire. And 7th grade divine elixir fire and elixir furnace were also considered top-notch. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be at ease to leave such treasures elsewhere. Although there may not be elixir fire, there must be a lot of legendary divine artifacts. Hui said. That's for sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. When he was on the 10th floor of the treasure pavilion in Holy Dragon City, he saw a lot of legendary divine artifacts and divine techniques. Okay then. Go to the Black Tortoise realm and give these treasures to the Fire Lotus. Then you can go into seclusion. After this seclusion, you can only see me when I come back from the Nether King's hell. Don't miss me too much. Qin Feiyang smiled. Stop being so narcissistic. Who would miss you? The five-clawed golden dragon sneered. That's right. Without you, we can live comfortably. Hui said. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed and sent the 3 of them and the 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts to the Black Tortoise realm. He waited outside alone for the mermaid princess and the others. Chapter 2568. Time passed slowly. Qin Feiyang frowned when he did not see the mermaid princess and the others. Was the chief pavilion master playing tricks? But that did not make sense. Even the dragons did not dare to confront him, let alone a mere treasure pavilion. Besides, this was the chief pavilion master and the Beast Emperor's fault. There was no reason for them to go against him. Swoosh. Suddenly, silhouettes appeared above Black Tortoise Mountain. Qin Feiyang looked up, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Were they not the lovers and companions he had been thinking about day and night? Dan Wangkai, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, Chui Li, Willow Tree, Blood Qilin, Golden Leopard, Thunder Leopard, Yu Huang. There were also Tantai Li, Qin Rushuang, Mermaid Princess, Feiyang. Boss. Young master. When everyone saw Qin Feiyang, their expressions were also incomparably excited and they immediately surrounded Qin Feiyang. Feiyang, I thought I would never see you again. The mermaid princess threw herself into Qin Feiyang's arms. I'll take care of everything. Don't be afraid. Qin Feiyang's heart ached. The mermaid princess nodded. Damn it. Supreme Cloud and Supreme Beast are inhumane. How dare they imprison us? Don't worry. Revenge is a dish best served cold. They'll fall into our hands sooner or later. That's right. We'll let them know why the flowers are so red. The blood Qilin, Thunder Leopard, Golden Leopard, and Yu Huang gnashed their teeth. Qin Feiyang looked at the beasts and nodded. Don't worry. That day will come. Let's not talk about that first. Young master, I heard that the castle and Black Tortoise realm have merged, and the time formation has become 100 years a day? Is that true? Zhao Tailai and the others looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. Qin Feiyang smiled. Of course it's true. Why else would I ask you to come back? Haha, then hurry up and enter. I'm just about to break through to the half-step 9 heavens realm. The Blood Kirin said excitedly. Half-step 9th heavens realm? Qin Feiyang froze and he looked at the Blood Kirin. This guy had actually broken through to the great circle of the paramount god level. Zhao Tailai and the others, as well as Yu Huang and the other beasts, were all perfected transcendent gods. It seems that you've gained quite a lot from the dragon-slaying palace over the years. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's a must. Ever since we separated in the heavenly dragon sea, we've been in seclusion every day and we've never run around. We're just afraid of embarrassing you. Lei Bao and the other beasts chuckled. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Feiyang, I'm really sorry. I didn't protect them well. Tantai Li looked at Qin Feiyang with an apologetic expression. Great-grandmother, this has nothing to do with you. The fault lies with the chief pavilion master and the beast emperor. Selfishness and jealousy are too strong. Hold on, the cloud sovereign and the beast emperor you mentioned just now, could it be them? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Tantai Li nodded. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. These two are not qualified to be on the same level as the two ancestors. But they are the sovereigns of the dragon-slaying palace after all. Both of your ancestors hoped that we could bury the hatchet and bury the hatchet. Don't affect the development of the dragon-slaying palace. Your two ancestors also asked me to apologize to you on their behalf for not telling you at the first moment. Tantai Li said. I'm not such a calculative person. As long as you're fine, anything can be discussed. Besides, they've paid a heavy price this time. Qin Feiyang smiled. Needless to say, the treasure pavilion's reputation was damaged, and they'd lost a lot of treasures. As for the Beast Emperor, his physical body was destroyed and his soul was destroyed. For a supreme expert like the Beast Emperor, it wasn't just a great loss of vitality, but it was almost fatal. It would take tens of thousands of years just to rebuild his physical body and condense his soul. Tens of thousands of years was a long time for an imperishable realm expert. Tantai Li heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Qin Feiyang's reply. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at Qin Rushuang and then at Tantai Li. He teased, Great-grandmother, I'm surprised. Why are you and your mother here? What? Can't we come? Qin Rushuang raised her eyebrows. Yes, of course you can. I'm just a little curious. Why don't you stay with your ancestors? Qin Feiyang said. This is why your ancestors asked us to come. After this incident, they realized that leaving us in the dragon-slaying palace wasn't the safest way. So they asked us to come to you. Actually, before entering the dragon-slaying palace, I didn't expect the situation to be so complicated. Tantai Li sighed. We're all family. Isn't it too serious to say that we'll come to you? My door is always open for you. As for the dragon-slaying palace, I think that indecisiveness will only lead to trouble. My two ancestors should be more decisive. Qin Feiyang said. If they continue to let these two ambitious people stay in the dragon-slaying palace, something would happen sooner or later. It's not as simple as you think. Your ancestors have their concerns too. They asked Supreme Cloud and Supreme Cloud to join the dragon-slaying palace because they were like-minded. But who would have thought that after the dragon-slaying palace finally stabilized, they would want to seize power again? Supreme Cloud and Supreme Cloud know the dragon-slaying palace like the back of their hands. If we push them to the dragon's side now, it will do us no good at all. Besides, the dragon-slaying palace can't do without their support now. Especially Supreme Cloud. As the chief pavilion master of the treasure pavilion, she contributed more than anyone else when the dragon-slaying palace was first established. because she basically provided all the resources the dragon-slaying palace needed. So what your two ancestors mean is to try to stabilize them and persuade them to truly be of one mind with us, Tantaili said. I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Where there's a will, there's a way, Tantaili said with a smile. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, if my two ancestors really want to keep them, then there's only one choice, and that is to control them by force. Control them? Tantaili was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and smiled bitterly. It was indeed this kid's style. We'll talk about this later. Let's go. I'll bring you to see the current Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang smiled. Boom. However, before he finished speaking, a monstrous murderous aura suddenly surged in the sky above. Following closely, a world-destroying divine power descended from the sky and blasted toward Qin Feiyang and the others below. Someone's there? Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. At the same time, a wave of pressure surged over, and the group of people was immediately imprisoned in the void. This pressure? It's a supreme expert. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. The sudden arrival of the pressure and the sudden appearance of the divine power, this was obviously a carefully planned murder. They wanted to kill all of them here. Who is it? Qin Feiyang roared in his heart. However, he was unable to break free from the confinement of the pressure, and he couldn't even enter the ancient castle or the Black Tortoise world. The divine power was aggressive like the might of the heavens. Everyone couldn't help but feel despair. I can't die. Everyone can't. Break for me. Qin Feiyang struggled frantically. However, the pressure was beyond his imagination. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break it. They could only watch helplessly as the divine power blasted toward them. If you want to kill him, do you have my permission? But suddenly, a tender voice sounded. Following closely, a little boy who looked like a porcelain doll appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. Wasn't this the little boy? Clang. The little boy raised his hand and waved. The axe, the sunset bow, and other 11 heaven-defying divine weapons all appeared in an instant. At that moment, the 11 heaven-defying divine weapons released a destructive aura that surged toward the divine power. With a loud bang, the divine power immediately disintegrated. The pressure that imprisoned Qin Feiyang and the others also dissipated in an instant. Qin Feiyang's mind moved and immediately sent the mermaid princess and the others to the Black Tortoise world. Then he grabbed the axe and soared into the sky. Immediately, he saw a black figure darting into the distant forest like lightning, disappearing without a trace. Where do you think you're going? Qin Feiyang immediately prepared to chase. Don't chase. The other party came prepared and won't give you a chance, the little boy said. Qin Feiyang clenched his hand and finally put away his killing intent. He lowered his head to look at the little boy and said, "Thank you." If the little boy hadn't appeared in time, he and the mermaid princess and the others would definitely not have been spared. The little boy waved his little hand and asked, "Do you know who it is?" This aura is very unfamiliar. Qin Feiyang frowned and suddenly looked at the little boy and asked, "Wait, how did you come out?" Nonsense. Even you can freely enter and exit the Black Tortoise world, let alone me. The little boy rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang paused and frowned. What role do you play in the Black Tortoise world? He had always thought that he was the only one in the world who could freely enter and exit the Black Tortoise world. Meh. It's a secret. The little boy grinned and disappeared without a trace. Qin Feiyang scratched his head and followed into the Black Tortoise world. He saw the mermaid princess and the others gathered in front of the castle gate with lingering fear. Feiyang, are you okay? Tantaili asked with concern. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang shook his head and scanned everyone. Seeing that everyone was fine, he let out a sigh of relief and asked, "Did you see that divine power just now?" No. The group shook their heads. Since it was a premeditated sneak attack, he definitely wouldn't have given you the chance to see through his identity. But it's not hard to guess. Who knows that we're in the Black Tortoise Mountain? At this time, Hui Yi, the five-clawed golden dragon, Feng Daji, and Fire Lotus walked over. Who knows that we're in the Black Tortoise Mountain? Qin Feiyang whispered. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at Hui Yi and the others, Chief Pavilion Master. Because at that time, he only told the Chief Pavilion Master that he would meet up with the Mermaid Princess and the others at the Black Tortoise Mountain. That's right. This woman is not ordinary vicious. In the blink of an eye, she planned such a terrifying murder. Fortunately, that little brat can also leave the Black Tortoise world. Otherwise, you would have been doomed this time. Wei said. Chapter 2569. I'm going to send a message to my father. We can't let such a sinister person live. Qin Rushuang said angrily. We can't let this go so easily. It's already too much for them to spy on us and imprison us in the Dragon Slayer Palace. Now they want to kill us. They're so vicious. They'll only be a disaster if they stay in the Dragon Slayer Palace. Zhao Tailai and the others felt indignant. Then you should contact the ancestors, Qin Feiyang said to Qin Rushuang and the others. He then turned to Hui Yi and the five-clawed golden dragon and said, Come with me. Hui Yi and the five-clawed golden dragon nodded. The mermaid princess hurriedly asked, Feiyang, where are you going? You have to pay the price for your wrongdoings. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and left the Black Tortoise realm with Hui Yi and the five-clawed golden dragon. He opened the altar and descended above the treasure pavilion in the Holy Dragon City. The sky was still dark. However, the onlookers had dispersed not long ago. Boom. Qin Feiyang released his aura and shocked everyone. This seems to be Qin Feiyang's aura. He's back again? I think he's still in the treasure pavilion. Let's go take a look. Everyone rushed to the sky and looked above the treasure pavilion. It was indeed Qin Feiyang. Whoosh. At the same time, a figure flew out from the treasure pavilion. It was the manager of the treasure pavilion. When he saw Qin Feiyang and the other two, the manager's expression changed. He smiled obsequiously and said, May I know why you've come to my treasure pavilion again? Qin Feiyang glanced at the manager and said, Raise this place to the ground. What? The manager's expression changed. The five-clawed golden dragon immediately attacked. Get out of the treasure pavilion. The manager quickly retreated to the side and shouted at the treasure pavilion below. Although the treasure pavilion was closed, there were guards guarding it at all times. If he didn't warn them, these guards would definitely die. Whoosh. As soon as the manager finished speaking, more than a dozen guards rushed out of the treasure pavilion. Boom. As soon as the guards left, the treasure pavilion collapsed. Qin Feiyang, don't go too far. Seeing this scene, the manager of the treasure pavilion roared furiously. The one who has gone too far is your chief pavilion master. Today, I will make the treasure pavilion disappear from the divine prefecture. Let's go to the next place. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. He opened the altar and brought Hui Yi and the five-clawed golden dragon away. What the hell is going on? The manager of the treasure school was burning with anxiety. He took out an image crystal and sent a message to the chief pavilion master. What? He's back. The chief pavilion master was enraged when he heard this. Yes. I wonder which city they went to. My lord, you have to think of a solution quickly. Otherwise, with Qin Feiyang's methods, I'm afraid our treasure pavilion will be doomed today. The manager of the treasure pavilion said anxiously. I'll deal with it right away. The chief pavilion master said gloomily and turned off the image crystal. Swish. In the sky above a certain city, 3 figures appeared. One of them waved his hand, and a surge of divine power surged out. With a loud bang, a building in the center of the city collapsed on the spot. This building was the treasure pavilion of the city. After the treasure pavilion was destroyed, the 3 figures opened the altar and disappeared. It seems to be Qin Feiyang. What's wrong with him? Didn't I hear that his grudge with the treasure pavilion has been resolved? Why is he attacking the treasure pavilion again? Also, what grudge does he have with the treasure pavilion? Everyone was discussing. For the people of the major cities in the north, this was destined to be a sleepless night. Feiyang, father wants you to come in. When Qin Feiyang and the other 2 destroyed the 4th pavilion, Qin Rushuang's voice suddenly rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. Oh. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He brought Hui Yi and the five-clawed golden dragon into the ancient castle and saw that everyone was gathered in the castle hall. In the void, 3 figures were suspended. They were Qin Badian and Lu Jingyang, the chief pavilion master. The chief pavilion master's face was still as unrecognizable as before. As soon as Qin Badian saw Qin Feiyang appear, he immediately said, Feiyang, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and pointed at the chief pavilion master's shadow. She's the only one who knows that I'm at Black Tortoise Mountain. Who else could it be? Don't get too excited. Listen to me. When you destroyed the treasure pavilion, Lu Jingyang and I also secretly went to Black Tortoise Mountain. Judging from the remnant divine power aura, this person is not from the Dragon Slayer Palace. Qin Badian said. Of course he's not from the Dragon Slayer Palace, because he's one of her people. Qin Feiyang pointed at the chief pavilion master angrily. Qin Feiyang, don't slander me. Although I do hate you, I won't resort to such despicable tricks. The chief pavilion master said angrily. You even spied on Zhao Tailai and the others. What else can't you do? Qin Feiyang sneered. I didn't do it, so I didn't do it. The chief pavilion master said. Feiyang, calm down first. This person is indeed not Supreme Cloud's subordinate, because I know all of Supreme Cloud's subordinates. Qin Badian shook his head. What if this person has changed her appearance? Maybe it's even her. Because we haven't seen this person's true face. Qin Feiyang said. Appearance can be changed, but the aura of divine power can't be changed. Unless you take that kind of divine pill to change the power of bloodline like you and me. But I'm the only one who has this pill. And I've never given this pill to anyone except you. You can't be suspecting that I'm the one who wants to kill you, right? Qin Badian said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Are you sure that I'm the only one you've given this kind of pill to? Of course. I've only refined a total of 3 pills since it was developed. I've taken 2 and you've taken 1. Who else would have 1? Qin Badian smiled helplessly. Then, Qin Feiyang frowned, looked at the chief pavilion master and asked, It's really not you? Nonsense. You're the descendant of Qin Badian and Lu Jingyang. Tantai Li and her daughter are Qin Baishan's wife and daughter. The mermaid princess is also the descendant of the mermaid emperor. You have such a big brain. Why don't you think about it? Would I dare to kill you? If I did, I would have killed them in the dragon-slaying palace. Why would I imprison them and wait until now? The chief pavilion master said angrily. I don't think so. Hoi Yi sneered. What do you mean? The chief pavilion master looked at Hoi Yi. If you killed them in the dragon-slaying palace, you would have to face our anger, so you wouldn't dare. But a sneak attack is another matter. If the sneak attack was successful, with your means you could completely clear your name. Let's take a step back and say that even if you fail just like now, you have a reason to wash your hands clean. As for the person who attacked us, who knows if he's the killer you've been hiding all this time and that even Qin Badian and the others don't know about. Hoi Yi said lightly. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang and the others nodded. Qin Badian and Lu Jingyang looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. It sounded like there was no flaw at all. Was it really someone sent by the chief pavilion master? The chief pavilion master was burning with anxiety and said, I really didn't. What do I have to do to make you believe me? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said, It's not difficult for me to believe you. What do you want to do? The chief pavilion master raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said word by word, Let me read your memory. That's right. As long as you're willing to let Qin Feiyang read your memory, we'll believe you. Hoi Yi said. The chief pavilion master said flatly, That's impossible. I'm a sovereign. But before the chief pavilion master finished, Qin Badian said, Supreme Cloud, this is the only way to solve this matter. You, Supreme Cloud glared at Qin Badian. I know your concerns. You can rest assured. If it's really not you, I'll immediately let Qin Feiyang remove his control over you. And apologize to you personally. Qin Badian said. Supreme Cloud's expression was uncertain. Supreme Cloud, isn't it just to prove it? Since you didn't do it, what are you afraid of? Lu Jingyang said. Okay. I agree. But if it's not me, then I'll make the 2 of you kneel down and apologize to me. And Qin Feiyang must hand over the Sunset Divine Bow and the other 10 heaven-defying divine weapons to the Dragon Slayer Palace. Supreme Cloud looked at Qin Badian and Lu Jingyang and said. Hearing this, Qin Badian and Lu Jingyang looked at each other with a trace of melancholy in their eyes. Qin Feiyang and the others also looked at each other. Such calmness and confidence. Was it really not her? Or was she just pretending to be calm? If you dare to agree, I'll immediately let Qin Feiyang read my memory. Supreme Cloud looked at Qin Badian and Lu Jingyang aggressively. This, Qin Badian and Lu Jingyang were hesitant. Qin Rushuang said telepathically, Feiyang, what should we do now? They didn't expect Supreme Cloud to make such a request. If Supreme Cloud had really sent someone to assassinate them, it would be fine. But if not, the loss would not be small. Besides, the reason the Sunset Divine Bow and other divine artifacts followed Qin Feiyang was because of the origin of the Black Tortoise world. They themselves would not agree to join the Dragon Slayer Palace. But they were extremely unwilling to give up on Supreme Cloud's memory. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at Supreme Cloud. Don't make things difficult for our ancestors. If it's really not you, I'll kneel and kowtow to you in apology. All right. Supreme Cloud nodded and asked, Then what about the 10 divine artifacts? I really can't agree to let the 10 divine artifacts join the Dragon Slayer Palace. Because they are unwilling to join the Dragon Slayer Palace. You know the temper of divine artifacts. If you force them, it will only be counterproductive. But you can change your request. As long as I can do it, I'll agree. Qin Feiyang said. Supreme Cloud shook his head. I only want the 10 divine artifacts. No discussion. Are you deliberately making things difficult for Qin Feiyang? Are you doing this because you have a guilty conscience? Are you trying to use this to make us give up the idea of reading your memory? Hui sneered. I didn't do it. What's there to be guilty about? In short, as long as you agree to my conditions, I'll let you read my memory without a word. I won't resist. Supreme Cloud said faintly. Chapter 2570. Fire Lotus walked to Qin Feiyang's side and whispered, She's determined to make things difficult for you. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. Didn't he imprison the mermaid princess and the others for the 10 divine artifacts? However, he dared not agree. To put it nicely, the sunset bow and the other divine artifacts followed him. To put it bluntly, they were helping him out of kindness for the sake of the land of origin. He had no way to command the 10 divine artifacts. Besides, he himself was reluctant to give the 10 divine artifacts to the Dragon Slayer Palace. Thinking back, he had spent so much effort to persuade the 10 divine artifacts to stay. How could he give them to someone like Supreme Cloud? Then what should we do? Fire Lotus asked secretly. I don't know either. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Qin Badian sighed. I think we should just forget about it. Forget about it? Qin Rushuang immediately looked at Qin Badian with dissatisfaction. What was her father thinking? How could he just forget about such a serious matter? Qin Badian said, Actually, we believe in Supreme Cloud. After all, we're in the same boat. That's right. Although Supreme Cloud is selfish and wants Feiyang to hand over the 10 divine artifacts, in the end, it's for the good of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Lu Xingyang nodded as well. So be it then. Qin Badian said and turned off the image crystal. In the hall. The group of people looked at each other. Wasn't this too much of a joke? Tantai sighed. Perhaps this is the best solution. Mother. Qin Rushuang looked at Tantai unhappily. This is obviously a problem Supreme Cloud deliberately set up. What if it's really not Supreme Cloud? Then not only will Feiyang have to kneel and apologize, but he will also have to hand over the 10 divine artifacts. When has Feiyang ever kneeled to others? We can't let him suffer this grievance. Tantai said. I'm not afraid of being wronged, but I'm afraid of the Sunset Divine Bow and the others, because I don't have the right to order them around. Qin Feiyang shook his head, feeling aggrieved. He really wanted to vent. At this moment, Qin Rushuang's image crystal rang again. Qin Rushuang looked at the image crystal suspiciously. As it recovered, 2 shadows appeared. Father? Uncle Lu? Qin Rushuang was stunned. The 2 were none other than Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang. Qin Badian glanced at the crowd, then focused on Qin Feiyang. Supreme Cloud has left. There are some things that we would like to discuss with all of you in private. Please speak. Qin Feiyang said. Qin Badian laughed and said, Is there a fire in your heart that you have nowhere to vent? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. This is reality. Actually, we also know that this was most likely done by Supreme Cloud. But what can we do? First of all, the Dragon-Slaying Palace cannot do without the support of the Treasure School. Because over the years, the resources of the Dragon-Slaying Palace have basically been provided by the Treasure School. Secondly, Supreme Cloud and Supreme Beast have always been on good terms. If we attack Supreme Cloud, Supreme Beast will definitely not sit back and watch. At that time, the Dragon-Slaying Palace will definitely face a situation of collapse. The most important thing is, Supreme Cloud and Supreme Beast are very powerful. Even if Supreme Dragon finds out that they were the 2 Supreme Emperors of the Dragon-Slaying Palace, Supreme Dragon will not accept them. As long as they sincerely submit to the dragons, Supreme Dragon will definitely accept them. At that time, the situation of the Dragon-Slaying Palace will be even worse. We may even face destruction. Qin Badian shook his head, his face full of helplessness. Qin Feiyang asked, So you have been holding back? Otherwise? Qin Badian asked. Qin Feiyang was silent. Feiyang, this is a dispute between forces. No matter where it is, no power can avoid these disputes. As the leaders of the Dragon-Slaying Palace, we must consider the overall situation. After all, we are not like you. We are not willful, nor do we have the capital to act recklessly. Lu Jingyang said. Qin Feiyang sighed and nodded. All right, let's put this matter aside for now. No need to put it aside. Lu Jingyang shook his head. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Jingyang in surprise. We are us and you are you. Don't worry about us. Do what you have to do. Your ancestors and I know that you are determined to enter the Hell of the Nether King. It's useless for us to stop you. As far as we know, Supreme Cloud and Supreme Beast will also enter the Hell of the Nether King. At that time, no one will care what you do in the Hell of the Nether King. You can do whatever you want. Lu Jingyang said with a smile. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, so the two of you are also scheming. Brat, how can you say that? What are we scheming? Qin Badian and Lu Jingyang glared at Qin Feiyang. No. As long as I understand. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. All right then. Be careful. Qin Badian warned. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, don't worry, I will not let anything happen to great-grandmother. You are getting more and more improper. Qin Badian rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang and then looked at Tantai Li. As an elder, sometimes you should discipline him. Don't be too indulgent. Tantai Li shook her head and laughed. All right then, take care. After Qin Badian finished speaking, he decisively switched off the image crystal without the slightest hesitation. Zhao Tailai retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang, asking suspiciously, Young Lord, what do the two of them mean? You still don't understand? They mean to let Supreme Beast and Supreme Cloud stay in the Hell of the Nether King forever. Qin Feiyang said. This. Zhao Tailai was dumbfounded. How is it? The means of these two ancestors are quite terrifying. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. But is there a difference? Zhao Tailai was doubtful. Of course there is a difference. Our ancestors' biggest concern is the resources provided by the Treasure Pavilion. If Supreme Cloud and Supreme Beast die outside, the people of the Treasure Pavilion will definitely hate us. Let's talk about it later. Killing those two will not be an easy task. But it's different in the Hell of the Nether King. Supreme Cloud won't be able to control the Treasure Pavilion in the Hell of the Nether King. If my guess is right, after we enter the Hell of the Nether King, the two ancestors will definitely start planning to take over the Treasure Pavilion. In other words, they want all the resources of the Treasure Pavilion in their own hands. In this way, even if Supreme Cloud comes back alive from the Hell of the Nether King, her position as the Chief Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion will only be in name. And as long as they get all the resources of the Treasure Pavilion, our ancestors won't care if Supreme Cloud goes to the dragons. Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai smiled. Hearing you say that, they are indeed quite powerful. You must be joking. If father wasn't powerful, how could he have achieved what he has today? Qin Rushuang said proudly. Yes. Zhao Tailai nodded repeatedly. But I still hope to control Supreme Cloud and Supreme Beast. After all, as our ancestors said, they are not weak and are the main fighting force against the dragons. Qin Feiyang said. Tantai Li smiled. Didn't your two ancestors say that as long as we enter the Hell of the Nether King, you can do whatever you want? Let's wait and see. Try your best to control them if you can and kill them if you can't. Qin Feiyang said. Huai asked, but will Supreme Beast enter the Hell of the Nether King? Yes. Supreme Beast's body and soul have been destroyed, and he only has a strand of consciousness left. I'm afraid he won't dare to take the risk. The five-clawed golden dragon said. That depends on how much he hates me. If he really hates me, he will go in. Even if he doesn't go in, as long as he can get rid of Supreme Cloud, it's still not bad. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang sighed and looked at everyone. All right then, you guys go ahead and cultivate. I'll return to the Dragon God Palace first. Wait. Let's refine the Yin-Yang Chaos Pill and Supreme Nirvana Pill first. The Blood Kirin hurriedly said. So anxious? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Of course. The Blood Kirin nodded. All right then, after refining these pills, I'll return to the Dragon God Palace. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to look at Huo Lian. He said, help me prepare the medicinal ingredients. At the same time, the Dragon God Palace. Where's Li Bo? Is he not back yet? In the valley. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang's cave residence angrily. No. Next to him. Yi Shuer shook her head. Yi Zhong said angrily, what the hell is this bastard doing? What's wrong? Yi Shuer looked at Yi Zhong suspiciously. You don't know, but Qin Feiyang has his eyes on him now, so no matter what, we can't let him sneak into the Hell of the Nether King. Yi Zhong said in a deep voice. Yi Shuai was stunned and wondered, why would Qin Feiyang have his eyes on him? Nonsense. This kid is causing trouble every day. How can he not be targeted by Qin Feiyang? Yi Zhong's face was full of anger. Yi Shuai covered her mouth and laughed. This is a good thing, at least it proves that Li Buer is indeed a talent. A good thing? Yi Zhong looked at Yi Shuai speechlessly and said, also your great-grandfather and second-grandfather can't stay at home in the Dragon God Palace. Yi Shuai was stunned and frowned. Don't tell me that Qin Feiyang has his eyes on us too? What else? This Qin Feiyang knows our family's situation like the back of his hand. He even knows about Li Buer giving us tea leaves. Yi Zhong said. So powerful? Yi Shuai was shocked. So this old man has decided to send you to Divine Dragon Island later. Divine Dragon Island is the safest place now. This old man has already discussed with Revered Dragon, and he has agreed. In short, before this old man comes back from the hell of the Nether King, you guys stay on Divine Dragon Island. Yi Zhong said in a deep voice. Divine Dragon Island? Yi Shuai was stunned for a moment, then her eyes were full of curiosity. She was not unfamiliar with this place. She often heard her grandfather talk about it, but she had not been there until now. Yi Zhong pondered for a moment and said, go home now and bring your great-grandfather here. Okay. Yi Shuai nodded and then opened a teleportation altar that led to the entrance square. Let me go back with you, I'm a little worried. Yi Zhong thought for a moment and stepped on the altar.